All right, who's ready for WrestleMania season?
You guys having fun, Vegas? Ready to kick off WrestleMania weekend? Tomorrow, Intercontinental Championship up for grabs. Please welcome the Women's Intercontinental Champion, AJ Lee. So AJ, first, I have not been personally able to say this yet, but welcome back.
All right, sorry to
Thank you, guys.
11 years. It has been 11
I'll be right
years
back. Hold on. Alright, I'm back. So we're gonna go over the match card that they have for night one. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Hold on, let me actually check. Is this um hmm hold on, reset. View channels, create invites, send messages, create public threads, embed links. For some reason, Sapphire did not send a notification I was live. If you're looking at my mom's phone, back of mom's eye. And let me double check Sapphire bar real quick. Open dashboard. Why is this thing taking so long to why is this thing taking so long to load? What is going on? Why is this thing taking so long to load? General settings, what's going on here? Dialog, social notifications. Okay, so everything should be fixed now. All right, so for night one, we have Division plus ISO Speed versus the Usos and LA Knight. The build for this has been nonsensical, to be honest. This only exists to give Division something to do at WrestleMania. And looking at the build, I think that Division is basically dead in the water. The injuries really derail what was going on with Division, so I'm not surprised that I wouldn't be surprised if WWE decides to just kill the faction altogether. As for who wins, I'm predicting LA Knight and Usos to win. The unsanctioned match between McIntyre and Fatu. Um, I think Jacob walks away with the win here. I think Jacob wins this match, give him his first WrestleMania win, his first WrestleMania singles match win. I think that would definitely happen. The women's fatal four-way tag team match. So we got Alexa Bliss and Charlotte Flair with Nia Jax and Lash Legend versus Bailey and Lyra Valkyria and the Bella Twins. Um, I'm guessing Bailey, Valkyria, and the Bellas will walk away the win here. I really don't care about this match, to be honest. I don't care about this match. It's like this is this like both tag team matches I don't care for. Then we have AJ Lee versus Lynch. Um, because of how AJ Lee has beaten Becky every single time they've been in the ring, I predict that Becky is going to win the match because AJ Lee has won every single match they had, and I'm guessing they're gonna give Becky the win here at WrestleMania. So I'm going with Becky just because Becky has lost every single match they had. Gunther versus Seth. Gunther's winning. There's no reason for Seth to win this match. Seth does not need to win this match at all. Vaquer versus Liv Morgan. I think Stephanie Vaquer should win this match, mainly because I think that Liv Morgan is going to get betrayed by Raquel Rodriguez and what's her name, Roxanne Perez, my bad. So I think Vaquer wins this match. I don't think Liv needs to be world champion anytime soon. Right now, I think we should definitely focus on keeping the championship on Vaquer and actually do some course correction with the title reign because I think it's been relatively lackluster. They definitely dropped the ball with Stephanie. And then the main event, Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton. This match, the story for this match should have been a slam dunk. They should have gone all balls to the wall. They started off so good. And then they could have just continued with that energy. And then just added a little tease that Randy Orton was gonna bring back the punt kick for the match. But then they did what they did with the build, and now we got freaking Pat McAfee being inserted into this when I could swear I heard this man say he has no intention of coming back to WWE. Like, what are we doing here, bro? What the hell are we doing here, bro? Some I hear people say that this is the one match TKO had a lot of influence and control over. I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually the case. I would not be surprised if that's actually the case. That TKO had so much influence and control over this one match. So who I predict to walk away with the win? I'm guessing Randy Orton. Give him another title reign, I guess. I really don't know. I Let's see. Cody lost his first Roman match at WrestleMania, right? Then he won the second one at 40. So he lost at 39, won at 40, then lost at 41 against John Cena, which was another story that should have been a slam dunk, and it was relatively okay. The story was okay, and the match bombed because The Rock decided to blow up everything because he has a big ass ego. And then this year, the build has been dog shit. So I hope the match is good. I really do hope the match is good. Whether or not I feel Cody should lose yet another WrestleMania match, I really don't know. Because if he loses this is his third WrestleMania main event match that he's lost. This will be his second one in a row. But then if Randy Orton loses, it's like all of that just for Randy to lose. It's just You see how they kind of book themselves into a corner relatively because like you have this shitty ass build, you have like all this empty shit you've been seeing about Randy Orton reverting back to his 2009 self, which what we saw was not even remotely close to 2009 Randy Orton. This is very watered down version of 2009 because they can't do half the shit they've done back in 2009 because it's 2026 and people will just throw a freaking hissy fit on social media and I think they can't really do it because of sponsors and shit like that. So no, this isn't '09 Randy Orton. This is 2026 Randy Orton just trying to emulate '09 Randy Orton. So whoever wins this match is whoever wins this match. It can go either way. It can go either way. So that's my predictions. Knight and Usos win. Fatu wins. Bailey, Valkyria, Bellas win. Becky wins. Gunther wins. Vaquer wins due to interference from the Judgment Day betraying Liv Morgan. And either way between Rhodes and Orton. So I have it on here muted because there's a bunch of there's this stuff on the pre-show that's still showing, and then there's a bunch of commercials I'm seeing here. So is this still the kickoff? I'm guessing so because there's a bunch of people outside. Is this still?
Remind everyone that just down the street at the Dolby Live Theater, it is the WWE Hall of Fame induction ceremony tonight, midnight on the East Coast, 9 o'clock here on the West Coast, on the ESPN app with ESPN Unlimited plan or YouTube internationally. Now, let's break things down for WrestleMania Saturday over at Allegiant Stadium. We kick things off at 3 o'clock on the East Coast, 12 noon here on the West Coast with the countdown show. Then at 6 o'clock East Coast, 3 o'clock in the afternoon here out west, it is the start of WrestleMania Saturday. A reminder, the first hour is on ESPN2. Same schedule for WrestleMania Sunday. However, the first hour of WrestleMania Sunday comes your way on ESPN. But tonight, here at end this rivalry. And who will be the next to be crowned the winner of the Andre the Giant Battle Royal? It is a tradition of WrestleMania weekend. Again, it all takes place on SmackDown. And the main event of WrestleMania Sunday, I believe it's going to be one of the greatest main events in the history of this great event. It is the World Heavyweight Champion, CM Punk, the challenger, Roman Reigns.
This thing is buffering a lot. Every episode of TV shows, anime, every movie was.
Sends personalized looks right to your door. Stitch Fix. Get started today.
Bruh,
We don't feel our liver.
the guy didn't even come out, bruh. The, this thing's supposed to start at 3 o'clock, yet I'm not yet it's still on pre-show shit that's still showing, and there's like ads all over the place. This is why I don't like showing up like too early for stuff. Like I like being punctual, but I hate being too punctual because then stuff like this happens. It's like I have to wait out. I hope this shit starts at 3 o'clock again, something like that, because the AI told me it is. I don't know. I don't know. Like the time discrepancies for this stuff is so annoying sometimes too. Like this thing will start. Like imagine like it starts 3 o'clock up there, but it starts 4 o'clock down here, or maybe five. Imagine I schedule this stream to go live at 2:30, thinking that the show would be up, thinking that the show will go live. Hold on.
Live from Las Vegas, Cody Rhodes
I'm QB1, damn it!
versus Randy Orton for the undisputed WWE Championship.
There is nothing more dangerous than a viper chasing number 15.
Greatness demands an answer.
I'm hearing shit, but I can't see shit.
Tonight, live from Las Vegas,
I know you are a liar.
You talk too much.
Stephanie Vaquer,
La Primera, bringing the fight.
Liv Morgan
Cry about it.
for the Women's World Championship. Greatness demands an answer.
Things are just heating up.
All right. So we're getting on the way. There isn't too much
Tonight.
buffering.
Live from Las Vegas, Cody Rhodes
I'm QB1, damn it!
versus Randy Orton for the undisputed WWE Championship.
There is nothing more dangerous than a viper chasing number 15.
Greatness demands an answer. Tonight, live from Las
Nice. It is starting, bro, and it's already buffering, bro. I should definitely brought my phone up.
This epicenter of entertainment. The road to WrestleMania has turned left off of the Fame Strip, crossed Frank Sinatra Drive, right onto Dean Martin Way. The modern-day in-ring Rat Pack is a locker room filled with superstars. 2 days of intensity and spectacle, and one super-sized Allegiant Stadium as Cricket presents the countdown to WrestleMania night number 1. Among those competing today is one of the biggest social media influencers and incredible athletes, I Show Speed. Speed has found himself in the mix with the Vision, Austin Theory, and Logan Paul. The Usos await, Jimmy and Jay, always at their best when they're by each other's side. Tonight they enter Mania with all eyes on everything Usi. For the first time in her well-traveled career, Stephanie Vaquer is at WrestleMania. She makes her grandest stage debut as a world champion against Liv Morgan.
Imagine how impressive that is. Your first WrestleMania, you're already a world champ.
The one everyone looks for with the signature American Nightmare logo on it. Cody Rhodes has made it to Vegas with the reality that everything has been thrown at him, trying to retain his undisputed championship. Look at
Bro, the booze that Cody is getting.
I mean, we're 3 hours away to 2 days of celebration that defines sports entertainment. Since 1985, these fans here behind
I am curious to how the stadium is gonna look like, because tickets will still on sale just up to freaking last week. March 31, 1985, Madison Square Garden.
Hulk Hogan's gonna bury him.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to WrestleMania.
So WrestleMania originally was in March, and then they moved it down to April. It's so funny how Vince is just completely erased from it.
Oh my god. Oh man.
Wow.
Ooh. I mean, my God. Let's see. Ooh.
I got a lot of them. When I think of WrestleMania, I think of Roddy Piper, Burt Reynolds, Aretha Franklin.
WrestleMania 9. Yokozuna. First Bret Hart.
WrestleMania 7, Macho King and Miss Elizabeth reconciling. A love story right in front of your face.
The end of an era match.
Nah, anytime I think about WrestleMania, it's either John versus Raw.
You could literally feel the arena split in half. Goosebumps thinking about it.
When Brock Lesnar ended the Undertaker's streak,
The streak is over.
was definitely some fears in the house.
Kofi Mania, bro.
John Cena winning the WWE Championship for the first time.
Hands down. WrestleMania 1, the main event. My father.
Cowboy Bob Orton. As WrestleMania makes history.
Stone Cold Steve Austin came out, and the entire stadium erupted and said, "Hell yeah!"
The final chapter has been inked.
When China turned on Kane.
Andre and Kogan standing there in the middle of this huge stadium.
The irresistible force meeting the immovable object.
Just one of those iconic moments of wrestling history.
Rey Mysterio versus Eddie Guerrero.
Yep.
I remember being in Philly and how emotional it was.
Finish the story.
It was pandemonium. That was incredible.
Means the world to me. He likes it. Get to now pass it on to my kids.
Sweet memories.
The one and only time our family went to WrestleMania, we came out of it with a lifelong memory.
That's the beauty of wrestling.
Bro, Ric Flair's retirement match. Bro, that shit is Shawn Michaels was beautiful.
In the world, the grandest stage of them all.
WrestleMania is magic.
It's one of those things you dream about.
It's just like, well,
the one show that could change your life.
WrestleMania has gave a lot of people in the world hope.
That one moment, the entire world stops. That's it.
All gas, no brakes for WrestleMania.
It's WrestleMania, bro.
For just the third time in this city's history, Las Vegas hosts WrestleMania, and it comes as an encore addition to last year's Epic Mania. Back-to-back years now for Allegiant Stadium. This palace built with 28,000 tons of steel. Speaking of a guy who can lift heavy objects and carry something, the road
I am surprised he's not getting showered with booze.
The former WrestleMania legend now responsible for legend making. Drew McIntyre has found himself in the most dangerous of spots here in Vegas. His roll of the dice has gone off the table. The feud with Jacob Fatu now comes with an unsanctioned match here later today. A massive crowd is here as we welcome you to the countdown to WrestleMania presented by Cricket. Joe Tessitore.
My God, bro. I really wish this guy would get injured, bro. Also,
what a scene.
is Biggie's hairline receding?
Biggie, we will start with you. What has you most excited for Mania?
Look, Tess, I know we're going to go into dig into the main event very, very soon. But look, Stephanie Vaquera and Liv Morgan has been very heated very quickly. I'm excited to see what they bring. I know it's going to be aggressive and it's going to be violent.
Well, E, you mentioned the main event, and like so many around the WWE universe, I cannot wait to watch the main event unfold. We're talking 20 years of history between Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton, but I say my excitement comes with a caveat, that being Pat McAfee. Yeah. According to Pat McAfee, WWE and pro wrestling needs saving. Judging by the sea of WrestleManiacs behind us, that doesn't seem to be the case. But I worry, guys. I worry. What does this place look like on Monday?
Wow.
If Randy Orton leaves with Pat McAfee in the WWE Championship tonight.
And I'm going to go for the unsanctioned match.
Yeah, let's go.
Drew McIntyre and the convict, Jacob Fatu. Now, these are two men who are capable of the utmost savagery. And with this being unsanctioned, kind of no room.
Team of reporters as we bring everybody in, and we mentioned already the intense match with Stephanie Vaquera and Liv Morgan. Our Kathy Kelly found herself in the middle of all that physicality this week. Kathy, it's good to see you back on your feet, feeling much better with what happened this week to you with those two.
Yeah, thanks so much, Joe. I'm okay. My neck is still a little bit tight. I think, if anything, I was just in shock during that moment, and as a lot of people were, and a little bit embarrassed because I was hoping that I could get myself out of the way, but it clearly came out of nowhere. And I think that, you know, there has just been so much collateral damage in the build-up to their title match. Neither Liv Morgan nor Stephanie Vaquera is walking into this match at 100%. We saw Liv Morgan walking around Vegas this week with that welt on her head. She is showing off her
My goodness, bro. That, bro.
Yesterday, she said, "Still hot though." You know, I haven't heard from Liv Morgan, nor have I reached out to her, but Stephanie did apologize twice now. And more on Stephanie. Let's head over to Byron Saxton.
Thank you, Kathy. You could make the argument that a large part of tonight's match hinges upon the response of Stephanie Vaquera. Listen, we know she has a ton of pressure on her shoulders. Competing at her very first WrestleMania, defending her Women's World title at her very first WrestleMania. But how does Stephanie respond to all the vitriol she's feeling right now towards Liv Morgan, who has made it her own personal side hustle to get under her skin? How she handles that response could dictate who leaves WrestleMania as the Women's World Champion? Well, for now, let's send things over to Jackie Redmond for an update on the undisputed WWE Champion.
Well, when it comes to tonight's main event between Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton, a lot of the attention has been on Pat McAfee, so much so that many people have questioned if Cody Rhodes' focus is in the right place, including one CM Punk. Well, I asked Cody about that this morning, and he said, you know, Jackie, admittedly, I've been distracted by Pat, but after hearing what Punk had to say last night on SmackDown, my mind has never been more clear about what actually matters. And it ain't Pat McAfee. This is about the American Nightmare further cementing his legacy as a legend in WWE against the legend killer himself in Randy Orton. It is as simple as that for Cody. But Rose, as you know,
sure.
it is a
Let's
pretty
go with
tall
that.
task when it comes to Randy.
Jackie, literally a very tall task. 6'5", 280 pounds, as Pat McAfee will remind you. But you brought that up, the idea of Cody being distracted and the whole Pat McAfee of it all. Randy Orton made clear last night the only thing Pat McAfee did was wake up Orton to what he needs to do in order to get the job done. I think all of the noise has only focused Randy more on that task, and that is capturing title number 15. Back to you, Tess.
Thank you, Peter. That is the history-making target for Randy Orton. Of course, the history of Randy Orton and Cody Rhodes. It looks this way as you see Cody Rhodes, a three-time world champion. WrestleMania 40 was the signature moment in Philadelphia, and then for the Viper. 21 WrestleMania matches.
Wait a minute. Cody has 5 while Orton has 3.
He's trying to go into third place all time. The timeline, 2 entire decades of history, going back to 2007 when Cody Rhodes made his WWE debut. It came against Randy Orton, of course, forming the legacy fashion right through what we've seen in recent years with the friendship up until last month when that brutal beatdown happened just about 2 feet away from where you and I were broadcasting. Let's get into the big one today when it comes to Cody and Randy. And Corey, I will start with you. This idea that Cody's focus isn't solely on Randy Orton.
Does that timer says 2 hours?
Of Pat McAfee.
Well, from the outside looking in, it certainly gives the appearance
Bruh.
that Cody is preoccupied, if nothing else, with Pat McAfee. And like him or not, Pat can be polarizing, but Pat understands this game. Pat's a very bright man. He knows what he's doing. He's got reasons for doing what he's doing. If Cody can somehow overcome
Yeah,
that
but those reasons
compartmentalize
don't
this
seem to be
situation,
good.
remember, this is WrestleMania. Cody, this is what you lived your life for. This is a dream come true. You have excelled on this stage. If Cody can keep his head straight, focus on Orton, it's still going to be a tough night, but can Cody get the job done?
How difficult of a challenge is that for Cody at this point with everything that's happened in the last 2.5 weeks?
Well, to stay laser focused on Randy Orton once the bell rings, I think will be fairly easy. I think the issue may be that Pat McAfee will be up to no good on the outside of the ring. That is an assumption I think we can all safely make. So staying locked in on Orton while Pat McAfee tries his antics and tries to do everything he can to make sure that Randy Orton leaves Las Vegas as a 15-time champion of the world. That's the tough part for Cody Rhodes tonight.
I will say there's a little bit of concern for me after last night with Cody. His conversation with CM Punk in that ring made me think this is someone who is looking at a future that seems inevitable, one that is not going to go his way. He's talking about his father and relationships and about how this all means so much. He's getting very emotional. My concern is I think he's someone who thinks he's up against a system, a network of people who are out to get him, and maybe this is a system I can't beat anymore.
On the other side, Randy Orton, a run of success few have.
I mean, Big E is onto something, bro, because I swear.
Complex drama fighting now for the undisputed WWE Championship. Wade,
It's
you
like
recently went one-on-one with
every
Randy
time
Orton.
for WrestleMania season, there's always some shit up and stuff.
Randy, 12 years since your last WrestleMania main event, you are closing in on your 15th World Championship. Are you driven by your legacy, or is it something more personal?
Oh, I'm driven by legacy, Wade. But everything in life, especially everything here, has at least a little bit of personal to it. Look at the history of Cody and I, and it's every bit personal. In this particular moment, what's driving me is legacy, because I realize, Wade, that nothing lasts forever. Next thing on the list for me to accomplish is that 15th World Championship. Then I beat Triple H, and then I've got Ric Flair and John Cena in my sights. My goal is to leave this company one day with more World Championship gold around my waist than any other competitor that has ever stepped foot into a WWE ring.
Well, you said nothing lasts forever. You sustained a career-threatening injury. Now, when you finally got over that injury, you returned, you seemed controlled, you seemed grateful. But of late, we've seen a far more ruthless version of the Viper.
Oh, an RKO on Jelly!
Which one is the real Randy Orton?
I think they're both the real Randy Orton. I've known that something was missing. Ever since I came back from my fusion, I've told me not to be bitter about anything, not to take any second in that ring for granted. And I haven't. But I've known, as I stated before, that something was missing. And I had a little birdie on my shoulder. I had someone in my ear kind of motivate me and make me realize what it was that was missing. I knew that lately, the last few years since my fusion, I haven't been able to be the man that I need to be in that ring to make sure that I get that job done. Now I know what I need to do.
Those voices have been heard and he is snapped!
Like I said, I had someone in my ear.
What? Pat McAfee? I'm the one telling Randy Orton to kill everything!
And they helped me realize what it was I need to do to be the bad man that I once was in the WWE ring once more.
Well, you and Cody have had a hell of a history together, dating all the way back to your time together in Legacy, where you were his mentor. After Legacy, he struggled for a while to find his own identity before evolving and becoming the world champion he is today. Are you proud of Cody's journey?
100%. I am proud of Cody. Cody left this business. Most people don't have the balls to do that. Cody went, he got better, and he came back, and he got a lot better, and he put gold around his waist, and his story was finished, and now it's time for me to finish my story. And even with everything that's transpired, I still love Cody like a brother now. I will tomorrow, and I will after I beat him for the Undisputed Championship. Cody's listening to the voices, and Cody realizes that those voices are telling him that he can't do it. He can't get it done. He's gonna leave Vegas if he's lucky on his own 2 feet, but I ain't walking out of Vegas without that title, and likely he's gonna have to be carried out.
So Randy Orton trying to put himself into the elite class. You go through the championship run that he's had, through all the years to build up 14 world championships as 2 decades passed by. I mean, this is a resume like no other.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. I've shared the ring many times with Randy Orton. I rarely fared well. There's a reason this guy is on the Mount Rushmore all-time of WWE superstars. When it's said and done, he might hold the record for world championships.
As our good friend JBL so eloquently states on a frequent basis, if you were to build a professional wrestler from the ground up, a WWE superstar, you would end up with Randy Orton.
And Randy Orton is only getting bigger, stronger, and faster. He is laser focused. I see the Viper that we all knew and feared many years ago.
And now will we see a graphic that gets filled in without
Why did they pick, bro?
2026, will it simply say 15? We get the answer later on today, right here in Vegas on the ESPN app. It is the undisputed WWE Championship. Cody Rhodes against the Viper, Randy Orton. That is coming up later as the crowd continues to grow here. WrestleMania 42 underway in less than 3 hours. And still to come, it's been 30 years since Shawn Michaels defeated Bret the Hitman Hart in that historic Iron Man match. Well, guess who's joining us live today? Bret Hart will be here, plus more exclusive. The Tribal Chief Roman Reigns sits down with Michael Cole. And coming up on the Countdown Show, Cody Rhodes shares his truest feelings on today's match.
Talking on the phone is the most
disappointing reveal in the history of pro wrestling.
Since they're in the intermission, I might as well go and get something to eat.
Hey, everybody in Vegas knows this is where you get your exclusive WrestleMania merchandise. It's available here at the WrestleMania Superstore, and it's open every day until 11 p.m. through Monday. Located at the Las Vegas Convention Center South Hall. Stop by with the largest collection of WrestleMania merchandise, and that's where we found Shuey Martinez at WWE World.
What's happening in Las Vegas? Here we are in WWE World. Shuey Martinez here hanging out with the beautiful fans. We're going to go inside, check out some merch of the Superstore. Let's go inside, all right? Woo! Hey, what are you buying?
Got some Becky Lynch, my Nia Jax shirts. Go Nia!
That is a work of art. Is this all for you?
All for me, Merch freak.
Merch freak?
I think there's only 10 of these made.
And it spins, baby. Okay.
And still.
How amazing is it to be over here at WrestleMania and experiencing all this, brother?
Oh, this is my 7th, and it never gets old.
How you doing? How you doing?
I'm doing good.
What do you have? Who are you holding over there?
Austin Theory.
Austin Theory?
Yeah.
What's up, Yeska? How you doing? He's doing great.
We are ready for WWE World. We're ready for the Superstore. We are ready for WrestleMania.
That's right.
Great scene there in WWE World. Of course, when we get started today in WrestleMania 42, both on the ESPN app and ESPN2 for the first hour, it is going to be a six-man tag team. LA Knight and the Usos against the Vision, Logan Paul and Austin Theory, and I Show Speed. Now, this is not the first time that we've seen I Show Speed in the spotlight. You know what happened with Randy Orton at WrestleMania 40. How about a little RKO Speed? Welcome to the big time. And then when he was sawed in half at the Royal Rumble by Braun Breaker, and now I Show Speed in the six-man tag against the Usos and LA Knight. Jimmy and Jay defend the gold against their arch rivals, the Vision. Logan Paul's mom just handed him brass knuckles. LA Knight. I Show Speed getting a show. I want to put those down, Speed. Oh no! I Show Speed just knocked out LA Knight with the brass knuckles. Brass knucks by Paul. We've got new tag team champions.
Congratulations, bud. I didn't mean to get involved. Whatever you meant to do doesn't matter. Now you have enemy speed. You have real enemy speed.
Make me laugh, Speed. LA Knight, how'd you get in my house? The shot heard around the world.
I'm just gonna need a receipt for that.
Help me. LA Knight hates you. The Usos hate you. Everyone hates you. Your only safe space around here is with us, brother.
Logan Paul just shoved Speed into Knight. Speed, you got nowhere to go.
You want a six-man tag? Hey, Speed, you're going to WrestleMania.
I'm not a wrestler. This is my first match in this WrestleMania. Everyone hates you. I mean it. Except us. We got your back.
I'm ready. And you three guys getting stomped out by the Usos and by LA Knight. Yeah!
I just love that moment of Speed. You got nowhere to go. Big E. A YouTuber, as a streamer, but this dude is a legitimate athlete, but he is going to be in there with some of the very best our industry has to offer. So a lot of eyes are going to be on Speed, and if he can keep up, because the expectations for him, I think, are fairly high. Wait, I want to ask you about that. You say he's a legitimate athlete. How good is he, and how impressed are you athletically alone with Speed?
I mean, he's kind of built his entire name, his image, his streaming talents on the fact that he is a freak athlete. I think we all understand what he can do. We've seen little glimpses of it here in WWE. The key is he really is completely inexperienced. And what he has to do today to have any form of success is listen to the veterans, listen to Paul Heyman, listen to Austin Theory, and especially listen to the veteran that is Logan Paul in Logan Paul's 5th WrestleMania.
With that said,
Fifth.
you gotta look at the other side of the ring, Wade. The megastar, LA Knight. This is the guy who's been criticized a lot recently about not being able to get it done when it counts most. It doesn't get any bigger than this. This is the pinnacle of our industry. LA Knight, you want to continue to carve your legacy in WWE? You cannot lose this one. And you've got some pretty outstanding partners standing by your side. One of the greatest tag teams to ever do it, Jimmy and Jey Uso. Last year won the World Championship. He wants back at the top.
And that was the point that I was going to make. Where is Jay's head at if a year ago you were in a World Championship match, beating Gunther, becoming a World Champion for the first time, and now you're in a six-man? Is he going to be as focused, or is he going to be worried about who his favorite member of Dipset is? I don't know if you saw that camera on it, but where is Jey Uso's head at before this match?
Well, I'll tell you right now, it wasn't so long ago that Jey Uso and LA Knight were like this. At each other's throats every single show. So the key to me for their success is Jimmy Uso. Jimmy has to be the glue that keeps that team together. He has to play the diplomat tonight. Otherwise, they're going to get smoked.
You get very excited every time you say LA Knight that way. And I know it's because here the casinos in Vegas, they're often criticized for pumping oxygen into the casino floor to keep everybody awake. But at his hotel casino, they're actually pumping Kavorka into the air, into the ventilation system.
My loins tingle.
I know, the tingling loins.
Talk about your loins.
All right, we're going to talk about more about that match as the day goes on, but we want to get to what's happening with the Women's Intercontinental match, because look who has arrived. AJ Lee. For the first time, the Women's Intercontinental Championship is on the line at WrestleMania.
AJ Lee, after a decade, is back.
Becky, she just lights a fire in me that I forgot that I had.
AJ, you made a big mistake coming back. Welcome to the big time.
I know you try so hard. I know you wish you were me. You sound kind of whatever. You wear it on your sleeve. I think I know what you hide. You wanna sell what's free. It kills you to be kind.
AJ wins the Intercontinental title.
I'll say it once, won't say it again. Look in my eyes when you talking.
There is only so much disrespect that one woman can take.
The music for this feud is really good. I love the music for this promo.
Because you knew I was coming for you. You saw the replacement.
I'm proud of you and everything that you've done. You've made history, but none of that happened without me.
I'ma show you why I am the best of my generation and yours, why I am your daughter's favorite wrestler. I will give you what you want at WrestleMania.
WrestleMania? That's my domain. I murdered the Divas era. And that's exactly what I'm gonna do. AJ Lee.
More mask, more welded mask.
We've met in this ring. I have walked you like a dog. I have to embarrass your ass.
Lee and Becky Lynch. Of course, you know what happened at Elimination Chamber in Chicago. That special night for the family of AJ Lee and CM Punk. But go all the way back to WrestlePalooza and the mixed tag. And then what we saw November 29th with the Women's War Games as well. It has been all AJ Lee, and they meet up today as we get a chance to check in with Jackie Redmond and the Women's IC title holder. Jackie.
Taz, thank you so much. Yes, I am here with AJ Lee, who will make history tonight as the first woman to defend this Intercontinental Championship at WrestleMania. So first off, congratulations, AJ. I mean, you were making history 11 years ago. You're making history tonight. Your impact on this business it's undeniable. There are women here today that were inspired by you. At this point in your life, like what does this moment mean for you?
It means everything, Jackie. Everything I fought for a decade ago, it's come to fruition. And I'm so proud to have knocked down those doors and shattered those glass ceilings. I'm so proud to have a career that's full of firsts, that's full of impossible achievements and mountains I've climbed. But tonight is the
Fourth
ultimate mountain.
WrestleMania since
Becky is my Mount
2013.
Everest.
Oh my god.
This is her home turf.
11
But
years
11 years
ago,
ago, I
bro.
walked in and out as champion. And you better believe I'm going to do that again. Well, listen, I appreciate the time. Congratulations again on an already historic night. Good luck tonight, and thank you for the time. Tess, as you know, I mean, a few years ago, we weren't sure we would ever have AJ Lee back at WrestleMania, but she's here. It's real, and I'm very excited to see it go down.
So many have been for a long time now. The stunning return, and now the Intercontinental Champion, and now defending here at WrestleMania. E, how do you see it?
Look, it's hard to beat Becky Lynch 3 times. A 4th time for me, very difficult to conceive. Look, I think AJ Lee, the difference is this is not a woman who is new to WWE. Again, she's not fresh back. She now has several matches under her belt. I think her feet are wet now, but I think Becky Lynch is so crafty. She is really at the top of her game. It is hard for me to fathom her not finding a way to reverse her fortunes.
I gotta agree with you, E. I think this is Becky's domain, right? AJ Lee's return has been a great feel-good story for everyone. We've all had a great time watching it unfold, had several incredible moments, but this is where Becky Lynch thrives. This is WrestleMania. Becky Lynch, one of 3 women who main evented, headlined WrestleMania. The man has nothing else to live for right now beyond the Intercontinental Championship, and trust me, she is here in Las Vegas, she is locked in, she is laser focused, and she can't wait to prove to the world that AJ Lee is a relic from the past.
Becky Lynch's key tonight is very simple. The entire prep, the entire camp for this match should have revolved around one thing: avoid the Black Widow, because it's 0-3 for Becky Lynch. She's tapped 3 times to the Black Widow. Either avoid at all costs, or if you are in there, figure out some pretty quick reversal, because I worry for the psyche of Becky Lynch should she lose again tonight. Becky Lynch, as we all know, is here to be A1, the very top, the best of them all. If she loses again tonight, that argument can no longer be made. She's simply not as good as AJ Lee. Becky has to win tonight.
If she loses tonight, God help us all.
Exactly. AJ and Becky is one of 4 title matches we have on this Saturday card of WrestleMania. We have the women's tag team match, this the IC, the women's world champion with Steph and Liv, and then of course Cody and Randy. So our panel's spicy takes are presented by Wendy's new spicy chicken sandwich, which is crispier and more flavor packed than ever. And I ask you this hot take: 4 title matches that I just presented on tonight's card. Hot take being that all 4 titles are going to change hands, Big E.
I'm going to say yes. I think it's very possible. I think we see a lot of disruption tonight. I really think the landscape of WWE is going to alter, and I think it's a very real possibility.
I think Becky Lynch captures the Intercontinental Championship. I think that one does change hands, but the one I think does not change hands is going to be Vaquer and Liv Morgan.
Interesting.
Stephanie Vaquer marching into her first WrestleMania, a proud women's world champion. I don't think she's giving that thing up.
All right, the Wendy spicy hot take is that all 4 titles change hands. Wade, what say you?
I say there is absolutely 0 chance of all 4 championships changing hands. That basically implies that our champions going into tonight are all rubbish and they are all gonna lose. And I'll tell you right now, my favorite tag team who's out there these days are the Irresistible Force. And guess what? It is squashing time tonight here in Vegas.
That is coming up in the Fatal 4-Way. By the way, look
Oh, fatal! Oh my gosh! I thought it was 4 women against. Oh my!
We are now under 2.5 hours.
I think the Bellas will win.
Things continue. We will sit down with Triple H. This is an incredible conversation that reveals so much in the process of Paul Levesque. And Roman Reigns sits down with Michael Cole.
Live performers. This is what I'm meant to do.
Curious about these. You were gonna cut me up. You can't even touch raw meat.
All you do is criticize me.
You want possession?
I'll be right back. Hold on. All
Who
right.
were they? We will reveal them as we continue on live from Vegas. AJ Styles will join us as well.
This countdown show, bro. There's one, I have no idea what's up. What's this stuff? Think it started 4. And I'm faced with another app.
Stewie,
Come
you
on.
are an absolute legend. Remember when he showed us how to get around the
I just came back and it's like another app. I'll be right back. Still, I need to go from this. I know when I'm going to. And we're back with a damn we'll be right back screen again, bro. Come on. Oh, look, bro. Is there any reason for this shit to be this long? If you couldn't tell, this is the first time I'm watching WrestleMania, like from the pre-show. Usually I will have friends that tell me, oh, the show started officially, so get on it. Like, oh, okay. I don't have those friends around anymore, so I have to legit just sit through the pre-show, which I never did, and it's really freaking long. No wonder people used to complain about WrestleMania being too long. Like WrestleMania 20, not 25, 35 was just freaking egregious. I used to go on and on about WrestleMania 35 being the worst WrestleMania of all time. That's just kind of overblowing it, to be honest. It wasn't the greatest WrestleMania. Definitely not the worst. The worst one, I mean, you could kind of make a case for 36 since they didn't do the Thunderdome thing. If they did the Thunderdome for 36, it would have been a lot less egregious. Back on now. Please don't shoot me
2
with a
hours
camera,
away
please,
from
my
the
doctor.
greatest spectacle in sports entertainment. It is day 1, Saturday of WrestleMania.
Where's the tag team match?
With the undisputed
And oh yeah, okay.
championship, Cody
They couldn't
versus
fit it.
Randy, and what you
They
see
couldn't
right
fit it
there,
on
those 2
graphic.
matches also available on ESPN2. Of course, glad you're with us here on the ESPN app. You can stay with us right through the post show. Oh boy, something bad's coming this way. Drew McIntyre has arrived. The unsanctioned match against Jacob Fatu awaits, as does the fatal 4-way. Charlexa, Alexa Bliss, and Charlotte
What
Flair.
is Charlotte
Could they
Flair
earn
wearing,
gold again
bro?
in a top-heavy, loaded field that includes legends, the Hall of Famers, the Bella Twins? It's a fatal four-way
I
to
cannot believe
determine
Brie is
the
back.
WWE Women's
I mean, still
Tag
cannot
Team
believe Brie is back. Oh,
Championship.
is she still
Riding
together
with
with
us,
Daniel?
Joe Tessitore,
I think
Corey
she still
Graves,
is.
and Big E. Wade Barrett had to go off and get his voice ready to call the action. Meanwhile, the voices behind us keep rising in anticipation and excitement.
It's WrestleMania, Joe. Are you surprised? We live for this. This is like Christmas and Halloween and whatever else holiday you could put together all in one amazing weekend. And what's not to be fired up about?
And it's seemingly, I know there's people that say, wow, back-to-back in Las Vegas. And yet, when you take a look around the scenery, the vibe, it fits Vegas perfectly.
No, it absolutely does. It feels like WWE in many ways was meant to be in Las Vegas.
Including everything we've seen this week, because
I think Madison Square Garden actually
World at the Las
fits
Vegas
wrestling more.
Convention Center has been a scene, and there
We
was an
need a
incredibly
WrestleMania in
special
Wembley.
moment that happened just the other day that we're going to reveal to you in a moment. But first, we want to get to what was revealed inside Allegiant Stadium yesterday. Jackie and Peter, take it away.
Tess, thank you so much. It is a tradition that has become an absolute fan favorite for the WWE Universe, and that is the WrestleMania set reveal. It happened yesterday. Fans look forward to this every single year, and this year was no different. This year, WWE invited over 30 content creators from YouTube for an exclusive first look at the WrestleMania 42 set, and it looks pretty good.
It does look pretty good, and it was actually extra special. They brought in the undisputed champ, Cody Rhodes, to celebrate as well. But Jackie, you referenced the tradition of the set, and that is a tradition that goes back a long, long time.
WrestleMania, where set becomes spectacle. An enchanting symphony of engineering and artistic genius, of grandiosity and detail, where arenas and stadiums transform into amusement parks and cinemas, pyramids and pirate ships, where the only limit to design is the depth of one's imagination. And as this year's WrestleMania returns to Las Vegas, thousands of hours, countless hands, and one vision have truly produced the grandest stage of them all.
Now, when it comes to time on the ground, last year the incredible set was done in 12 days. However, because of some concert commitments in Las Vegas.
Shout out Bruno Mars. Shout out Luke Combs.
We love Bruno Mars. We love Luke Combs. We had only 5 days to get this year's set done. Came out pretty good, Jack.
I'd say so.
Incredible scene there inside the stadium. This was the scene as Nick Hogan, the son of the legendary Hulk Hogan, was surprised by Triple H with the magnificent statue of the late, great Hulk Hogan. It's been on display here in Vegas. Big documentary coming out in the life of Hulk Hogan. Of course, the legacy of the man who really built the foundation for everything we're experiencing here today. Speaking of legends, by the way, this is
He's only a 6-time WWE champion. That's insane.
WrestleMania. There are few broadcasters.
I thought he had more world title reigns, but no. He only has 6.
To the Masters. Keith Jackson was to the Rose Bowl, and Michael Cole is to WrestleMania. Good afternoon, my dear friend.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you so much for the kind words. You know, it's been quite the weekend for the memory of Hulk Hogan.
I
Last
still
night
can't
at the
get
Hall
over
of
the
Fame
fact that
induction
he's
ceremony,
dead,
there was
bro.
this wonderful statue that was revealed of the immortal moment from WrestleMania 3, 93,000 Pontiac Silverdome, the night that Hulk Hogan would lift Andre the Giant off his feet and deliver the power slam. The slam heard round the world.
Y'all keep using that ever since Will Smith slapped this guy. I forgot his name. Ever since someone used that for the news headline for that, everyone's been copying that. Come on.
People on the planet. so it was a no-brainer that he would be in the main event at the greatest wrestling event of all time, the very first WrestleMania.
The greatest representation in the world of professional wrestling, champ Hulk Hogan.
The spectacle was a massive success, and it's fair to say that without Hulk Hogan, we wouldn't be in Las Vegas today for the 42nd edition of the Showcase of the Immortals. In the early days of this pop culture phenomenon, Hulk was the person people wanted to see, main eventing 8 of the first 9 WrestleManias, second in history to only Roman Reigns. I watched in awe as Hulkster did the unthinkable at WrestleMania 3 and actually body slammed the behemoth known as Andre the Giant. 93,000 people in attendance gasped as Hogan shocked the world. I was emotionally torn when the mega powers, Hogan and Savage, exploded in WrestleMania 5. At WrestleMania 6 at Skydome in Toronto, I shed a tear as Hulk stepped aside to give the spotlight to the Ultimate Warrior in the Ultimate Challenge.
I do believe Hulkamania will live forever. It absolutely will.
Ironically, it was not in a main event where Hogan may have given this show its greatest moment. Returning to Skydome in Toronto for his first WrestleMania in 9 years, Hogan squared off against The Rock. Icon versus icon. The reaction was thunderous. Over 68,000, myself included, hanging on every single moment as the curtain would lower on the Attitude Era. This year marks the first WrestleMania since the passing of the legend known as Hulk Hogan. I know as the legions of WWE fans descend upon Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas this weekend, the Hulkster's presence will be there. Just as it was then, just as it is now, just as it always will be, the legacy of WrestleMania that Hulk Hogan helped build will forever endure. You know, I had the distinct honor to call one WrestleMania match of Hulk Hogan. It was back at WrestleMania 19, the night that Hulk Hogan squared off against Mr. McMahon. And I was honored to be able to say I had an opportunity to lend my voice to a Hulk Hogan match at the greatest spectacle in live entertainment. Back to you, Joe.
Michael, we're all honored that you're going to be with us here in just a couple hours to listen to your voice and the magnificence of the call that we will have today for WrestleMania 42. By the way, you know, just a beautiful scene the other day with Hulk's son Nick as that statue was revealed. It was quite emotional.
No, absolutely. The mark that he's left on this industry, absolutely indelible. Many of us don't even have the opportunity to sit here and do what we do without him. So to be able to honor him in that way, I thought was very, very fitting.
He was called the Immortal Hulk Hogan for a reason. Without him, it could be argued that none of this is the magnitude that it is today. So he will always be missed, and his presence will always be felt.
Well, the version of Michael that you just heard there is not the version you're going to hear in just a couple of hours, because it is coming up on ESPN2 in the first hour, as well as, of course, the ESPN map. And it may be the most outrageous match we see over the course of the next 2 days. It is an unsanctioned match between Drew McIntyre and Jacob Fatu, and WWE claims no responsibility for the superstar's safety. Of course, we have seen in recent weeks just how far Drew McIntyre and Jacob Fatu are willing to go.
Hope is a dangerous thing. Hope isn't imprisoned by our past, but it anchors the fool to false confidence. I hoped to walk into the main event of WrestleMania as undisputed WWE champion. But that beacon of hope was extinguished by Jacob, 'Fatu. 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 In the court of public opinion, Drew McIntyre is always guilty till proven innocent. Jacob has branded me as a scapegoat for his own indecisions. He's a menace to society. A dangerous criminal that should be locked away. Well, fear not. Because come WrestleMania, justice will be served. It will be unrepented, unwavering, unsanctioned. Jacob will wish he was back behind bars.
Drew! You try to end my career? Man, you try to take food off my kids' tables. You did all that, but I'm still standing. And as long as I got air in these lungs, I'm gonna dog walk your punk ass. In this match, there are no rules. There is no one there to stop me. So at WrestleMania, you're in my world. Let's see if you make it out.
That's such a
Hope can drive a man insane. But hope can be a good thing. Because my hope is finally putting Jacob in the ground for good. Get busy living. Or get busy dying.
I'm standing by with Drew McIntyre. And Drew, I want to take you back to last night on SmackDown, where we heard from your opponent, Jacob Fatu, and Fatu made it abundantly clear he's ready for tonight's unsanctioned match, but there was also an overwhelming sense of calm to his words, which begs the question, do you think the mind games you've tried to play with Jacob maybe haven't been as effective as you wanted?
I've not been playing mind games. I've been doing what I always do, which is tell the truth. Plus, you can't play mind games with someone that's completely brainless. What was he said last night? Trying to get in a catchphrase like he always does. Sell 50 t-shirts, have 50 t-shirts, get a calculator, Drew, do the math. What does he know about math? What does he know about education? When I was at university getting an education, he was in frickin' jail. You know what degree he was in? Criminology. I learned about people like you.
That's
and I learned that
crazy.
most of them eventually re-offend, and you haven't stopped re-offending since you got out the joint, have you? No, stealing my title, stealing my main event at WrestleMania. You want a Mania moment so bad, buddy? I'll give it to you. I'm going to take every weapon in the building and beat you within an inch of your life. I'm going to do everybody a favor as well when I'm at it. When I take you out, it's not just for me. It's for the WWE roster. It's for our fans. It's for your wife. It's for your children. Because eventually, you're going to re-offend. You're going to hurt everyone around you because that's what you do, and you're going to end up back in the joint. I may not be the hero that everybody wants at WrestleMania. I'm the hero you need.
Thank you, Drew. Whatever does take place between Drew McIntyre and Jacob Fatu tonight is sure to be a scene that is not for the faint at heart. Back to you guys at the panel.
Byron, thank you very much. All right, I mean, how much further can this thing go with Drew McIntyre and Jacob Fatu? We had a car crash. We saw him pulled through a windshield. They fell off of a building. There's been handcuffs. There's been the police car last night. Where is this thing going, E?
Well, Tess, there's no parameters for this thing. It's unsanctioned. This is going to go, I think, in many ways, all over the building. We're probably going to see weapons we didn't even imagine. But I think these two have a lot to prove. Just 43 days ago, Drew McIntyre was a world champion, probably, I'm sure, believing he was going to defend that title in a big match at WrestleMania. And I think Jacob Fatu has talked about the fact that he went away for a little bit and I think lost some of that momentum that he had. So I think both of these guys are trying to prove they deserve to be at the very top of the card.
I agree with you. That's going to be the goal. My question is, who has the right mentality? Is it Drew McIntyre, who does seem to be, for all intents and purposes, under the skin of Jacob Fatu, at least more so than anybody that we've seen thus far in Fatu's WWE tenure? We heard last night Jacob Fatu say that my criminal past is behind me. That's not part of who I am anymore. If there is any semblance of that being still inside Jacob Fatu, tonight's the night to tap into it. Think of all of the things that Drew McIntyre's temper has cost him in his career. Tonight, that's encouraged. Drew McIntyre is looking forward to, he is salivating at the thought of bringing the fight to the Samoan Werewolf in an unsanctioned match. And tonight, there might be a silver bullet with Jacob Fatu's name on it in the form of a Claymore.
And for those new to this, you hear unsanctioned match. Listen, WWE is simply providing a referee so we can have a conclusion to this.
That's it. They're there to count the fall.
That is
Stop the
it.
fight.
There will simply be a ref so that this thing has an ending to it, a conclusion to get us a winner. Anything else goes with anything, anywhere, and WWE is not responsible for what happens as we continue on here on the countdown to WrestleMania 42. And Mr. T and so many, plus Cody Rhodes in that conversation. And guess who's coming your way, fans? Get ready! HBK, the living legend, is joining us here on the countdown to WrestleMania. Shawn Michaels, when we continue on here. Great to see you.
Hello, sir. How you doing? Hello, sir. How you doing? A pleasure. Hello there, young man. How you doing?
As WrestleMania took over Las Vegas, WWE joined forces with local organizations to give back and create unforgettable moments in the community. WWE superstars visited the Boys and Girls Club to unveil a renovated Superspace. Superstars spent time with service members at Nellis Air Force Base, celebrating their commitment to service. Through Make-A-Wish and Fanatics, families experienced WWE World. At the Circle of Champions event, 27 Wish Kids enjoyed a special venue and unforgettable superstar meet.
I wonder if John Cena still granting Make-A-Wishes.
ESPN and Special Olympics Unified event, celebrating inclusion through sport. WrestleMania brought joy, connection, and lasting memories to kids and families across Las Vegas.
Bruh. Next time I am definitely waiting for the pre-show to be done before starting my stream, bro. 'Cause, like, what are we doing here, bro? I don't know, man. Like these freaking we'll be right back screens, these ads, like the pre-show is so freaking insufferable to sit through. It's so dumb. It's so bad. You can imagine what Eddie Guerrero will be doing right now if he was still alive. What's his life? So Dominic versus Finn is tomorrow. Tomorrow.
This contest is the special Iron Man match for the World Wrestling Federation Championship.
It transcended just a wrestling match.
The legendary Bret the Hitman Hart against the challenger, the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels.
Bret was the consummate technician, but to Shawn, it was his time.
To zip line from the top of an arena all the way down like that.
That is one of the most iconic images in all of WWE.
You know, waving to everybody and doing your stuff at the same time you're seeing the ring and all that. So I'm going over the match and stuff. It's a weird process.
Both of us were probably in the peak of our careers.
3 or 4 years ago, I said, this is going to be the guy that's going to try to take my spot.
There was a true animosity between Bret and Shawn.
Right now, in 1996, I can't believe that you are the best there is.
The man who wins the most decisions will be declared the World Wrestling Federation Champion.
I wanted to have that badge of the guy that did an hour, and I thought Bret and I would be the two guys that were perfect to do that.
That time period, there's probably no two wrestlers that could do an hour match better than we can. And then it was just a question of like whether you can pull it off.
I waited so long for Shawn to become champion, to watch my hero accomplish his dream.
It was such a beautiful match. Every single move was perfect. It was an absolute masterpiece.
I'm more proud of the risk that he and I took and the belief in the company that they had on the two of us that we could do that.
Sharpshooter! Michaels trying to hang on!
We ended it at 60 minutes. No one had defeated anyone.
This match has been ordered to continue.
It's not over.
Wait a minute! Michaels said he got it! He got all of it! Michaels got all of it! Michaels with a cover!
The boyhood dream has come true for Shawn Michaels.
To me, it was a great way to pass the torch to Shawn.
It was wonderful, and I wouldn't change it for anything in the world. You find a great deal of joy in that moment because those were all the things that you get in this line of work for.
You want to watch great wrestling, you watch that Iron Man match. It's a clinic for any young wrestler.
You don't have to be a fan of wrestling and you can get caught up in that. That's just magic. It really is magic.
Years ago. Hey, WrestleMania. How about the legend joining us here? Shawn Michaels, HBK with us.
Shawn, I've got a question for you, Shawn, not to jump on you, Joe.
No.
When you and Bret were in the ring, making magic at WrestleMania 12, did you have any idea that that matchup would have impact on generations to follow?
Well, I guess somebody like Bret, the way he was thinking at that time, he might have been able to think that way. I was thinking so day to day at that time in my life. You just never really thought about the long-standing impact that some of these matches might have had on people. I sit back all these years ago, or all these years later, and I'm very proud of so many, and that obviously being one of them. As I mentioned in that piece, I was more proud, I think, of the risk I felt we took in going an hour. It's one thing to have a wrestling match for an hour when the fans don't know that it's going to go an hour.
Right.
But they've got the, we've got the clock up. It's going 1 hour. You got to settle in and watch this thing. And said it before, and I'll say it again. No other guy other than Bret Hart I'd rather been out there with on that particular night, because he truly is the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
Shawn, we're glad you're with us here. Why don't you just settle in and join us for the Countdown Show here for a good bit. Join in the conversations. We're going to have many of them, including talking about debuts, Big E, because this is a WrestleMania where it's not completely the changing of the guard, but there is an influx of new blood, of folks making their debuts, like Javon Evans and Dragon Lee, J.D. McDonough, Trick Williams, Lash Legend. So many NXT stars that now here are at Mania. But this moment is huge when you make the debut.
Well, I was going to say, Sean, you must be so immensely proud because this crop of young men and women coming up from NXT, they're not just here to kind of fill out the card. They truly look like the future main eventers. And I'm not
Is the fact that Carmelo is not at WrestleMania this year with Trick Williams and Sami Zayn. How did they just shafted Ilya and Carmelo is crazy.
What I love is we say goodbye to John Cena, to AJ Styles, to so many of these all-time greats. But then right off the heels of that, we got the next generation of stars. I am so excited to see Oba perform, to see Lash perform. So many incredible superstars are going to make their name here tonight and tomorrow.
So proud of the young men and women that come through the Performance Center in Orlando, Florida. Obviously, on this particular WrestleMania, Trick, Oba, Javon, and I guess I really want to put emphasis on Lash. I'm telling you, Lash Legend, we knew, look, you can just see when she walks in a room that she's something special. And all 3, 4 of these individuals, you could see had something. And you just wondered, all right, will they be as special as you believe they're going to be? And, you know, sometimes when you get that excited about talent, you're really worried about getting disappointed. But I am so happy and honored to be able to say that these 4 that are going to debut at WrestleMania, I believe, are going to be some of the most successful.
Carmelo and Ilya should have been in these spots too, bro.
Right now, I don't think anybody would disagree with that. Talk to us a little bit about how it feels when you see that light bulb go off, when you can tell that the talents, these young guys and girls, are finally getting it. Is there a moment that you can look back on and say, that's when I knew, that's when I knew, that's when I knew?
Well, again, just the, you know, I think Booker calls it the airport test.
Yes.
You know, so all of them, as they came in the door, after recruitment, at the tryouts, you can see they're just special. They're unbelievable specimens, just, you know, on their own look and the way they carry themselves. You could see that they looked like they had real potential. Now, we've seen numerous people that had potential, but it didn't work out. The one thing that I'm so proud of, these individuals, every one of them was not afraid to be coached hard and work hard. Each and every one of them, they were all very different and unique in their own special ways. All of them you had to coach.
You know who's that with the fedora?
But you could challenge them. They were grown men,
Hey, Shawn
grown
Michaels.
women, and you could challenge
You
them.
can remember Shawn Michaels?
Them, and they always stood up to that. And that's what I guess I'm so proud of, because they withstood each and everything you threw at them. They handled it like pros.
You of all people supposed to remember Shawn Michaels, Grandma.
The future of the WWE is in such good hands. I couldn't be more proud of what we're doing in NXT.
And that continues Tuesday nights, of course, 8 p.m. Everything that Sean is doing. You want to see the future stars. I know you got a big show this week as well. Tuesdays, 8 o'clock, NXT. All right, we've been asking you, what do you think are the top...
This is what you will probably look like when you was watching wrestling.
History. So, guys, let's waste no time. I think they had a blue ribbon panel that put this together here for the top 10 celebrity moments. And we're starting with breaking into the top 10. The very first one. You got Liberace, you had Cyndi Lauper, you had Muhammad Ali, and you had Mr. T in the main event with Hulk Hogan. Top 10 celebrity moment, number 10 was WrestleMania 1. And then how about WrestleMania 11 with Lawrence Taylor?
This is one of my fondest moments. I remember Salt and Pepper performing LT out as well. It felt so massive, and Bam Bam, one of the greatest big men of all time.
WrestleMania 39 comes in at number 8, Corey.
Well, this one will certainly be better remembered than whatever Pat McAfee has in store for us tonight. But that's when the world got a glimpse of what Pat was capable of, and the Snoop D-O double G, unfortunately at the expense of The Miz.
Butterbean is number 7, Sean.
Butterbean. He is the
clearly has dispensered Bob Uecker.
Just a little bit outside.
WrestleMania 33 and Rob Gronkowski, Big E.
I remember thinking Gronk might have killed Jinder Mahal right here.
Yeah.
When he hit him with the tackle. Thankfully, Jinder was okay.
We're going to take you back to Dallas for WrestleMania 38 and Johnny Knoxville and Sami Zayn.
I remember being there that night, and I don't believe AT&T Stadium was as loud as it was all weekend for when Wee Man body slammed Sami Zayn.
The late Pete Rose comes in at number 3 with Kane. How about a tombstone? WrestleMania 14 and 15. Bad Bunny and Priest, The Miz, and John Morrison, WrestleMania 30.
My God, what a show he put on. This man put the work in. He showed out. I was so impressed with what Bad Bunny did in my hometown of Tampa.
Did you really think, Sean, we were leaving this out? Did you really, Sean?
I would never let the truth get in the way of a great story. That's right.
No, I
I
agree.
took a punch from Mike Tyson and lived to tell about it.
You want street cred in Vegas? Not that you need street cred at WrestleMania, but you want street cred in Vegas? Knock out Mike Tyson, you got it.
Well, as they once, and as the kids say today, 90s HBK was a menace.
Let's check in with Kathy Kelly. Kathy.
Well, guys, I am here with the man of the hour, the man kicking off WrestleMania and Speed. I have talked to you after a lot of your significant moments here in WWE, but now I get to talk to you before your first WrestleMania match. How crazy is that?
I mean, it's crazy itself. Like, Speed wrestling at WrestleMania, so... I mean, I couldn't even imagine telling my 8-year-old self this as a kid, that I'll be wrestling inside of a match at WrestleMania like this, but I just, you know, I feel like I'm at the point at the barrier where I just gotta give them all, you know. I just gotta do it, you know. I'm gonna be honest, I'm nervous. First match at WrestleMania. I don't even know how I even got into this, but
You're here, and that's what matters. Speaking of how you got into this, you've been trained by the Vision in Logan.
the training was very different. Like, my body's still sore from the training, so I got to bring it out on here on the Mania with a sore body. So,
Well, I know you are very athletic, and you've got a lot going on, including learning Mandarin. All you got to do is get that ER Sun, and you get the win. So, good luck today, and we also are going to send it over to The Miz, who has some very special news.
It's WrestleMania 42, and you can feel the electricity. So far, I've officiated weddings. I've hosted the WWE.
Hello! Sorry to interrupt your normally scheduled broadcast programming. WrestleMania countdown, I believe. But, hey, The Miz, how are you? I'm right above ya. Hello. You're still cursed, by the way. And, Danhausen, just want to say hello to the fan housings of WrestleMania. And that, you know, love that Danhausen, because if you don't, you are cursed.
And it's streaming right now. So now that you have all the insider details, be sure to tune in. It's awesome!
Oh, Miz. Oh, Miz. Be a fan house, everybody. Aerial coverage is brought to you by Goodyear. Legends aren't born, they're proven. Speaking of a proven legend, let's go back to Michael Cole.
Thanks a lot, Joe. You know, we're all looking forward to tomorrow night as well, WrestleMania Sunday, and the main event, I believe, one of the most hyped main events in history, where the best in the world, CM Punk, is going to defend the World Heavyweight Championship against the OTC, the Tribal Chief, Roman Reigns. I had the opportunity earlier this week to sit down with Roman. I asked him a plethora of questions, including what happens if you lose.
There is something different about WWE when Roman Reigns is around. Do you feel it?
I've always felt that way. This is my family's business. It didn't always feel that way for everybody else. I think it took me a little while to get comfortable. It took me a little while to find my way, but when someone's meant to do something, when I don't like to use it because everybody says I was born for this. I was really born for this. It's not something that I just dreamed up. This is a stronger power than just my plans. This is God's plans. To put me and my family in this position, to have all of us in the same company, to be a part of this like 0.0001% fraternity, to be in the elite of the elite, you know, live performers. This is what I'm meant to do.
Let's talk about WrestleMania in general first. Over the past decade plus, you have made this your show. 11 main events, counting Sunday night. No one's close. Hulk Hogan had 8, considered one of the greatest of all time. What does it mean to you to be in the main event year after year after year?
Well, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but that's my legacy. That's my MO. When I say, I used to yell at the twins all the time, you know what I mean? We're representing our family. Everything that we do, every breath we take is a representation of our legacy, of what we've done on this earth. So for me to have 11 WrestleMania main events, it's just something I'm extremely proud of. That's what I put on my mantle, to just sit there and remind me of how I represented our family at the highest level, to lift our legacy up, to lift the standard of performance, to dominate the scene, and to own the industry that my family is so heavily involved in.
So let's talk about Punk. 2012, The Shield, Rollins, Ambrose, and Reigns' debut at Survivor Series at the behest of CM Punk. What was it at that time that drew Roman Reigns to Punk?
Well, nothing drew me to Punk, let's just be clear about that. I thought he was a nice guy at the time. We didn't have all the information back then. He clearly didn't, you know, he didn't have me in mind for that group. It was the higher powers at the time that inserted me. So yeah, for like a week, maybe 2, he was cool, very cool. Let us ride on his bus from, you know, one town to the other. We were training together, and then out of nowhere, you know, and this is a business. It is what it is. What goes between you and the office is between you and the office, but you don't ever take it out on the boys. And he did what he always does. He put on that you know, that mask. He put on, you know, the shtick of, you know, being CM Punk. And then when times got tough, he took his ball and he went home. He ran.
Coincidentally, over that decade, we saw the emergence of Roman Reigns and then the Tribal Chief. Is that why it irks you so much that Punk returns to all this fanfare, calls himself the best in the world, yet he wasn't here and didn't go through what you had to go through?
Part 2 of that conversation will come on the Countdown to WrestleMania show on Sunday. Of course, on Sunday,
Are you
it is
serious?
the main event, the 11th career WrestleMania main event for Roman Reigns, the World Heavyweight Championship, CM Punk and Roman Reigns. Very good in-depth discussion. Where do you see Roman at this stage of his career?
So to me, it's amazing what Roman has built in his years here in the WWE. I think everyone sees him now as the OTC, and they act as if he has been that forever. It was an easy road for him, and that is simply not the case. The reality is Roman Reigns got put into a very tough situation very early in his career and struggled for a long, long time. And over time, he built this unbelievable resolve and legacy, and respectfully, damn near all on his own. And I think we have tendency to be dismissive of all those other years because we've gotten so accustomed to this version of the OTC and the Tribal Chief that feels so right. And he is a guy that, as he said, has literally dominated the main event scene at WrestleMania unlike anybody that's ever done it. And the clash between him and Punk is really, and I don't mean to diminish it, but it reminds me a lot of Brett and I as just two very different philosophies and mindsets about the way we approach this business. Because all that time that Punk was gone, and he was indeed making a point, and a valid point for himself that I absolutely supported him in. But at the same time, Roman Reigns took the reins of the WWE through this place on his back and has carried it for over a decade. And I have to be honest, this is a match that I'm very excited about because this is, to me, kind of determines the future of where the WWE goes from here on out.
Which is interesting because you frame that up against the recent promo cut by CM Punk where he discusses how much he hates him, how much he envies him, 1,316 days as champion, and saying, it was handed to you, counter to what Sean is saying. How do you frame it?
Look, handed to you is one way to put it. Roman was thrust in many ways into this position. And I think of him, thinking of the NFL draft that's coming up, it's a lot like a prospect who has all the tools, but he's a little raw. He hasn't played as many games. He doesn't have as much experience. So Roman was put into the spot of being the starter, of having to be the guy. And Sean, to your point, oftentimes I think fans discount when you're young. It is tough to be in there against Undertaker, Cena, some of the best of all time, and you have to put on an epic match. That's the expectation, and you're still in your 20s. You're still figuring it out. It took Roman some time to get that comfortability, but he's all the way there and has been all the way there for the last 6 years. He is a Roman Reigns who is fully realized, who is ready for this spot. And I think what I find interesting too is a lot of the discussion I saw online with Roman when we're talking about verbal barbs with these promos going back and forth with CM Punk was, is someone neutering him? Is someone telling him not to be able to go all in? And I wondered, is Roman as really as locked in as we think he should be? Then I saw that promo that he cut in the back of a car just a few days ago, and I said, oh, no, he's ready. This man is focused. He is laser sharp. I think he has a massive point to prove. It does feel in many ways like two opposite ideologies about how this business is done, and that's what I find so fascinating. But these guys, they're both ready for this spot, and I think they're going to put on a classic.
Corey?
Look, I've known both of these guys since Roman Reigns in the days in FCW. I was back on the independents with CM Punk. To Sean's point, two totally different views of the business, what it should be, how it can be viewed. I think the best man wins. It sounds like an easy cop-out, but that's the fact.
Sean, great to visit with you.
And both of them are correct in their views of the paths that they've traveled. That's what makes this so compelling to me. I love it when everybody's right. And when those things come together, man, it's going to be fantastic.
Sean, you thought you were coming up for a little visit, a little interview, the 30th anniversary of the Iron Man. No, we put you to work. We make you a full analyst here for a long time with us, and it was great to have you.
Thank you very much.
HBK on WrestleMania 42. We got much more coming up here on the countdown to WrestleMania from just outside Allegiant Stadium. Look at this massive crowd coming over from the Strip. We're just over an hour away. We're going to be headed inside in just a little bit. But coming up next, we've got the legendary moments that we're going to add to as you look through the years of so many stars and so many memorable moments, including on a week like this when the Hall of Fame takes center stage, and then the Hall of Famers come to spend time with us throughout the weekend. And we are thrilled to have one of them with us. Recently retired and right into the Hall of Fame, the phenomenal one, AJ Styles. Congratulations, AJ. That was wonderful, man.
They're going to take your spot. Thank you.
This thing down there is starting freaking 6 o'clock.
You see the fans filing in to this area just outside Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. Many actually heading inside. We'll be heading inside in a moment. First hour of WrestleMania 42 is available on ESPN2. Of course, the whole weekend is on the ESPN app. A weekend of such celebration in every aspect of the industry, including the Hall of Fame. And we welcome the newest member of the WWE Hall of Fame, AJ Styles.
Thank you.
How's that feel?
A little unreal, like especially when I look at my hand and there's this big ring on my pinky. Not because I expected to go on my pinky.
Let me take a look at this thing. You haven't even
had.
had this 24 hours yet. This is absolutely beautiful, very well deserved.
I see you shining.
Although I have to say, since you unfortunately lost to Gunther and ended your career here in WWE, I've seen more of you now than I did before that.
I know, it's weird.
And I love it. It's fantastic. What's the focus of AJ Styles now? Now that you've made it to the Hall of Fame, but obviously your contribution is still being felt.
Well, I mean, I'm hopefully going to find out, the next talent, the diamonds in the rough that exist out there on the independents. I want to be a big part of that. I want to find them. I want to go. I want to recruit the best that we've got. So that still scratches that itch for wrestling for me.
I love that. And I love, too, you know, I feel like if anyone could have gone an hour, hour and a half with their speech last night, you deserve that opportunity. But you said, nah, I'm switching things up. I'm going to make sure it's nice and tight. What went into your decision to keep that a little bit more brief than a lot of people?
Well, what's the one thing we've heard our whole career? Less is more. And so I've sat where you guys have sat. I know what it's like to be out there forever. You're tired. You just got out of a show with SmackDown. You know what? I'm going to make this short and sweet and at the same time let so many people know how much I love them and appreciate them. And if they remember one thing, at least it's that.
How does it feel, AJ, to be here at Allegiant Stadium, the same place we were last year for WrestleMania, at WrestleMania, but not an active part of the event itself?
It's weird. I mean, because it's WrestleMania, you know, so... But at the same time, man, I really enjoyed it. So maybe more because it wasn't the pressure of WrestleMania. There wasn't a match I had to focus on. All I got to do and all I needed to do was focus on my family and everyone else.
Guys, we're here at Countdown to WrestleMania. We're going to be joined now by ESPN.
Oh.
As we welcome everybody to Vegas, where big, bright, and bold is how it's done. And this is the weekend that every WWE moment funnels to. WrestleMania, the grandest stage of them all. And what does Allegiant Stadium do for an encore on this beautiful sun-kissed day here in the desert? It's back-to-back years with this entertainment palace hosting WrestleMania. And it does so now with a 2-day card on ESPN and the ESPN app that tops them all. All the superstars have come out and arrived here as we're on the countdown to WrestleMania, including La Primera. Stephanie Vaquer is highlighting and in the spotlight today. There she is. She has worked incredibly hard to get to the top. Now she's opposite one of her most hated rivals, Liv Morgan. Of course, the guy who continues to create all the intensity for Mania is Paul Triple H Levesque. Last night saw his wife inducted into the Hall of Fame, and now the pressure...
So we're calling him Paul Triple H Levesque? Okay.
It is time to create the moment we will never forget. It is time for WrestleMania 42, the countdown.
Oh, the countdown. Alright. Got me thinking.
We're seeing the greatest spectacle in wrestling history right now.
Hulk Hogan's gonna bury him.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to WrestleMania. Unbelievable! My dream has come true. This is the pinnacle of entertainment.
Oh my God. Oh man.
Wow.
Ooh.
I mean, my God. Let's see. Ooh.
I got a lot of them. When I think of WrestleMania, I think of Roddy Piper, Burt Reynolds, Aretha Franklin.
WrestleMania 9, Yokozuna versus Bret Hart.
WrestleMania 7, Macho King and Miss Elizabeth reconciling. A love story right in front of your face.
The end of an era match.
The Rock versus Hulk Hogan. You could literally feel the arena split in half. Goosebumps thinking about it.
Congratulations, ended the Undertaker streak.
The streak is over.
Was different some fears in the house.
Hands down, WrestleMania 1, the main event, my father.
Cowboy Bob Orton. As WrestleMania makes history.
No, forget.
It was pandemonium.
That was incredible.
WrestleMania is the top.
Biggest event of the year.
the greatest spectacle in the world.
The grandest stage of them all.
WrestleMania is magic.
It's one of those things you dream about.
It's just like, well,
The one show that could change your life.
WrestleMania has gave a lot of people in the world hope.
That one moment, the entire world stops. That's it.
All gas, no brakes for WrestleMania.
It's WrestleMania, bro.
Is it ever, as it is an incredible scene here at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. We are just over an hour away from WrestleMania 42. And the matches representing this loaded card will start off with a six-man tag with I Show Speed. One of the biggest
they're
social
open.
media
Okay.
influencers, but an incredible athlete, joining Logan Paul and Austin Theory, the Vision, against the Usos and LA Knight. Jay and Jimmy have arrived here in Vegas to take care of business. That will be match number 1 on ESPN2. Of course, everything on the ESPN app. And the bus is here. The American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, at the conclusion of night 1, will defend the undisputed WWE Championship against Randy Orton. As we welcome you just outside this magnificent setting here for WrestleMania 42, Joe Tessitore alongside Big E, Corey Graves. And how about a hand for the new Hall of Famer, AJ Styles? Show everybody that ring right there. I mean, that's a whole lot of diamonds to get on your hand. AJ, congratulations. Of course, you understand the unique pressures and excitement that come along with WrestleMania. This one feels big time, man. You can sense it.
It's always big. It is WrestleMania. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing bigger than wrestling. This is the Super Bowl of wrestling. So,
E, what's got you most excited as we're about to start day 1?
Look, I know we're going to get into the main event, but Stephanie Vaquer and Liv Morgan has been so heated. It has gotten very personal. It has gotten very violent very quickly. I think these two women are going to put a show on.
Does wrestling need
Yeah,
saving?
my Mary's back.
It seems like it's in pretty good shape to us. Either way, I can't wait to see how this unfolds, because if Randy and McAfee leave Allegiant Stadium with the gold, who knows what this place looks like on Monday?
Listen, we had that conversation a little earlier on the Countdown show, but AJ wasn't with us when we had it. I would love to get your reaction to all this chaos we've seen in the last 2.5 weeks as Pat McAfee, of all people, has inserted himself into this championship storyline, the build of Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton.
I'm still trying to figure it out. Why does Randy Orton need Pat McAfee? Did he get bored sitting at home doing his podcast? I don't know what it is.
But there's another side of it, AJ, and I want your opinion here, because this was something that Corey brought up. He's a disruptor, but he's also a distraction. It seems like so much of Cody Rhodes' attention in the last 2 weeks going into this championship match has been on Pat McAfee, almost more so than Randy Orton. Does that play a factor?
Well, it's a distraction, right? Pat McAfee is
Pat
the distraction for Randy Orton. Cody takes his off on Randy, gets blindsided by Pat. Who knows? Or vice versa. It's really... and when you think about it, it's really just stupid. How about that?
That's one way to put it.
We're going to carry you through for just over an hour before we get to the start of day 1 right here on ESPN2 and, of course, the ESPN app. You thought John Cena was done? Well, he is when it comes to in the ring, but he is going to be our host for WrestleMania. The never-seen 17, the
John Cena
greatest of
hosting
all time.
WrestleMania
You will
this year.
see him as the host of WrestleMania, and John Cena will
Oh, it
present
was.
this card. Today alone, 4
Yo, went up twice?
title matches, and there are some incredible, that are coming your way to see who walks out of here with gold, including the big one. Cody Rhodes, Randy Orton, the undisputed WWE Championship is the main event as we say hello to Peter Rosenberg for more in the latest on Randy Orton. Good afternoon, Peter.
Thank you so much, Tess. And listen, I was just listening to your conversation, and that sums up what's been happening. Pat McAfee this, Pat McAfee that. We cannot forget this is about Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton at the end of the day. And last night, Randy Orton made clear on SmackDown, the only thing Pat McAfee has done is open the eyes for Randy Orton on what he needs to do to accomplish his goal of that 15th, that historic 15th championship. So we can talk about all the other stuff, but at the end of the day, Randy Orton is solely focused on Cody Rhodes. Jackie?
Well, Rosenberg, it's interesting because over the last couple of weeks from the outside, it's looked like Cody Rhodes' sole focus has been Pat McAfee and not Randy Orton. But I talked to Cody this morning and he said that is no longer the case. And, you know, he was quick to point out something interesting. Cody said, Jackie, this keeps happening to me. Every WrestleMania since I came back to WWE, there's been all these external forces at play. But he said what he's learned from those experiences is that the best thing Cody Rhodes can do for Cody Rhodes is turn that focus inward on what he can control and what it's going to take to defeat the likes of the legend killer himself, Randy Orton, and further cement his own legacy in WWE. So Tess, Cody essentially said, it's on me tonight.
It is, Jackie. The pressure is on Cody Rhodes tonight to defend that undisputed championship. Let's get into the timeline, the history of Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton. So much has been made about the last 2 weeks and the insertion of Pat McAfee that everybody forgets the last 2 decades and how much the careers are intertwined between Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton. 2 decades of history, starting back in 2007 with Cody's debut losing to Randy Orton when he got going here. But it is interesting how this build has gone about to understand 2 decades boiled down to about 2+ weeks of total chaos.
No, absolutely. And I'm so glad we're spending more time actually talking about Randy Orton, because at one point it seemed like the match was actually Cody Rhodes against Pat McAfee. And we got this whole legend killer, one of the greatest to ever do it. We forgot that's who Cody is in the ring with. So I think in many ways, Cody's concern has been too much about Pat and that possibility. I think he needs to be more laser focused on this massive, 6'5", 285-pound man who he's going to be standing across the ring from, who is truly one of the best to ever lace up boots.
But has that been the plan since the beginning? Is that what Pat McAfee is here to accomplish? So Cody's attention is split, and Randy Orton can sit back, he can sit coiled and strike when the time is right. We know Randy's got the tools, we know Randy's got the experience. If anybody can dethrone the American Nightmare, it's Randy Orton.
But does Randy need that? Does he have that? Randy could stand on his own against anyone in the world.
Let's ask AJ.
Can I jump in on this?
Please do.
It's Randy Orton.
Thank you.
Maybe Randy's just using Pat McAfee, and then once he's done with Pat, he can RKO him too. I don't know.
I mean, that could be what he's doing.
And it's 2 decades of history that we were mentioning here. The timeline with Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton. Of course, Cody Rhodes, 12 WrestleMania matches, 3 times the world champion. He's trying to retain that status. The 60th moment came at WrestleMania 40. And then there is the Viper. 21 WrestleMania matches, a 14-time world champion, a man who, if he wins today, gets number 15, and he would be all alone in 3rd place all-time in WWE history. You see the history between these. We mentioned Cody's debut match was as they have woven through all the years to arrive here. It's not easy for Cody Rhodes to be QB1, as he likes the term it. He shared all of it with us and sat down recently to discuss it.
2022, WrestleMania. It was your triumphant return to WWE. Since then, 4 straight main events against iconic rivals. How do you possibly describe your relationship with the show of shows?
I'll use a term that I heard Sami Zayn use backstage. Golden Boy.
No.
I can only say it with confidence because of my
Okay, I'm not
relationship with
calling
the
you
show of
one
shows
você que do go back to the door and
came back
keep
to WWE,
quarreling. Oh gosh,
where I
dog.
was the
Listen.
furthest thing from that. To come back and to main event WrestleMania and then to main event WrestleMania again, as far as pro wrestling and sports entertainment goes, that's the hardest thing to get. It makes it a very special event. Yeah.
Cody, this year you return to Las Vegas on the big stage against a guy who, for the better part of 2 decades, has been considered your dear friend, Randy Orton. A guy who believed in you when few did. How do you reconcile that with the emotion of recent weeks of him being a guy who left you in a pool of your own blood?
I don't think you can reconcile. I thought I'd get the opportunity for the guy I had my first match on WWE TV with to look at me and see me. For him to see me and know, oh, he's a totally different animal. And not only that, he's gonna beat me. The Randy Orton that you're seeing now will do anything to get to 15. So again, you can't reconcile that.
Randy is reconnected with those voices in his head in a way like we've never seen. You said you wanted that version of Randy Orton. Do you regret that at this point?
2009 Randy Orton. Pat McAfee, being the guy that Randy Orton was talking to on the phone, is the most disappointing reveal in the history of pro wrestling.
The business that you're leading is terrible.
What I would say to Pat McAfee,
He is gonna save the business.
why don't we get you one of these Fanatics titles, right? Get him down, let him do an entrance, make a whole big thing, we'll chant his name, and then he can go back to whoever sent him and he can say, thank you, Daddy. And we can be done with this. Pat, you've given me a gift because for the first time in the centuries that the sport of pro wrestling has existed, everyone can agree on one thing. No one wants Pat McAfee at WrestleMania.
Cody, Randy Orton says, you're not a killer.
Hey, I know it's your interview, but what's a killer? Is Randy Orton saddling up with Pat McAfee, jumping people from behind? Does that make you a killer? No. Randy's as fake as he's ever been. I have no problem matching him at the lengths that he's willing to go. I've been here before. I'm not worried about it.
Cody, this is now 3 straight years where your road to WrestleMania has been incredibly influenced and affected by outside forces. Is this just the price of being QB1, or is there something far bigger going on when it comes to all this?
If you choose to be a Cody Rhodes fan during WrestleMania season, this is what we do. This is what we do. We thrive in this environment. I'd like to think that this is just part of it, that it comes with the territory, and I'm not the first person who's encountered this. But, you know what? No. No. I have to be ready for Randy Orton. That's who I'm wrestling at WrestleMania 42 in the main event. I'm not wrestling any outside forces. It boils down to us two men and who's better.
Whole lot of noise surrounding tonight's main event between Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton, but at the end of the day, it comes down to 20 years of history.
Bruh. The freaking,
Less than an hour away
the freaking
from
buffer.
WrestleMania 42 getting kicked off here inside
Good thing nothing substantial started, but
From
jeez.
Triple H.
Finish the sentence for me. At the end of Sunday night, I've done a good job if.
Fans that were sampling it for the first time went, holy shit, that's not what I remember wrestling to be. I've got to tune in now.
Please tell me we're close to the actual show starting because I'm genuinely starting to crash out, bro. I'm genuinely starting to crash out, bro. Like internally.
Countdown to WrestleMania. As we continue on now inside Allegiant Stadium. Joe Tessitore, big
kicks off.
And building to WrestleMania is a massive, massive choice. The promotional announcement of making the matches is one thing, but The artful crafting, the long-term planning to turn a day like this, a weekend in this, to a masterpiece. Well, that comes down to one man and his team. A man tasked with that is one of the very best to ever do it in the ring. Paul Triple H Levesque sat down with us to share his thoughts.
In sports, there's a long-standing thought that, maybe a great player will go on to be a great coach or a great leader and be able to coach or lead or organize, be a general manager, president. That has typically
for whatever reason, very, very early in my career, I sort of have a relationship with Vince around sort of creative. And he asked me to start coming to production meetings. And then I know that he told, Pat Patterson, teach him.
Mm-hmm.
I know he told Jack Lanza, teach him. I was just lucky to be in a place where I had all of that sort of shaping me and molding me, and I was really interested in it. So my desire to learn those things was intense, and at the time I had no idea that eventually I would get into the role I am. That was the furthest thing from my mind.
It opens the door for us to get through some of the matches at WrestleMania that I want your thoughts on here. The Women's World Championship with Stephanie Vaquer and Liv Morgan. What do you think each of them is looking to prove with this spot?
Stephanie, who, when you talk about young, new talent, right? She's gotten so good, so fast, so quickly put into that spot. People forget she just got here.
You're absolutely right. You think of her as a veteran almost just because of what she's accomplished in the past year.
And she just got here.
Yeah.
The grind was finding the places to go do this and then learning. Liv, different path. And at first is just seen as she's the eye candy. That's all she's ever going to be, but is hell-bent on becoming, no, I'm going to be so much more than that. I'm going to be one of the greats that this business has ever seen. And she in-ring performer level, right? Not just eye candy level.
Let's have the Cody and Randy conversation.
Yeah.
Because obviously they have an incredible shared history. What do you feel that this means to each man's legacy?
For Cody, this is probably the most personal battle he's had since being back in WWE, right? I'm sure Cody sat in a car with Randy Orton thinking, man, if I can ever get big enough to be facing him in a ring at WrestleMania or something like that. Now here it is. To the personal standpoint of all the things that they have been through and as close as they have come, they now are going to step in the ring on the biggest platform possible. But it's incredibly personal, and they both have something to prove. Randy is going to prove that after all these years, all the accolades, everything, he still can live up to them. Cody's got to prove that after all the build of the last 3 years, if he wants to be QB1, these are the things that QB1 has to be able to do. Carry these kinds of moments at WrestleMania and make them as big as possible. They've both got something to prove here in a completely different way, but it's going to make, when people have something to prove like that, it raises all ships up to the highest of levels, and they're going to do that with each other.
Finish this sentence for me. At the end of Sunday night, I've done a good job if.
Our most ardent fans think that was amazing, and fans that were sampling it for the first time, and I weigh this in equal measures, I will mostly feel successful if there are a lot of those people that went, holy shit, that's not what I remember wrestling to be. I've got to tune in now. I've got to start watching this.
And This is the arrival of Gunther. Well, Triple H knows as well as anybody knows what this man is capable of. Of course, it became such a mainstream storyline beyond sports and entertainment, just in American culture with what he did with John Cena back at the end of last year, the final match of John Cena's career. And now here is Gunther with Seth Rollins returning in a match, guys, that really has been described as the ultimate wrestling fans match.
This is the vision for the future.
The buffer. The buffer, I'm gonna do this is insane, bro. Hold on.
If it is your intention to be a shield for Paul Heyman, you have made it very personal. Whole house packed, not here to make friends. Do or die moment, I love it this. And for years, you strut around here, acting like you're the best. You're not the best. I am.
Can you please play? Every minute there's a buffering, bro. All of a sudden.
So that is coming your way right here, Saturday of Mania. The tale of the tape, you size up Rollins and Gunther. Obviously, incredibly impressive resumes. But these styles meeting up, we discussed this. A fight fans fight. A wrestling fans wrestling match. This is a true dream match. Two of the absolute best professional wrestlers walking the planet Earth. Seth Rollins, tons of WrestleMania experience, such to a degree that he has recently referred to himself as this generation's Mr. WrestleMania. But what more can we say about the ring general, the career killer Gunther? This truly is, technically speaking, two of the best in the game for decades. I cannot wait.
Hey, you know what's wild? We're more than 2 hours into this pre-show. This is the first time we're talking about this match. This match has the possibility of being a generational match. Two incredible talent, and to your point, I love the fact that this is just Gunther saying, hey, I think you dodged me when you had the title. I want the smoke, and I love that. It's just that. I want the smoke.
Corey, there are always matches on a WrestleMania card that aren't necessarily the main event. They aren't necessarily the championship event, that you just get the sense you walk away from saying, this is what we're talking about. Could this be the one?
We're here for hot takes and bold predictions, and I'm going to go ahead and put it out there. I have a feeling that 1 year from now, if not longer, people will be talking about Seth freaking Rollins and Gunther at WrestleMania in Las Vegas. That is how talented both of these men are. It doesn't matter who wins. It doesn't matter who loses. These are two of the best in the game. They have more tread left on the tires. This could be the beginning of one of the greatest rivalries in WWE.
You mentioned we're over 2 hours into this countdown show, and this is the first we bring it up. That speaks to how loaded this card is. The other side of that is we're only 39 minutes away from WrestleMania going on day number 1.
It's about to go down, and I feel that excitement building. I feel the energy building. We're just mere moments away, and I think we're really going to get some real culture-shifting, industry-shifting moments here tonight.
Well, speaking of moments over the course of the past year when it comes to Gunther, are the moments that some legends would like to forget because he has retired legends. Last summer, we were in Atlanta when Gunther was in there with Goldberg, and that was Goldberg's final match. Of course, the biggest final match you can possibly have in the industry took place in Washington, D.C. just this past December against John Cena. And moments ago, we visited with the newly inducted Hall of Famer, AJ Styles. His final match came just this January against Gunther, and now this is the label that Gunther carries.
Look, this man is a menace. He is someone who ends careers. When he holds titles, he holds them for 400 days, 600 days.
I've seen a lot of empty seats, bro.
I don't think we've ever seen anyone quite like Gunther, honestly, in WWE.
I agree. Pound for pound, I think Gunther is my
I've
favorite.
seen a lot of empty seats. A lot of people are gonna talk about that.
Disagrees with that? The man he's stepping in the ring with tonight, Seth freaking Rollins, who believes in his heart he is the best professional wrestler in the business today. Tonight is a proving ground for both men.
And look, Seth is one of the most experienced superstars we have in WWE, but I don't think he's ever met anyone as hard-hitting as Gunther. He's going to give him a test unlike anything he's ever seen before.
This matchup's too close to call. I could not pick a winner with any sort of honesty. I'm going to say it's going to come down to which of these two men can be absolutely perfect tonight, because that's what it's going to take to topple the other, perfection. Remember, that's going to be on the ESPN app. The whole weekend's on the ESPN app. Right here on ESPN2, the first hour of WrestleMania, day number 1. It's got that unsanctioned match, Drew McIntyre and Jacob Fatu. There's been so much chatter about what is happening with our women that go today. The Women's World Championship match, Liv Morgan and Stephanie Becker. It has been boiling over with the heat and intensity surrounding it. Of course, the Undisputed Championship, Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton will top the day live here in Vegas.
I'm so done with this pre-show, bro. Get to the main show already, bro. Damn. I don't remember Bray just flinging John Cena like that.
This is the greatest spectacle in sports entertainment, the grandest stage of them all, and we are closing in on just being a half an hour away from WrestleMania 42 here at Allegiant Stadium. For the full experience of this event, this palatial venue, we get to Peter Rosenberg and the entire team. Peter?
Tess, thank you so much. I am walking into gorilla position, named, of course, after the great Gorilla Monsoon, where he used to sit. This is where all of our superstars will start their walk to WrestleMania greatness. Legends, this year, many rookies and newcomers for the first time will walk out and see this stage for the first time. It is beautiful. The set is incredible, as you've already seen. Think about it, guys. This Thursday, Fernando Mendoza will become a member of the Las Vegas Raiders. I don't know if he can make this throw, but I'm going to toss it now 75 yards down to Kathy Kelly.
75 yards, and you know I walk down this ramp. That in itself is an athletic feat. These guys are in for some cardio ahead of their matches, but I was a fan at WrestleMania 31 in San Jose. I remember what it was like to sit out there. You go through all of the emotions, elation, anger. You're sobbing when someone realizes their dream. And the person that has the best seat in the house for that, let's send it over to Byron Saxton.
Indeed, look, there's tremendous seats all over Allegiant Stadium, but things hit differently when you're sitting in the front row. This is like the unofficial WWE immersive experience. Imagine this. Gunther is about to deliver that savage chop to Seth Rollins. If you're seated in the front row, you may very well see the beads of sweat popping off the chest of Seth Rollins. Or how about the unsanctioned match between
There's still so many empty seats.
which most likely will spill out of the ring, perhaps right here, where the front row fans will experience a 3D version of WrestleMania. So I think it's safe to assume that the fans seated here are going to experience memories that are going to last a lifetime. Jackie Redmond, where are you at?
Well, Byron, I'll tell you what, those seats are the best seats in the house for about 99% of the show. But when WrestleMania 42 kicks off in about 31 minutes time, let me tell you something, the money seats are going to be right here, because this is where Jimmy and Jey Uso will make their entrance. And if you don't know, they have one of the most electric entrances in WWE today. So when you hear Usos, you're immediately out of your seat. And if you're not, let me just tell you right now, you are doing it wrong. They have one of the best entrances in WWE, and I have a feeling every single person in Allegiant Stadium will be on their feet the second that music hits. It's all going to happen right here in this exact aisle.
No doubt about it, Jackie, and folks that have those aisle seats are going to find their faces on global television, possibly going viral as the Yeets will be put forth here in Vegas. Look at this massive set here for WrestleMania 42. Of course, Liv Morgan and Stephanie Vaquer will battle for a championship today.
You got to step in the ring with the Liv Morgan.
Pick for WrestleMania. I think we have our answer.
Liv, todo te lo ha dado WWE. El mejor entrenamiento, el mejor servicio médico. Tienes todo. You have privilege. Yo nací en Chile, un país donde no existía la lucha. Tú no has sacrificado nada. Y ahora que he viajado por todo el mundo, construí mi propio camino. I made my own path.
Stephanie Vaquer wins the championship.
Te escondes detrás de una basura de hombre y envías a tus amigos a hacer el trabajo sucio por ti.
You don't know a thing. One thing you were right about is I am privileged. I am sorry that I got signed to WWE when I was 20 years old and you got rejected your first tryout. And you know why all that happened to me? Because I am a star.
If you want to play dirty, I will play dirty. De donde yo vengo, ni siquiera lo verás venir.
Stephanie McCur, where I come from, it's on site.
At WrestleMania, I'm going to give you the privilege of your life.
Bienvenida a mi infierno, Liv Morgan.
Listen, everybody's looking forward to this. It would be one thing if it was alone this different roads take that's inspiring Stephanie McCare. But then the build to this championship match took a very different turn with what came out of Liv Morgan's mouth recently when she made it extremely personal with the family attacks of McCare.
Absolutely, not just the family, but you could argue she made some comments that I think crossed the line. You're talking, about her home country and
Yes.
mud huts and things that were definitely they should not have been said. But when all that's said and done, when these two get in the ring, I think this thing is going to be so physical. They're bringing a lot of animosity. I think Stephanie McCare is someone who still, to some, has something to prove in the fact that she has an incredible career. She's done so much, but she hasn't really run the gauntlet of really being in the ring with the Four Horsewomen, with Liv Morgan, with all the best. She hasn't yet because she's still fairly new to WWE.
What do you mean? She
So
beat
this is
Sasha
really a big
Banks.
test for her. Can she get it done against the likes of Liv Morgan, someone who's already been a world champion here in WWE?
I agree with you wholeheartedly, E, regarding Stephanie McCare, but I would say this. The person that Stephanie McCare needs to prove the most to is herself. La Primera has scratched and clawed for every opportunity she's been given that she has earned in this business. She has finally reached the pinnacle. Liv Morgan's been here before. We've seen Liv Morgan at the dance before. Liv's usually had some help. We've seen Roxanne Perez. We've seen Raquel Rodriguez. This is going to be one-on-one tonight. And I think Stephanie McCare rises to the moment and really solidifies her legacy as one of the greatest women's wrestlers in WWE.
So that's the Women's World Championship. Plus, we have the Women's Tag Team Championship match that comes with elite talent across the board. The Hall of Famer, the Bella Twins, Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss, Bayley and Lyra, all trying to unseat the irresistible forces, Nia Jax and Lash Legend, who everybody says is one of the breakout stars in the entire industry.
I think Lash Legend and Nia Jax have peaked at the right time. On the road to WrestleMania, we've seen how many skirmishes and melees between the other three teams over the past several weeks. How does it seemingly end every night? With Nia and Lash standing tall in the center of the ring, physically dominant champions that aren't going to lose tonight.
The big question mark for me is, so I got a chance last night to interview the Bellas, and I see Nikki Bella walk up in a walking boot.
Yes.
Is she going to be someone who's healthy? I asked her point blank, are you going to be ready for WrestleMania? She said, I will be by my sister's side. I will be there. I am ready. It is hard for me to believe that she's going to be able to jump out of that walking boot and put on a show here tonight. So that is my question. What do the Bellas, what kind of chance do they have here tonight? Because it's not just a conventional tag team match, which would be difficult enough, but they're also in the ring with, let's not forget, Bayley. We don't talk enough about Bayley, about her legacy, about how good she is being teamed with Lyra, also having to deal with Charlotte as well, the most decorated woman who's ever stepped foot in WWE.
Took the words right out of my mouth. I talked about Becky Lynch being one of the first women to ever main event WrestleMania. You got to throw Charlotte Flair in that conversation as well. I mean, you talk about high pressure, high stakes. That's where the queen exists.
Alexa Bliss, all those world titles as well.
Yeah, future Hall of Famers. Our cameras are catching up with Charlotte and Alexa. Of course, you can't have a WrestleMania without the queen. Charlotte Flair, there she is with Alexa.
What is she wearing though? Why are you showing me that?
The recent tag team champions, Charlotte and Alexa. Much more still to come here as we are closing in on WrestleMania day number 1. Cody Rhodes, Randy Orton, the ultimate showdown that Pat McAfee has become a disruptor of.
The ESPN app is home to WrestleMania 42 and every WWE Premium live event. If you want to be there for the biggest moments, you'll need the ESPN Unlimited plan. To sign up, go to the link below, or if you have ESPN from one of these providers, ESPN Unlimited is included at no additional cost. Just head to activate.espn.com and follow the steps to get set up. Then, sign into the ESPN app and you're in. WrestleMania and the biggest WWE Premium live events, all in one place, anytime, anywhere.
It is a magnificent sun-kissed day here in Vegas, where aerial coverage is brought to you by Goodyear. Legends aren't born, they're proven. This is a day in the sports entertainment industry when legends are often forged and made, and massive crowds will come from all over the world just to experience it. Day one at WrestleMania, you see these matches in front of you. They are available on the ESPN app. Of course, the entire weekend is on the ESPN app, but the first hour is also available right here if you're watching us on ESPN2. That will include the social media sensation IShowSpeed, who's an outrageous athlete, joining Logan Paul, Austin Theory to go up against the Usos in LA Knight, and perhaps what could be the most violent match of the entire weekend, the unsanctioned match, Drew McIntyre and Jacob Fatu. This entire Saturday leads to one thing, and that is determining who will be the undisputed WWE champion at the end of the night. Cody Rhodes, the self-labeled QB1, the man with the gold, going up against the Viper, Randy Orton, and the ultimate disruptor of recent weeks that he is aligned with, Pat McAfee. Rhodes versus Orton, your main event on WrestleMania night number 1.
You know, I always watched the relationship between Triple H and Randy. Triple H was Randy's mentor. They became opponents. The relationship wasn't as cozy. And I always thought, I don't know if that's how I want to be one day with Randy Orton, my mentor. And in the case of Randy, I don't think it will be that way. I don't think it will be that way.
I'm not your son and I'm not your brother, but I have always been proud to be your boy. And after the main event of WrestleMania, I want you to know, I will always love you. It's not personal between Cody and I. I want my legacy to be how much gold I have put around my waist.
Here I find myself in a pool.
Don't let that monster in. I just don't understand why you're fighting so hard to go back to being a version of yourself you've already beaten. I don't know if it's the voices in your head. I don't know if it's somebody in your ear. Break the... I don't even think I know this version of you, man. Cody said that I could listen to the voices. He said I could be the Viper. What you have woken inside of me, there's no putting back to bed. Randy Orton, I am hearing those voices inside my head, finally! There is one person outside of my head whose voice I am listening to. Pat McAfee? The business that you're leading is terrible! Randy is gonna save this business! This is what this business is supposed to look like!
You can literally see when this feud just went off the rails into something, into a direction that it should not have been.
Represents you can kiss my ass! Tony walks right up onto the stage to ruin our segment. Guess what? 30 words at WrestleMania in Las Vegas. Randy saves the business.
And now we get here with Cody Rhodes, the three-time world champion. The guy who finished his story at WrestleMania 40. Oh, the chapters that have been written since then. And Randy Orton, the future Hall of Famer. The man who's trying to win number 15 tonight and take possession of third place all by himself on the all-time list. And the two-decade journey they've been on, Corey.
If you've been a WWE fan for any period of time, you've known the backstory, all of the history between Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton. I myself personally was over the moon excited at Elimination Chamber when Randy was able to win, and we knew we would finally get this long-anticipated showdown.
Big E.
Insert Pat McAfee.
Yeah, exactly.
Who adds an entirely different dimension. I don't think wrestling needs saving. Look at this place. It looks pretty healthy to me.
It does, doesn't it?
With that said, if anybody is built to be WWE champion, it could very well be Randy Orton.
You know, I'm so glad you brought that up because we feel like we are so far past the whole older brother, younger brother, student, teacher, mentor comments that you heard in that piece Cody mentioning. The last 2.5 weeks alone feels like it has usurped nearly 20 years of what we've been framing.
Right, and this thing has been brewing for quite some time now. I remember about a year ago on Cody's previous World Championship reign, I remember all those little looks where Randy was, as his friend, he'd be side-eyeing that title.
Yes.
He was looking over because, look, Randy Orton, I always ask, what's your why? What is your reason? Randy is chasing all-time greatness. That list of most world title reigns in WWE history, he's right there. He's just a few more reigns from the very top. And I think Randy Orton, when I try to think of what is his motivation, why Pat? I think he's like, let's stack the deck as much as possible. Let's get everything we can in our corner. And one of the things I find really interesting is, so Cody had this interview with Sports Illustrated, and he talked about the fact that the last 3 years, his path to WrestleMania was looking real smooth, and then there were certain higher-ups, certain moneyed people, certain decision makers who stepped in, and then things went left. They went right. I'm intrigued to see if Cody is too focused on all those other things and not focused enough on Randy Orton.
You know, he brings it up like time and again of how difficult it is to be a Cody Rhodes fan this time of the year. We just had this conversation about the history that Randy Orton could make today. He is currently tied with Triple H with 14 world championships. Of course, John Cena a year ago broke the tie with Ric Flair at WrestleMania. He's the never-seen 17, and there's Randy Orton at 14. Now, we don't expect all of you to have been with us for 3 hours of this countdown, but earlier today, one of the primary conversations we were having is the role that Pat McAfee could play today. Pat McAfee, a disruptor, a distraction, a guy who has siphoned so much of the focus seemingly and energy seemingly of Cody Rhodes. What role, Corey, do you expect Pat McAfee to play today?
That remains to be seen. I genuinely don't know. I have no doubt Pat will play a role of some sort, whether that's Barnacle trying to latch onto a history maker like Randy Orton, or game changer. Because like him or not, Pat McAfee knows what's good for Pat McAfee's business. And if somehow something can be done tonight to benefit him and his show and his universe that he's building out, and it takes Randy Orton to get the job done, Pat's going to pull the trigger. Make no mistake about it.
If I'm Cody Rhodes, I'm less worried about what Pat can do to me physically and more concerned about what he can do mentally. What are the games? What are the distractions? How can he get my eyes off of my actual opponent, this legend killer that has all these world titles under his belt? I think that is the concern. What does Pat do to distract and just, I think the concern is, you know, Cody mentioned not just you, Pat McAfee, but the people who represent you. There's a lot of talk about the people who Pat is connected with as well. Do they come into play here tonight?
Listen, I was on Get Up 2 weeks ago when all this went down. I turned to Greeny, and Greeny put this forth. I said, we're going to get the tin foil for your head. All the conspiracy theories that are coming out. However, as the weeks have gone on, even Pat McAfee himself is talking about the people upstairs, the big bosses, having conversations. Last night we saw that again. And it starts to really frame things as, is this now turning into Pat McAfee and Randy Orton and a new order of corporate business compared to Cody Rhodes, who you saw last night with CM Punk, and the hard way up and respecting the industry of pro wrestling?
Look, I'm old school. I come from the same mentality as Cody Rhodes. Like Cody's father, Dusty, one of my greatest mentors. Same with CM Punk. Listen, I think the business is in a very precarious position tonight because of the existence of Pat McAfee.
And the inclusion of CM Punk makes me think that this thread is also something that's going to carry over into tomorrow as well. I think what happens here tonight can have great, massive ramifications on what happens tomorrow as well.
When have you ever known me to hold my tongue? Never. I've been really nice today.
And by the way, a reminder, as you know, the entire weekend is on the ESPN app. So that championship match, Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton, is available on the ESPN app. But for those of you watching right here on ESPN2, the first hour today is on ESPN2, and it has one of the buzziest matches of all, the unsanctioned match. Plus, we're going to begin, and this is now just within moments, the six-man tag. LA Knight and the Usos going up against Logan Paul, Austin Theory, the Vision, with I Show Speed. Let's go to Jackie Redmond.
Tess, thank you so much. This match is so intriguing to me because when you look at it, how can you possibly predict the outcome? On one side, you've got the Usos and LA Knight who have decades on decades on decades of experience. And on the other side, you know, you've got Logan Paul and Austin Theory who are relatively early in their careers by comparison. And I Show Speed who's never had a real WWE match. We're not going to count him getting speared and almost killed at the Royal Rumble. That doesn't count. But we see in sports often, right? A rookie goaltender gets called up. They tend to go on a hot streak because nobody's got the book on them yet. Well, I Show Speed, there's no book on him. Will the Usos and LA Knight be able to take advantage of that, or is that wild card nature more of an advantage for the Vision? We'll see. I have no idea what to expect from this one, Rosenberg.
I completely agree with you, and obviously we spend a lot of time talking about the pressure of the main eventers at WrestleMania, but make no mistake, there's a lot of pressure on the curtain jerkers, the people who first walk out to greet that crowd for the first time, and that is exactly what the Vision and I Show Speed are going to do here today. All three members, Austin Theory, Logan Paul, and I Show Speed, just walked by me like 3 minutes ago. And I can tell you, I heard earlier in the day, I Show Speed was quite nervous, visibly so in his interview earlier with Kathy. He seemed more calm right now. Logan Paul was the guy who looked incredibly serious and focused. We'll see if they're ready to respond when the show starts. Tess?
Peter, let's take you back to recent weeks and explain to people how I Show Speed ended up in WrestleMania. He picked up the brass knucks.
Didn't we just saw the Hype Pockets? We saw the Hype Pockets for each match at least 3 times already, bro.
Not only the tag team champions, but the entire WWE universe. Then Logan Paul would shove Speed into LA Knight. Speed didn't seem to be interested in conflict at the moment, but found plenty of it anyway, because LA Knight suffered a defeat at the hands of Austin Theory, with the assist going to, willing or not, I Show Speed.
Let's get into this conversation, because there may be some of you out there saying, why is a social media influencer in here? I Show Speed is a legit athlete. For those of you who follow, you understand athletically, but those around WWE just in recent years have seen it, and in recent weeks, because after accidentally getting involved here, he's gone into training.
Oh, he's in the thick of things now. Look, he is truly a very, very gifted athlete. You could tell he had some nerves. We had that interview in the last hour. I think he's going to be someone who is ready for this moment. Maybe not fully ready as a lot of us WWE superstars, but I think he's going to show out. I think he's really going to put on quite the performance. But let's not forget about the other side of things as well. The Usos, I think, have a ton to prove. Like I said previously, Jey Uso last year was winning world championships right here in this very same building. And now he's in a six-man. So is he going to be someone who is a little bit deflated by that, or is he someone who has something to prove here tonight?
Let me handhold you one more time for what's going to happen here. We are just a matter of moments away from kicking off day number 1 of WrestleMania 42. It'll be the six-man tag team. It'll be the Usos. And LA Knight, look at them. They're warming up. They're getting ready here just behind us in Allegiant Stadium against I Show Speed, Logan Paul, and Austin Theory. Remember, the first hour is going to be on ESPN2 as well as the app. Then you get the entire day 1 of WrestleMania 42. That'll be culminating with the championship match, the undisputed WWE Championship, Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton. This is the live scene now backstage with LA Knight and the Usos getting set for that guy, I Show Speed, Logan Paul, and Austin Theory. I want our director to take a shot of this scene here, because everybody who's been, whether it's the Super Bowl or whether it's major entertainment, when they come to WrestleMania, they often leave saying there's nothing quite like it. Mania mirrors America in many ways. It captures and frames our zeitgeist. It really is a cross-section of who we are, who we've been. So join us in celebrating America and kicking off WrestleMania with God Bless America. Enjoy WrestleMania 42, day number 1.
It's a nice lead into day number 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, here to sing God Bless America, please welcome Las Vegas's own, the Las Vegas Mass Choir.
Oh, God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountain to the prairies to the oceans wide with foam. Yeah. Bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet
Finally. Bro.
From Las Vegas, Cody Rhodes.
I'm QB1, damn it!
Versus Randy Orton for the undisputed WWE Championship.
There is nothing more dangerous than a viper chasing number 15.
Greatness demands an answer. Tonight, live from Las Vegas.
Please just roll the signature intro and get the way, please, bro.
Liv Morgan for the Women's World Championship. Greatness demands an answer.
Things are just heating up.
Tonight, live from Las Vegas, Cody Rhodes.
I'm QB.
Oh, I'm seeing a white screen. Bro. Don't tell me the one I was watching is just the pre-show. Alright, hold on. I need to get onto this and see what's going on. Hold on. I'm sorry if you all hear like a blender in the background.
But we know we're here
Okay.
for the bumps and the surprises. There is nobody who can stop me. The memories that will last a lifetime.
I love that title. I made that title.
We are here.
What a collision awaits.
We are alive. No second takes.
The greatest live event in entertainment.
Lights up. The curtain's about to rise. Welcome to WrestleMania.
Oh my gosh. It's so weird seeing him walk to the ring now. Oh my gosh.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your host of WrestleMania, John Cena!
Wow, I didn't expect that. Thank you so much. Sorry, long-time fan, long-time performer, first-time host. How am I doing so far? It's undeniable that this year's road to WrestleMania has been chaos. It has been unpredictable. And from every side, both in here, hell, even back there and out here, it has been very, very vocal. One could say it's, Michael Cole, is it polarizing?
Very.
Polarizing. Now I see why I got the hosting gig. This is the moment I love the most, especially on the road to WrestleMania. We're all in here for the same reason, because we know the time to talk is up. The time to deliver is now. And we are all here with one thing on our minds: who tonight will step up and deliver? It is such a great honor, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone watching around the world. Welcome to WrestleMania!
Oh my god. Seeing John Cena do that now, it's crazy. That's just making me feel old.
Let's go, Wade!
Are we really doing the buffering now, bro? Are we doing the buffering now, bro?
The following is a six-man tag team match. Scheduled for one fall. Introducing first.
Are we doing this right now, bro?
What a scene at Allegiant.
Okay.
We got our rhythm in early, Cole. Look at everybody. I'm Michael Cole. He's Wade Barrett. We are ready for WrestleMania. Yes, we are. The whole world is ready, but don't let it go without saying, Michael Cole, this is your 25th time calling the greatest spectacle in our industry from this desk. 25 not out, quarter of a century. Michael Cole, what an honor to be alongside you.
Well, it's an honor to be alongside you, but I wouldn't be here today, obviously, if it wasn't for these gentlemen in the ring. Guys like the Usos, guys like Logan Paul and LA Knight, Roman Reigns and CM Punk and Randy Orton and Cody Rhodes and everyone who are going to be a part of WrestleMania this year. You're looking at the Usos, who last performed as a team at WrestleMania 39. They once had a record 622 days as tag team champions.
The absolute greatest tag team in history.
And their tag team partner from Los Angeles, California, weighing in at 240 pounds, LA Knight.
LA Knight, I talked to him earlier today, Wade. He is licking his chops to get into the ring against the Vision tonight. The group that, well, sent him through a car with a tsunami back at the end of December. He was eliminated, LA Knight was, by Logan Paul back at the Elimination Chamber match. So much history between LA Knight and the Vision.
Yeah, so much hatred, so much animosity, and if you're going to get even on any form of rivalry, especially one that runs as deep as LA Knight and the Vision, you do it right here at WrestleMania.
And wait, how fired up was Jey Uso this week? He got in a fight with podcaster Killicamp after being disrespected by him on his podcast. That's the emotions running high during WrestleMania week.
Kind of similar to LA Knight attacking a certain iShow speed on his live stream a couple of weeks ago. This thing has crossed into all kinds of media.
Very emotional, very personal matchup to kick off WrestleMania tonight. We are so glad you could join us here live on ESPN2 in the States.
No, they're using. Why are they using Logan's theme? Alright, that's enough. That's enough.
And the World Tag Team Champions, Austin Theory and Logan Paul, the Vision.
Well, at first, I Show Speed didn't even want to be involved in this situation. Inadvertently got involved, causing the Usos the tag titles, knocked out LA Knight, but he sort of bought in. Saw him training with the Vision over the past couple of weeks, but let's talk about experience. Now, I Show Speed, great athlete, we know that. However,
why is there a black screen in the middle right?
That was last year's Royal Rumble match. He lasted 56 seconds back at WrestleMania 40. He's dressed in that fine model. He got RKO'd by Orton, so not a great track
What do you want?
No, and it's been an absolute disaster for I Show Speed. Anytime he's
Come on,
anywhere
come on,
near
come on,
a
come on.
WWE ring, I mean, who can forget him getting broken in half in that particular Royal Rumble that you mentioned? But you're right, he's in way over his head tonight, and he needs to lean on the experience of his tag partners here in the Vision.
Why are they using Logan Paul's theme? Doesn't the Vision have their own theme song?
Logan Paul, like it or not, he is a veteran at this.
I Show Speed dressed like he's Superman. But to your point, Logan Paul beat AJ Styles last year. He has 3 wins at WrestleMania.
Sometimes the spotlight just brings out the best in certain performers.
Like Austin Theory. Remember what he did a few years back at WrestleMania when he beat John Cena. He also had a ladder match for the tag titles where he won it. WrestleMania 40. Theory's got some experience as well.
Yes, indeed, and this is a very different version of Austin Theory, one who was far more laser focused. Put the nonsense to one side, thanks of course to Paul Heyman and the Vision.
Of course, the Vision, Paul and Theory knocked off the Usos back at the end of March to win the World Tag Team titles, thanks to I Show Speed. And the Usos with a double super kick wipes out the Vision, and that leads I Show Speed to start things off with LA Knight.
Oh, well, the game plan was
I love that so much. That's so good, bro.
right off the bat, the man who's caused them so many problems over the past several weeks. Nowhere to hide now, Speed. Let's see what you got.
And I Show Speed with a side headlock to control LA Knight in the early going.
I'll tell you right now, that is day one wrestling school stuff. If this gets any deeper, he may struggle. However, we're starting to see that athleticism. He was really made an
He's showing off a bit. LA Knight made him pay. Again, you see the athleticism when it comes to I Show Speed, no doubt about that.
Well, it's a huge, wow! It's a huge benefit in that ring as Logan Paul now gets clocked to the outside, but keep your eye on Speed!
Oh, and a power slam by Speed.
He's shown he's been paying attention, whatever he's been learning, but don't take your eye off the megastar.
Yeah, you can't prematurely celebrate when it comes to WWE.
No match was ever one of a body slam. Speed, and
he wrote it away, bro. Nice.
LA Knight bringing Logan Paul now into the ring as I Show Speed retreated. And bouncing Paul off the top turnbuckle. Again, LA Knight with quite the history with the Vision over the past year. The official in this matchup, Ryan Tran, warning LA Knight as he stomps away and Logan Paul in the corner.
And that's part of the issue here at WrestleMania. Adrenaline is running high for everyone, not least, of course, the competitors in the ring. You have to pay attention to the rules.
And again, main event Jey Uso, who last year at WrestleMania shocked the world when he won the World Heavyweight Championship with a win over the ring general Gunther, who we'll see later on tonight in a match with Seth Rollins. Double team by the Usos.
As fluid as water. So much instant chemistry with the Usos.
Cover by Jimmy, hooks the leg, and Logan kicks out at 2.
Together since the womb, that is why they are unsurpassed in the tag ranks here at WWE.
4 wins at WrestleMania as a tag team. Of course, the Usos, second-generation stars. Their father, Rikishi, appeared at WrestleMania one year.
There was a tag there, and
Theory!
Jimmy Uso did not see the tag at all behind his back.
And now Austin Theory. New attitude and all.
Smart move that was from Austin Theory, laying in wait and dropping the hammer at exactly the right time.
Tag made. Here comes Logan Paul. Did you say something about a match never being won by a power slam?
Body slam.
Body slam. Did you forget Hogan and Andre at WrestleMania 3?
Followed up by a leg drop. Come on, Michael Cole. I got a great memory for this. You ain't beating me right at the start. Later on in the show when I'm tired, maybe.
And now the Vision celebrating Logan and Theory. I'll tell you, Theory has become a changed man since joining the Vision under the tutelage of Paul Heyman. He calls himself the Pressure. Says he used to let the pressure get to him. Now he feeds off the pressure.
Show yourself. Talk about a guy who feeds off pressure. Logan Paul loves it, and if I Show Speed's going to get anywhere in this game, using Logan Paul's career as the blueprint would be a pretty smart thing to do. Beat too long, thinking it over there, and that was smart in a sense from Speed. Listen to the veterans. Just pull it off a touch quicker.
But again, when you don't have a lot of matches, Wade, I mean, you're going to think, right? You're not just going through it.
Yeah, nothing is coming automatically for Show Speed, and it really has shown from the off in this one. He knows how to do the moves, but pulling them off crisply against the best is a very different equation.
And now Logan Paul, who has proved himself to be among the best in WWE. Social media superstar turned World Tag Team Champion, full-time WWE superstar now. Body shots delivered to Jimmy.
Yeah, let's face it, he's one hell of a boxer too. One of the biggest right hands in the game here in WWE. Jimmy Uso has been knocked for 6 in the corner.
And not to forget, that right hand has got a titanium plate in it. And now, Jimmy Uso, corkscrew moonsault off the top rope, takes out Paul, both men down.
And here is a pivotal moment for both teams. Who can make the tag first? Who can get a fresh man into this?
Jey Uso trying to rally his brother Jimmy to the corner to make a tag.
Huge turning point in the match. This could be where it's won or lost. And both men make the tag.
And now Jey Uso and Austin Theory. These two have been at each other for many months now. And now, got caught.
Whoa!
So a bit, but Jey lands on his feet, off the ropes. Spear! Cover! Oh, and Austin just rolled out of the way, and that. And Logan Paul's able to break things up, but Theory just moving out of the way momentarily may have cost Jey the match. Nice gut-wrench suplex by Paul.
Show you great instincts there from Logan Paul. People might not like him, but he is so good inside that ring and only getting better. And this one's breaking down in a big way now.
Yeah, Theory with a big left hand. Jey Uso back into the ring and sent shoulder first into the post.
That could be the end of Jey Uso right there. That's a separated shoulder.
Show Speed trying to get out of harm's way. Not going to happen. Maybe it is.
Hurricanrana.
Nice head scissors there from Show Speed, but again, celebrating too hard.
Went for the BFT. Speed just sent Knight into Paul.
A smart reversal there from Speed. Saved himself and the match for his team, but wait up.
Push him into it. Get up. Get up. He's got to get out. Get up.
I don't think Speed did that on purpose, Wade.
He certainly did not. However, that's not how Austin Theory saw it.
Threw you into that computer. Hit the rope. Come on. Hit the rope.
Now Theory into Speed. BFT.
Is that the end? That's it? I'm so confused. Why did that end so quickly?
Well, I'll tell you right now, that has not sat well with the Vision. A major victory after that BFT. But things went to hell in a handbasket because Show Speed simply didn't execute the plan correctly.
Well, he was being bullied by the Vision.
You caught me, my mania. You had one job.
Well, there's that titanium plate in the right hand I was talking about. I like how Logan Paul just tosses speed to the curb.
Job! My mania! Austin's mania! And you ruined it!
I mean, I Show Speed does not deserve to be treated like this. I mean, he was willing to tag up with Paul and Austin Theory of the Vision for this match tonight. And now Logan Paul, I think, is going to make Speed pay some more.
You know as well as I do, winning and losing at this level, there are consequences.
Professional wrestling, you moron!
And I Show Speed has to learn that the hard way. This is just a mugging now, a vicious assault.
You said that right. Logan Paul calling Speed a moron.
Logan Paul's got those crazed eyes. He came here tonight to win. He does not accept losses, not in front of the eyes of the world. And I Show Speed.
Well, wait, I think Paul's going to go up top looking for a Paul from Grayson. Meanwhile, Jey Uso sends Paul into the ropes. 1D! And Logan Paul sent to the floor.
Come here, my man. You good? You good?
An unlikely saver there for I Show Speed. Is he now in the thick of the lion's den?
Oh, I see what they're gonna do. Oh, I see what they're gonna do.
No way. Oh, God. This may get ugly here.
The Usos encouraging I Show Speed to climb up to the top rope as LA Knight holds Logan Paul down on the table.
The voice crack.
That's a long way.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my gosh.
Logan Paul is out. LA Knight and the Usos celebrating with I Show Speed.
He get one nasty bite from the wrestling ball, bro. He is leaving.
Feel good. He'll enjoy watching it back. But that was incredibly painful for I Show Speed. But even more so, Logan Paul, who may have a crushed ribcage.
And now it's celebration time.
Bro. He gonna feel that this time, bro.
Welcome to WrestleMania. I Show Speed.
He's gonna feel that later on.
Look at the height. Incredible. From the top of the ring post, flying through the air. Speed with an I Show splash through Logan Paul, through the table. A WrestleMania moment for Speed.
What an absolutely insane thing to attempt. But if you're going to do it anywhere, do it right here at WrestleMania, when the eyes of the world are on you. Hats off, I Show Speed.
Jimmy, Jay, what's it like being one of the greatest tag teams of all time?
Well, right there. What is that? Say less.
Guys,
I will be right back. I am not watching.
have a Snickers.
Snickers satisfies.
In later years, every time Hulk told the story, Andre gained 100 pounds. For those who believe, It's like when St. Paul had his epiphany on the road to Damascus.
The whole earth is gonna shake.
When Jesus rose from the dead.
What are they gonna think when the giant hits the ground? The people, they were right there with all of it.
He ripped the shirt off the champion as well as the crucifix. 7'5".
It was the first time I've ever been in the ring not knowing what was gonna happen.
Look at the size of the giant. What's Hogan saying to him, I wonder? What could Hogan possibly be saying to him?
Oh, man, I love you to death, brother. Let me tell you something. Thank you so much, man, for helping me out all these years. That was the conversation. And he looked pissed. He just looked like a rabid great white shark, like he's gonna tear me apart. Oh, big right hand, blocked by the champion. And the Hulkster unloading, going for a slam. Oh, he almost...
The storyline is no one had body slammed Andre the Giant. It's impossible.
Andre telling the champion, get up, get up.
I said, well, I'm dead because he's gonna kill me.
Oh, the bear hug. We could get a submission on this. He's facing a man who has never been beaten in 15 years. He's taking the air away from Hogan. Hogan is not being allowed to get a full breath of oxygen in there.
And when you talk about who's the greatest, you know, the greatest is, was, or ever will be, or greatest in the world, I challenge anybody in this business
Referee checking the arm. Oh, look at him.
to do one move better than mine,
One more time. If that arm drops, it's over.
which has etched in time, will be a piece of history. Do whatever side kick you want to do, whatever suplex you want to do, whatever twirly, twisty thing off the top rope. What I did will live forever.
It's up there. Listen to these fans.
After that, I told him, you're never going to be Cherry Bollea again, Hulk. When you walk out there with that headband on, it's not a Cherry Bollea, it's Hulk Hogan. And that's the way the people see you.
He became the legend, the myth, Hulk Hogan, the immortal one.
He's thanking the guy upstairs, Jess, as he always does.
The power of Hulkamania made us push everything else aside and escape into this marvelous movie.
Hulk Hogan turned out to be more real than anyone ever thought it would be. It turned out to be who I really am.
You're making a Hulk Hogan documentary? Okay.
Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here. From April 25th through 27th, you get a front row seat to
Go back.
Nevada. This is WrestleMania Saturday, live from Allegiant Stadium, the home of the NFL's Raiders. And the celebrities are out tonight, including huge WWE fan. For the 49ers, their tight end, George Kittle, here tonight. There you go.
Is that Xavier? That guy looks like Xavier Woods behind him.
Jameer Gibbs is here, another big WWE fan in the house for WrestleMania. How about Tyrese Halliburton from the Indiana Pacers here enjoying WrestleMania? So why can't we get one of those?
Because you don't do well drunk.
And also from ESPN, Stephen A. Smith in the house for WrestleMania.
What's the next match?
The following is an unsanctioned match.
Oh, here we go.
No disqualifications, no countouts. The only way to win is by pinfall or submission. WWE will not be held liable for damages or injuries.
Oh, we're bringing in the full Samoan vibe for the entrance. That's nice. That's really nice. I love that.
Introducing first, from Sacramento, California, weighing in her 291 pounds, the Samoan werewolf, Jacob Fatu!
Oh, Wade, batten down the hatches.
Oh, this is gonna be wild. So much hatred, so much malignant contempt has been built up between these two superstars. The only way to get this done is in unsanctioned fashion. The company saying, do whatever you want to each other. We can't control you. We will not be held liable. Have at it in front of the eyes of the world.
Drew McIntyre has gone back in time to revisit the history of Jacob Fatu and the time that he spent behind bars in prison. Jacob Fatu has talked about how he's changed. It's about his family now. It's about his wife and his kids. He is a werewolf ready to win titles in WWE. But he said last night, Wade, if Drew McIntyre wants the old Jacob Fatu back for one night, he's going to get him. All gas, no brakes. You have to think that an unsanctioned match was made for Jacob Fatu.
Well, there's certainly a lot of loathing, but there must be some fear too right here in Las Vegas for both of these competitors, knowing full well the damage that will be incurred by both men who are capable of the highest levels of violent savagery.
What the frick? That is all right, bro. We are going extra for this entrance.
His opponent from Ayr, Scotland, weighing in her 285 pounds, Drew McIntyre.
Now we know Drew McIntyre can get down and dirty with the best of them. Last year at WrestleMania, he knocked off Damian Priest in a Sin City street fight. And today, McIntyre has no rules to follow except get a pinfall or a submission to win the match.
Yeah, and this is a Drew McIntyre who was fully intent a few weeks ago on walking into WrestleMania as WWE Champion. That went out of the window when he lost it to Cody Rhodes, thanks in large part to the arrival mid-match of one Samoan werewolf, and that is why Drew McIntyre is laser focused on taking the werewolf down
Don't
tonight.
forget, Jacob Fatu still blames this man for kicking his teeth down his throat last year.
Why did McIntyre do that? Because Jacob
so you're admitting he did it.
Falsely accused.
Oh, look at this! Jacob Fatu wasting little time, going after Drew McIntyre, and this unsanctioned match is underway. Bouncing McIntyre off the barricade, and here comes an unhinged Jacob Fatu.
The referee has very little he needs to do in this match other than count the 3 count or accept a submission, and I would not blame him for staying well clear of these two until he needs to close in.
McIntyre driven into the ring post by Jacob Fatu. He says, I'm no longer a dog stealing scraps. I'm a werewolf on the hunt.
And that werewolf looks ravenous right now, catching McIntyre cold. That's exactly what you need to do. Get the upper hand early in this one.
It's getting dangerous out here at ringside early. As Jacob Fatu now sending a table into the ring, completely legal under the rules of an unsanctioned match. Do you like the fact that Nick Aldis made this unsanctioned so WWE could not be held liable?
Well, he had no choice whatsoever. You could have put a bunch of rules in place. You could have made sure this was an official match as is standard in WWE.
Oh!
These two are going to throw it out the window anyway. Let's not forget it wasn't that long ago McIntyre got suspended for taking out a referee with a Claymore. And I've just noticed it's actually the referee in the ring right now. Wait up.
And Jacob Fatu now unloading a toolbox.
That is PTSD for McIntyre.
And I'll tell you why. And you see McIntyre backing off here. McIntyre remembers CM Punk inside Hell in a Cell. Toolbox and tools where McIntyre had 17 stitches to his skull. And now McIntyre looking to use the toolbox, or maybe not.
Well, it almost ended the career of Drew McIntyre. He never wants to see another toolbox again in his life.
Oh, and my goodness. Fatu, the back of his head bouncing off the steel apron.
Geez. And there's no let up whatsoever.
Oh, gosh, no. Oh, jeez. Oh. Oh, jeez. All right. We already started to go brutal now. We already started to go the brutal road.
Had McIntyre on his heels early. But just like this, Drew McIntyre has turned the tables.
McIntyre prides himself on being the most vicious man in WWE.
What would be your ideal sandwich to eat while watching WrestleMania? I'd say a chicken sandwich. Give me like those palm sandwich bread, and give me like some fried chicken with some lettuce, maybe some cheese. I would eat that while watching WrestleMania.
Collapsed the chest of Jacob Fatu. And now using the phone to his advantage.
Phone handed to him by his own brother, who flew here to watch McIntyre compete for the WWE Championship. Part of why McIntyre is so irate.
Didn't he learn a couple of years ago when he got involved in selfies and social media after he won the world title at WrestleMania what happened to him?
Well, it looks like he just tweeted something. Go check that out right now as McIntyre continues his assault with more weapons of war.
And again, that monkey wrench. And Fatu with an explosive clothesline.
Shows you how quickly someone like Jacob
I should definitely look this up mid match, even though I should not miss anything.
Raised eyes, and there's the running senton.
It is a freakish ability that Jacob Fatu possesses. It's a whirlwind of torture.
Remember last year at WrestleMania, Jacob Fatu won the United States Championship.
Question now is, has Drew McIntyre completely underestimated this warlord that is the Samoan werewolf?
Paying homage to the late, great Umaga and McIntyre. And look at this. Fatu, pop-up Samoan. Cover by Fatu.
Just to be clear, Drew McIntyre is 280 pounds, and Jacob Fatu threw him up in the air and caught him with ease. Let's take another look at this from Jacob Fatu. Popped in the air, caught on the way back down, and driven down hard with that Samoan drop.
This is just the second unsanctioned match.
Hold on. I'll pause this and I'll get into it like after the match is over. Hey, green shirt guy!
10 years ago.
Flying Glasgow kiss there, just about saving McIntyre when coming in swinging the steel was Jacob Fatu. And how quickly this one could turn around, where every shot is as lethal as what we've seen.
Yeah, the Glasgow kiss, very lethal. McIntyre has used it to his advantage so many times over the years. And Fatu now reverses this. McIntyre almost ran into his own chair, caught him with a back elbow.
But the brakes on just in the nick of time. Both men, starting to drag a little here and face first into that steel ring post.
Did he get busted open? I'm seeing like a red spot on his face.
Up and over goes Jacob Fatu, and now Drew McIntyre seems like he's entering the zone here.
McIntyre's just pissed off that he got thrown up in the air by Fatu. He's like, taste your own medicine. I got some power too, Fatu.
He's always pissed off, Wade. I mean, that probably wasn't the only reason.
Just bitter, unpredictable, and hell-bent on scoring a major victory here in front of the world.
And the big man gonna fly over the top. Take it out, Fatu. Drew McIntyre. He's a Terminator in there.
Just bouncing up immediately, knowing full well you've got to double down on this abuse.
And now McIntyre looking for the death blow. Went for the Claymore. Jacob able to duck underneath. And McIntyre now.
Skull first into that steel chair and wait out.
Fatu, mighty moonsault. Cover on McIntyre. McIntyre kicked out.
Oh my God.
I'm not sure anyone has ever kicked out of Fatu's mighty moonsault.
Well, take a look at this first of all. McIntyre putting it all on the line and connecting with Fatu, but just when he'd eaten the steel head first, followed up by this double jump moonsault that is a signature of Fatu's. Everyone who's tasted that has been beaten until right now at WrestleMania.
Because he pulled up too early in the match, bro.
Living dangerously.
Over 50,000 tonight at Allegiant Stadium, enjoying this matchup on ESPN2 and Netflix internationally. And now McIntyre with a right to the back of the knee.
Just kneecapping his opponent here and now going to town with the rough edge of that wrench.
And again, you said it at the start of this match.
Oh my God, he's going to blind him.
Trying to take out the eye of Fatu here.
And this is why it's unsanctioned, Cole.
There's so much disdain, so much hatred, pure violence between these two men.
About to say both men starting to drag, but Drew McIntyre has found the second wind at exactly the right time.
Well, he's a machine. There's no doubt about it. Each and every time we see McIntyre in action, we're more and more impressed with what this man can accomplish.
He may be the greatest in history to come from the British Isles, and I don't say that lightly, but he proves it time and time again, and is only getting better.
And now with the steel chairs set up, McIntyre looking for a suplex. And Fatu set through the chairs. Cover by McIntyre.
Bro.
Oh, and a kick out. I think the only thing that saved Fatu there is he didn't collide with both of those chairs.
Yeah, it took a glancing blow to the back, which will be incredibly painful.
I'm gonna put it up when the match finish. I don't want to miss it. When it finishes, I'll go on commercial break and I'll
notice who the official is in this match, Dan Engler, who's had a quite the history with Drew McIntyre.
McIntyre saw the referee.
And again, the referee can't do anything about it.
Oh, no.
He just took the belt.
Well, we saw something similar a couple of weeks ago on SmackDown. McIntyre whipping the hell out of Jacob Fatu, a man he calls an unreformed convict. He's looking to humiliate him once again at WrestleMania.
What are you waiting on? What are you waiting on? You want to get him in the face or
Slowly
something?
making his way back to his feet and a super kick.
Why did you wait so long?
Just too much glee in the eyes of McIntyre there. Did not pounce when he could. Waited a beat too long. And you can't do that with the werewolf.
And now a chair to the spine. You saw McIntyre trying to crawl toward the belt, but Fatu with another steel chair.
It's not just the spine, it's the kidneys that get shredded, and it may be payback time, Cole.
I don't think he's giving it back to England. Jacob Fatu! Fatu is unleashed!
Oh, I saw you watching that toolbox again. He was definitely watching that toolbox again.
The frame of McIntyre may be shattered here. Pain coursing through his veins. Brain just shutting off, and once again, Fatu going back to that toolbox.
McIntyre, who's knocked off Brock and Seth and Priest, and no, Claymore! Jacob took a little too much time. Claymore by McIntyre, and Fatu kicks out.
Oh, and that was a weak kick out, incredibly, from Drew McIntyre's biggest weapon, the Claymore, the one that does all the damage.
And now he's blaming the official for what he perceived was a slow count here.
Well, both men so blinded by hatred, they've simply taken too long at times to launch vicious attacks, and their opponents have countered, and now they are both kicked out of their biggest moves. And where the hell do you go from here?
Just pound to the fan, he's just like...
Underway. Jacob Fatu, Drew McIntyre, unsanctioned match. And now McIntyre looking to gain the upper hand. Headbutts though by Fatu, driving McIntyre down to the mat. And look at Jacob Fatu go.
We're about to learn a lot about these two. Who has the biggest appetite for warfare? Somebody's hopes are fading rapidly. Who can dig the deepest?
And Jacob Fatu now set to set up a table. Again, thank you for joining us on ESPN2 tonight for the first hour of WrestleMania. The rest of the show will continue in just a few moments over on the ESPN app. Part of the unlimited plan as Jacob Fatu now looks to take McIntyre out as he sends him face first into the table.
And that swaggering confidence of Drew McIntyre feels like a long time ago at this point.
Goodness, right across the elbow of McIntyre.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Not cooperate with him at this
Don't
point.
tell me he's gonna do the
He's got bigger problems than fingers coming up here though.
And with McIntyre prone on the table, Jacob Fatu looks to take the slow climb to the top rope, and McIntyre off the table. Chair bounced off the face of Fatu, and now McIntyre with an opportunity.
Oh, exactly what you've got to do. Wait until your opponent drops his guard, and then hope you've got enough left in the tank to do something like this.
And now McIntyre, oh my goodness, McIntyre just sent Fatu through the table, which was set up here at ringside. And now McIntyre may have Fatu exactly where he wants him.
What a devastating landing that was. And it is now all in the hands of McIntyre to put this one to bed.
Fatu just trying to roll out of harm's way as McIntyre again stalks his man. Looks for the Claymore, runs into a super kick by Fatu. And another one by Fatu, drops McIntyre.
Just incredible bounce back ability from Fatu, and once again loitering with intent is that toolbox.
Right off
Did he just, bro?
Who may be out. Jacob Fatu. Mighty Moonsault.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Here is your winner.
That is it, bro.
Jacob
was as violent as we expected. And Jacob Fatu, look at him.
Crazed look in his eye, as volatile as they come. Oh, what an incendiary matchup that was. Fatu somehow, some way, simply outlasting McIntyre. The volume of abuse both men absorbed was something to behold.
Jacob Fatu said he was going to go back in time for one night. And boy, did he ever.
Look how we got there. This is the moment McIntyre thought he had this thing won. The shove, fall to the outside, crashing through a table and crashing down hard. The issue McIntyre has at this point, he's got to get his opponent back in the ring. And that is when Jacob Fatu turned it around. That toolbox once again in McIntyre's career haunted him. And then simply no way back from this. A 1-2 whammy. Massive moonsault through the table, and what a victory for Jacob Fatu.
Jacob Fatu puts to rest the demon known as Drew McIntyre. Jacob Fatu impressive here tonight in this unsanctioned match against the Scottish Warrior Drew McIntyre. And you have to wonder if this finally closes the book on what has been a long, vicious rivalry.
Well, for the safety of these two men, I certainly hope so. But Fatu going onwards and upwards from here, always said wants to be the #1 representative of his family and claims the top goal here. Where does Fatu's career go from here? All options are on the table, but for McIntyre, this is going to be a bitter pill to swallow, and it's going to take a long time to get over this.
I actually thought we were going to get
handcuffs were off for Jacob
the Wyatt Six versus the MFT at WrestleMania, but apparently not.
Stage of WrestleMania. Ladies and gentlemen, in the States, we would love to thank you for joining us with a special presentation of WrestleMania Saturday on ESPN2. We invite you now to head over to the ESPN app with the Unlimited plan, where you can catch the rest of WrestleMania, featuring the matches you see on your screen now, including our main event, Cody Rhodes, Randy Orton for the undisputed WWE title. We'll see you on the other side. Congratulations to Jacob Fatu.
Alright, we'll be right back.
Time never ends, huh? Well, more Chumba time for me.
Let me going.
Undisputed Chumba
Sing
Champion has arrived. Give me that tablet.
I'm gonna give up the Chumba belt that easy.
Kind of like the one Damien took from you.
He was intriguing, and they wanted to see more of him.
Just show up and they put in the main event everywhere we go. The character didn't really have a persona other than he was big and nasty and mean.
Everybody's been running scared. They've been feeding me this great beef meat every week on TV. I want the best now. All these superstars, they've been hiding in the eye of the storm, brother. I've been whipping everybody out here.
As I was becoming more popular, all the promoters, they said, you're looking as big as you are. You need to be in New York. Madison Square Garden is the epitome of wrestling. And there's a guy named Vince McMahon Sr. who called. That he wants you to come to New York. So I went up there. Vince McMahon's clicking quarters, looking at me. I want you to come to work for me. Work nothing but main events. And draw money all over the world. I said, oh, really? First off, I would change the name.
It is the Incredible Hulk Hogan.
And I said, what is a Hulk Hogan? What does that mean?
Back in the day, my dad gave him his name. He was this big kid, and my dad, of course, being Irish, decided Hogan, that's a great name. So why not Hulk Hogan. It was alliterative, so let's go with that.
But I'm Italiano. Vince doesn't matter to me. Yeah, okay. I'll think about it.
His opponent makes his Madison Square Garden debut, the incredible Hulk Hogan.
The very first match that Hulk Hogan ever had in Madison Square Garden was with yours truly, Ted DiBiase.
Here is the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase.
Ted DiBiase.
When Hulk and I had that match, Vince McMahon Sr. came to me and he said, "We have really high hopes for this guy. I really want you to get him over as best you can. Putting someone over means he's going to win." And I said, "You got it, boss." Oh, he was brand new. He was obviously just still learning. But my job was to make him look really good. When we first locked up, you know, he powers out. I back up into the corner like, oh my gosh. You know, I'm trying to convey to the people that, you know, what do I have to do to get this guy down?
For this to be the forefront of the wrestling business, the main event in Madison Square Garden, the beginning of a whole new era, I thought I had arrived.
For decades, one stage has defined greatness. Icons were made here. Legacies were built here. This is WrestleMania.
Behold! Pack our things.
Let's go.
Rated PG in theaters now.
Aerial coverage of WrestleMania brought to you by Goodyear. Tried, tested, proven, legendary. And we are inside Allegiant Stadium tonight for WrestleMania Saturday. There is our own WWE blimp enjoying the festivities in front of over 50,000 here tonight at WrestleMania. And it has been quite the start here to WrestleMania, Wade. We had the two great matches on ESPN2, and now we welcome everyone in internationally on Netflix and, of course, in the United States on the ESPN app. Michael Cole, Wade Barrett. We still got plenty more to come. Going to get to all that in a moment. But first, let's check on with our Spanish colleagues, Marcelo Rodriguez and Jerry Soto.
Con nosotros. ¿Qué tal, amigos? Gracias, Cabalga. Gracias por acompañarnos con estas emociones de WrestleMania, y en esta mesa en español que le pertenece a todos ustedes.
Tú estás aquí con nosotros, así que gracias por existir. Bienvenido a WrestleMania.
Let's get to it for the rest of the night here tonight. Plenty of action on tap at WrestleMania Saturday. We have the Women's Intercontinental Championship, or the Champion A. Sorry about that, folks. It's the Women's World Championship. Stephanie Vaquer and Liv Morgan go one-on-one here tonight.
And 6 months out with a shoulder injury for Seth freaking Rollins, but right back in at the deep end versus the merciless Ring General Gunther. They go one-on-one tonight.
Okay, I'm so excited getting ahead of myself now. we can talk about what's coming up a little bit later on tonight here in Las Vegas, and that is, of course, for the Women's Intercontinental Championship. AJ Lee looks to beat Becky Lynch for a fourth time, perhaps a fourth time with a Black Widow. That takes place here tonight.
And Mentor versus Student, Viper versus QB1, 14-time world champ.
Let me just. I need to also mute this thing so it doesn't play the audio of these commercials. Because I'm afraid like that is gonna completely mute the stream or do something to my channel.
Well, make his presence known.
The following is a fatal four-way match for the WWE Women's Tag Team Championship. One member from each team will be legal at all times. The first team to score a pinfall or submission will be declared the winners and the Women's Tag Team Champions.
Tell me why I come back to the stream. Freaking buffering again. Great, so we're back to this thing buffering now. Nice, that's exactly what I wanted, bro. Are you serious? Are you kidding me? I think my stepdad just making a surprise visit. Oh, great. This is what I want. Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted, bro. Oh my gosh. In the middle of Alexa's freaking entrance, the things just stopped buffering. Great. 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 I love this.
Introducing first, the team of Alexa Bliss and Charlotte Flair.
We're back.
Only
We're back in.
Alexa and Charlotte can pull off those outfits. The former tag team champions looking to win back the gold.
So they do a little
Charlotte Flair, of course,
they're doing some sort of theme song mashup.
over the years.
I missed the first part because this shit decided to buffer. Crazy.
Undefeated streak of the Empress of Tomorrow. She beat Rhea Ripley back at Mania 36. Ronda Rousey at Mania 38, and of course, Wade, the history-making WrestleMania 35, where Charlotte Flair, Ronda Rousey, and Becky Lynch will be a part of the first ever women's match to main event WrestleMania.
Just so we're clear, Cole, I think you could pull off both of those outfits.
Oh, thanks.
But let's move on because we've got two top stars who know all about hitting top gear at WrestleMania, looking to win back tag gold once again tonight.
Alexa Bliss, back at Mania 36, would win the
Now, please, no wardrobe malfunctions, please.
Next, the team of Bailey and Lyra Valkyria.
Why are they, you know, I don't want to pick up too much time, so I might as well come out to one thing.
We would find out later would attack Bayley, taking her out of WrestleMania. Becky would replace her to team with Lyra Valkyria to win the tag team gold.
Yeah, it was a short-lived reign, and of course, Becky Lynch, who had previously attacked Bayley, then went on to attack Lyra before these two got back together, smoothed things over, and now launching an assault on finally getting the gold here at WrestleMania.
Bayley has 3 wins in this great spectacle. Of course, back at WrestleMania 40 when she beat Io Sky to win the WWE Women's Championship.
WWE Women's Tag Team Champions, Nia Jax and Lash Legend, the irresistible forces.
And both Nia and Lash Legend paying homage to legends. Brand new WWE Hall of Famers, Axe and Smash, Demolition, who were inducted at just a very emotional ceremony last night.
Yeah, from one powerhouse duo to another. Here comes the Nia, and here comes the Lasher, the reigning tag team champs here for the women in WWE. And what an unstoppable powerhouse duo they make.
Yeah, they won the tag titles back at the end of February by knocking off Rhea Ripley and Io Sky, undefeated as a team.
Just as formidable a pair of foes as you could possibly imagine, possess zero physical weaknesses and a hell of a lot of assets. And damn, they look good tonight, ready to sparkle here in the desert.
Alexa Bliss looking on. Her and Nia Jax with quite the rivalry. In fact, Nia...
Are the Bellatons not here anymore? Because, like, why the champions coming out before the Bellatons? Interesting.
So, I tried really hard, you guys, to overcome this injury. And unfortunately, I couldn't get it medically cleared today. And I wasn't about to ruin Bree's WrestleMania moment. So to take my place, I called in an old friend.
Oh my god! No! No!
She's back!
Oh my gosh, bro!
Paige has returned to WWE!
Oh my gosh, bro! It's freaking 2015 again, bro! It's 2015 again, bro! Ah, let's go!
Accompanied by WWE Hall of Famer Nikki Bella, the team of Brie Bella and Paige.
The old god is just slowly coming back. So geek, bro.
Anyone knew Paige was going to be here at WrestleMania.
Oh man, your heart goes out to Nikki Bella, who's
Bro, the last person to come back to WWE is Sasha Banks, bro. Once she goes back, it's over, bro. Ah!
this audience who have truly been given a gift here with the return of Paige.
Paige looks in tremendous shape here tonight. And she will team with Brie Bella as part of this fatal four-way match for the women's tag team titles. And I'm just looking up doing some research real quick here, Wade. Well, go ahead with your point.
I was going to say the entire UK must be jumping out of their couches right now. I know it's late there. I'm sure you're buzzing with energy thanks to the return of Paige, part of the famous Night Dynasty over there. While she's back and she's coming for the goal.
And apparently, I believe this is Paige's first time in a
Bruh.
WWE ring in more than 8 years. Paige, of course, who made her main roster debut as Lash Legend starts things off now against Brie Bella. Bayley in this as well, and so is Alexa Bliss. 4 women in the ring at one time. First team to gain pinfall or submission will win the tag titles. Meanwhile, Paige made her main roster debut, remember, against AJ Lee, our current Intercontinental Champion, when she was in a
Bro,
championship.
it's 2015, you know. It's 2015.
Paige, and of course, in this match, you can only tag your own tag partner. And now making the most of that.
I cannot believe Paige is back.
Lash Legend has been so impressive and incredible since teaming with Nia Jax.
I mean, how can these two fail? Let's be honest, two powerhouses that are both worth double. It's basically 4 against 2 every time they're in tag matches.
I still can't stop looking at the apron. Paige is actually in this match, Wade.
Oh man, this place is going to explode when she gets tagged.
Oh! Charlotte Flair with a high cross body. And the Queen now sends Nia Jax out of the ring and delivers a chop to Brie. You see Charlotte Flair, and you talk about Paige. Remember back at NXT when Paige, Charlotte, and Becky were part of that team, PCB. And look at this, Brie Bella hooking up Charlotte, who kicks out.
Yeah, here's the problem. These kind of 4-way matchups with the rules like this. There's always going to be opponents flying in every time you go for a move, a pin, whatever. You'll have your wits about you in there.
Brie Bella using Lyra Valkyria as a weapon, and then Lyra wiping out Brie.
How much does this affect Brie? Obviously, it's great you've got Paige, but you are used to teaming with your own twin sister.
I was kind of ready to zone out for this match a little bit because I really didn't care for the belts. So I don't care for the tag division for the women at least. But
Paige actually teamed with Brie on a with Brie on a WrestleMania kickoff show a number of years ago. Oh, step up Enziguri.
That's not a particularly deep resume as a tag team, but you'll take whatever you can get at this point. Gonna have to click into gear very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And that's tough to do when you've got
I know
Nia
you
Jax
do.
rearranging your spine.
And a tag made, and Lash Legend now legal.
Well, I love everything about Lash Legend. For many people, that is the future of the women's division right there. And that is a small example of exactly why. Taking this war by storm since arriving.
Choke slam right onto the apron of Bayley. Now Charlotte Flair with a big boot drops Nia to the floor. Lash Legend with that boot to Charlotte.
Charlotte is absolutely brilliant, has all the experience in the war, but there's so little you can do against someone with a frame like Lash Legend who knows how to use it. Using those veteran wiles now is Charlotte Flair, and smartly tagging out, getting the fresh Alexa Bliss in there for a go.
And now Bliss. Oh, and a DDT delivered to Lash Legend. Now Lyra Valkyria back into the fray.
Valkyria, one of the greatest high flyers and a former Intercontinental champ here in WWE too. Now picking up the pace, and this is smart. Once you've got Lash Legend out of the ring, do whatever you can on your opponents and capitalize.
And now Bayley and Lyra with the frequent tags. Double team coming. Backbreaker. And Bayley delivers the elbow to Bliss.
Ding dong, you idiots.
And Lash Legend gonna break up the near fall.
Well, Lash was down, but certainly not out, and poised at the right time to break up that pin.
And Brie fingertips away from her partner Paige before Lash Legend intercepts and sends her to the corner.
And how much would Lash Legend love to spoil this return of Paige by preventing her from even getting tagged in, get this one finished before Paige can even enter?
Yeah, I was going to say, Paige hasn't even been in this matchup. And Nikki tries to throw the crowd on. Alexa Bliss now and Lyra Valkyria gonna double team Brie.
It's all about loose alliances in this one. Attack opponents, but keep your wits about you. These things never last long.
And now Lash
Oh no.
so confident.
Oh no.
She powers away in here.
Oh no.
Bougie Polly doing her thing.
Yeah, sending Bliss and Lyra to the mat.
I thought they were gonna do far worse. I thought they were gonna suplex. I thought they were gonna suplex Brie while we watched it.
Four women down. Fresh partners now on the apron, demanding entry into this match.
Got to tag your own partner. Lyra trying to drag herself to Bayley. Tag made. Here comes Nia Jax. Here comes Charlotte Flair. Bayley in as well.
Come on, Brie. Come on, Brie. Paige is right there. Paige is right there, Brie.
Intolerable, overwhelming. Oh, God!
Let's go.
What the world's been waiting for.
A two-time Divas champion. Paige taking it to Nia. The inaugural NXT Women's Champion.
Oh my God, I'm geeking out right now, bro. I'm geeking out right now, bro. Bro, all of my favorites are coming back. Bro. A freaking cameraman fell.
Just a step ahead of the competition since that tag is Paige. What is she cooking up here?
Paige now up the top rope, crossbody to Lyra Valkyria, who rolls through.
Beautiful. Nice, Lyra.
Lyra looking for Nightwing. Paige able to counter.
Scrambling out at exactly the right time. Paige Turner.
Is it enough to put her away? And breaking things up is Bayley. Turning back the clock with a Paige Turner. And that was Samoan drop by Nia Jax.
Bro, seeing a mix of the new and the old is just...
Looking to retain the gold here and dump Brie Bella out on her head, but denied.
If we can get Sasha Banks back in WWE, that would just be just kiss. Getting Sasha Banks would just complete this women's division, bro. I don't know how long she has with AEW, but if she comes back, if she just lets that shit, then she's definitely letting that contract expire and come back to WWE. Because if she see Paige back, AJ Lee back, the Bella twins back, bro. If I was Sasha, I'm coming back. I'm coming back to the E.
Two women that led us to the evolution.
I would love, and also, and bro, Sasha Banks probably will come back. Bro, freaking Bianca Belair, but dog. If WWE play their cards right, they can have a healthy women's main event scene, a women's mid-card scene, and a women's tag team scene. All three divisions will be healthy once they play their cards right.
Alexa Bliss with Paige in trouble. Brie Bella yanking Charlotte out of the ring. Distracting Bliss. Oh, wait, that's Nikki. Wait a minute. Nikki with the crutch. Nikki with the crutch. Twisted Bliss. Paige got her knees up.
Wait a minute. What are we doing here? There is no way. Oh my God. She did it again. Paige did it again!
The return of Paige to win tag team gold.
While shock and awe for the entire industry.
Oh my gosh, bro! She did it again, bro! When she debuted on the main roster, she beat AJ Lee. She returns to WWE for the first time in God knows how long, and then she gets the tag titles in her return.
Bring up the knees on this Twisted Bliss, and then really make it count moments later with this cradle DDT. Rampage, and we have new tag champs, shockingly, Brie Bella and Paige.
Paige won a championship on her debut in WWE over a decade ago.
That is insane, bro.
And now she returns for the first time in 8 years.
8 years.
She wins
8 years, bro.
again.
She did it again, bro. Did it again. Debuts and then becomes Divas champion. Returns after 8 years and becomes tag team champion. Bro.
One of the most inspirational women that you will ever meet. Paige has returned to WWE to win the tag team titles.
That is just the ultimate feel-good story. If you're a fan of this industry, a fan of the journey we've all been on over the past 15 years in the women's division, Paige, that was amazing. Congratulations.
Well, you know, everyone is out for WrestleMania. Even the Mandalorian and Grogu, who traveled to see tonight's action. And we have a sneak peek at their new movie, Star Wars, The Mandalorian and Grogu, filmed for IMAX.
There's no way.
May 22nd.
Grogu will live centuries beyond me. I won't always be around to protect him.
This is about preventing another war and protecting everything the rebellion fought for.
There are too many. Go now. I'll hold them off.
Are you scared? You should be.
They're making a Mandalorian movie?
The Mandalorian and Grogu in theaters and IMAX May 22nd. Get
Interesting. Okay.
Where's my DoorDash? Good. Have you seen my food? Red bag, white logo? Ah! Where's my DoorDash? Oh.
When the bell rings, it's time for DoorDash.
Credit One Bank presents Cancelina. She's a credit wrecker. She loves canceling older credit cards when they're paid off. But what she doesn't know is that canceling them can decrease the length of her history and hurt her credit mix, both of which could lower her score. Don't be like Cancelina. Instead, learn how to avoid the wreckers at creditwreckers.com. Credit One Bank for what's ahead.
What in the world are you thinking?
Mean Gene, the first thing you need to do is to tell these people to shut up if you want to hear what I gotta say.
And then it got evil in there, man. You know, as soon as I saw Mean Gene's nose get split open and I plugged into that crowd, my mind says, screw the audience.
All this crap in the ring represents these fans out here. I did everything for the charities. I did everything for the kids. And the reception I got when I came out here, you fans can stick it, brother.
I think deep down inside there's parts of him that just wanted to let people know what he really thought.
Felt great. And there's so much heat, it was incredible. I looked at people in the eyes that were 5 feet away from me and they wanted to kill me. They had blood coming out of their eyeballs, they were so mad at me. I knew I could just rule. I could rule the business.
This right here is the future of wrestling. You can call this the new world order of wrestling, brother. What you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Don't touch me, I'm gonna flee the lawyers.
Yeah, I remember him sitting me down saying, like, you know, all the red and yellow
Oh,
stuff.
first wife.
Guy
What does it
stuff
say?
that's out the window. I
How much? How many Ys did this guy have?
Joe, everybody see that? And
God, he was crazy.
Hulk doesn't work anymore.
He said, where's my black boots? Do I have any black patent leather boots? I have to go see if I have black boots. So I go in his closet and I'm like digging around. I'm like, these? They're like 100 years old from like 1965. He's like, yeah, those.
You better get going.
I'm going. I'm right on time. I got 2 hours.
I give him a pair of my black leggings. He's like, yeah, that's it. Puts the belt around him. I'm like, yeah, that's it.
Now, he's turned his back on it all. Ladies and gentlemen,
Nothing was ever the same after that. If Hulk Hogan can turn heel, then anything can happen.
Hulk was trying to fit into this new world, this new society.
And it worked tremendously.
He has one of the greater changes in all the history of our industry. My gosh.
It flips everything.
I waited out straight for all those kids, brother. They didn't want to follow the path, so I'm done with them, man.
Hulkster was doing it out of anger. Was the shit, you know? He was the dude.
You know, the cheap shots and that dastardly evil type character, like a Batman villain. He wasn't afraid to break the rules, you know, take over the announcer's table.
Is there any question now? Who is the most powerful man in professional wrestling?
He's yelling at old ladies. He's phenomenal.
I don't have to play by any rules as Hollywood Hogan. I can lie, cheat, lie right to your face and get away with it because I'm a bad guy.
I need Bianca Belair back expeditiously. Snow.
This summer, the world arrives. Guarantee your place at the FIFA World Cup.
The World Cup's coming up again.
Hey, visit WWEshop.com to shop officially licensed WrestleMania apparel, including WrestleMania t-shirts, hoodies, hats, and so much more. From action figures and autographed photos to WrestleMania commemorative plaques and replica championship belts, there's no shortage of ways to commemorate the biggest live event in sports entertainment. And the stars are out tonight. Here at ringside on the left, Tony Hinchcliffe. On the right, Committee and Jet Ross. Tony Hinchcliffe with a WWE special of Kill Tony. Now, the live event happens tonight, but it's going to be on Netflix coming out this Monday. Hey, the drums... Start that again. The Drumstick Squad has taken over WrestleMania. The energy is electric. The crowd's on its feet.
I wonder what the actual live performance of both nights.
Chocolatey, creamy, crispy.
And we're buffering again, bro. On.
That's why Drumstick has earned the title of America's favorite, the undisputed, undefeated, ultimate cone.
Come on, bro. Why can't you just go smoothly? Why are we buffering, bro? Why are we buffering again, bro? Why are we buffering again, bro? Bro, I missed. I ended up missing part of Becky Lynch's entrance because of this shit, bro. Come on. We need to get there are so many people on the main roster that need new, actually good themes. We need Stephanie Vacchia to either get her old theme back or actually get a new good theme. Bailey, oh my gosh, Bailey needs a new theme expeditiously. Seeing this on WrestleMania is just, oh my gosh, bro. Whoa! What we see there? Bro, imagine if Becky's daughter was here, bro. Yeah, she's like what, 4? 3? I can't even remember how old Becky's daughter is right now.
From Union City, New Jersey, she is the Women's Intercontinental Champion, AJ Lee!
I love this entrance. This is very similar to John Cena's entrance. We had multiple people cosplaying as it, but I love this one.
At WrestleMania, AJ Lee skips her way to the ring. Okay, you saw Becky confronting the official, Jessica Carr, moments ago. Go ahead.
I am absolutely furious. Sorry to take the shine from this entrance of AJ Lee fans, but I cannot fail to notice that the official who has been placed in charge of this championship matchup is none other than Jessica Carr. Jessica Fast Count Carr, who has been a major thorn in the side of the challenger Becky Lynch for the past 12 months, costing her several matches. And I'll tell you this right now, Michael Cole, there is zero chance Jessica Carr is going to be unbiased in this one. It is a conspiracy. It is a scandal.
AJ Lee defending the Intercontinental Championship against Becky Lynch. And for Becky, there's really just one key strategy in this match tonight. That is avoid the submission move known as the Black Widow. They've met 3 times over the past 7 months. 3 times. Becky is tapped out to the Black Widow.
Well, I'll half agree with you. Yes, avoid the Black Widow at all costs because that is a guaranteed L. The other half is avoid the biased refereeing decision.
Well, how much
of
is
Jessica Fast
how much is Becky paying you to keep up this propaganda to give her an out when she loses to AJ tonight?
Doesn't have to pay me a penny. I speak the truth, unlike you, Michael Cole. 25 years plus of nonsense right here at WrestleMania. Congratulations.
And this has become very personal between these two. Becky Lynch revealing
Time to lock in.
Daughter, her favorite wrestler, AJ Lee.
Yeah, long-standing rival, straddling a couple of eras, as you mentioned, but AJ has simply been kryptonite for Becky Lynch ever since returning, delivering multiple humiliations at the man, and that humiliation may be
Oh my gosh, bro.
Resume at WrestleMania, one of the great resumes.
You can tell she's having so much fun.
Most of all time in the women's division.
And Lynch from the off is already coming unglued here, but nice bit of power here from the Irish woman.
Yeah, suckering AJ Lee and now a fallaway slam into the barricade.
Well, the first 30 seconds of this match were an absolute disaster for Lynch, but that is an example right there of why she is permanently championship caliber.
Continues to make history, does Becky Lynch. WrestleMania 32 when she won the inaugural WWE Women's Championship. Becky, of course, part of the main event, first women's main event in WrestleMania history back at WrestleMania 35. And now Lynch, what a leg drop off the top rope. Cover now by Becky to win the title and a kick out by Lee.
Yeah, you're not going to put AJ Lee away that easily, but certainly softening up the champ and doing some major damage from the off. Gritting her teeth.
Well, Becky's got to be careful because the official, Jessica Carr,
is a cheat.
Well, not going to take anything from Becky.
It's a cheat. That's crazy.
Very intense, very determined. Becky with a big exploder, sending AJ to the center of the ring. Crawls to the cover, hook to the leg. On Lee, kick out at 2.
Well, it's been Becky Lynch's greatest hits in the first 90 seconds of this matchup, and there is no relenting, just pure hatred oozing out of the pores of Lynch.
Becky should be concentrating a bit more on AJ than barking.
Oh, well, hold on. Well,
AJ taking off the turnbuckle pad.
Well, what on earth is she doing that for? That came back to bite her at the Elimination Chamber, and she ended up regretting it and losing the match.
Screaming in the ear of Jessica Carr.
I can't with you because you are absolutely insane. You know that?
They're absolutely insane. You can't call a competitor that if you are a neutral official. Just call the competitor insane.
Oh, now AJ rolling up Becky may catch her here in a kick out.
Why are we?
Nice distraction there from the referee, Jessica Fast Count Carr.
Also didn't hear what Becky was screaming in the ear of Jessica.
We're giving the referees personalities now. I'm not sure. Usually they do that once they're trying to transition from being, actual support, being a referee, then and then transition into being like an actual wrestler. I don't know if that's what they're trying to do, but okay.
That was nasty catching the jaw of Becky Lynch, and collision like that normally does not behoove you to be the lighter competitor like AJ Lee is.
For some reason, I thought she was gonna hit Oblivion. I don't know why.
And that sent shockwaves down the spine of the champ.
And AJ Lee,
so nimble, so
sliding underneath and taking Becky off her feet.
Feel like slowly but surely, AJ Lee is getting a major foothold in this match.
Bro, remember when the women used to barely be featured on actual pay-per-views? Like, you'll be lucky you get one women's match on WrestleMania. No, on night one alone, we had 3 women's matches.
The ring rust truly is off,
bro.
and she is simply getting better with each matchup, and that is scary for the rest of the women's division.
And as AJ gets better, Becky.
A lot of people say that, oh, they wish they were born in the past and shit like that. Like, no, you do not. And this is one of the main examples why. Like, especially if you're a woman. Especially if you're a woman. Being born, no. Seeing that women finally have almost on equal footing with the men in wrestling. And that's just one example of some of the things that they've gotten access to. Like I said, back then, you barely see any women on the freaking card. And then when they were featured, the freaking pervert Vince will feature them just only displaying the, not really in the most savory way. And then no, like, look at this! Look at what they're doing now! You love to see it, man. You love to see it.
Looking for the manhandle slam, and AJ Lee turns it into an arm drag.
You love to see it, man.
Kick now to the back of the neck.
It's that speed, that pace of AJ Lee that really is the difference maker here.
Oh, almost got the Black Widow.
Swings her into the second rope. Great counter by Becky.
And that's what Fight Camp has been all about for Becky Lynch. That one move, that's been the problem.
And now the manhandle slam. Becky Lynch to win
that can't be
the title. AJ Lee just got the shoulder up.
Is that shock or is that fury in the eyes of Becky Lynch? Because she thought she had this one. What an amazing reversal out of that Black Widow there. The neck of AJ Lee surgically repaired, catching that middle rope, followed up with this
I'm
manhandle
sorry.
slam, and it
Did
should have
AJ
been
Lee ever have a
over.
neck
The
injury?
resilience of AJ Lee coming to the fore.
Yeah, just angering.
I don't remember AJ Lee having a neck injury.
Stomping away. Got to be careful she doesn't get disqualified here.
Yeah, especially when you never know the referee's count cadence.
Oh, she better get out of Jessica Carr's face. I mean, I respect Carr for letting things go in this
What's
match,
the
being a
story
championship
here?
match, but she's had enough.
Okay.
Well, turnabout's fair play.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Can't say
Oh
Becky
no.
didn't deserve that.
Technically, it could have been a disqualification there for Becky Lynch. She's living
Oh!
dangerously.
There is no way. Oh my gosh. Holy shit. Bro, she looked like she got flattened by that man on the side. I swear, if that was it, I would have been shocked.
And it really is up for grabs now. Both women laid out. Both women have dropped major shots on their opponent, but their opponent has been equal to it. But you sense the end is inching closer.
AJ, right hand. Becky delivers one of her own. And another. Slugfest continues.
And in a slugfest, I'm backing the bigger, more powerful athlete in this case.
Oh, Black Widow. She couldn't come out of it. Is she gonna tap?
Oh, God, getting towards those ropes, getting inching closer.
Trying to grab the rope to force a break, and I think she had a handful of hair, which caused AJ Lee to slip onto the hold.
And managed to navigate out of there somehow. Wait a second, that turnbuckle just fell off in the hands of Becky Lynch. Well, I don't think anyone saw
and now
it.
pulling the official in front of her, and now sending AJ Lee into the exposed steel turnbuckle. And now a manhandle slam. Jessica Carr had no idea what happened, and Becky Lynch is a three-time Intercontinental Champion.
3 times? Oh yeah. I think she was the inaugural Intercontinental Champion. Then she got it back off of, she got it from Maxine when Maxine beat her. And then now she got it back here. I knew Becky was gonna win because, like I said, she always lost. She lost 3 times to AJ. She lost 3 times to AJ. There's no way she's gonna lose a 4th time.
She finally defeated her kryptonite, AJ Lee, and now is shining with the gold. Well, this is where it almost went wrong for Becky Lynch, getting into a shoving match with the official, walking a dangerous line here, potential disqualification that, to be fair, was let go, but immediately there, on the
I
offense,
swear,
was AJ
that manhandle slammed AJ hit freaking Becky. She looked like she got freaking flattened. Becky looked like she got freaking flattened.
that the referee did not quite catch. But immediately following that up with some underhanded tactics, removing that turnbuckle, pulling the ref in the way. Referee got sandwiched as she backed out, unbeknownst to the ref, head first into the steel when AJ Lee, and followed up. One-man handle slam later, we got a new Intercontinental champ, and it's the man.
Bro, I want Carmelo Hayes to walk down that freaking aisle during Sami Zayn versus Trick Williams tomorrow and just declare himself part of this match. I need him and Ilya to just freaking hijack that match, bro. I need him and Ilya to freaking hijack that match, bro. Because there is no way you had this guy.
WWE is the ultimate insider membership program designed to bring fans closer to WWE than ever before through exclusive access, rewards, and experiences. If you're interested in becoming a founding member, you can join the waitlist now by visiting WWE.com/club.
Because there's no way you had Ilya and Carmelo go on the run they went on with the the US title. I'd not give them a spot on WrestleMania. How? These two madmen freaking lay it on the line. They laid it on the line almost every night in that for their respective open challenges and just not get a spot at WrestleMania. How do you do that to them? How? I need to catch up on these wrestling podcasts, bro.
I am here with LA Knight ahead of tonight's main event. And Knight, your opponent says you've lost your edge.
Lost my edge, huh? Look, when the pressure's on, I don't fold, I get creamy.
You what?
Huh?
Fire, cool when it counts, and when it's all said and done, I'm the one bringing the crunch.
Crunch?
Layer.
Okay, bro, I'm muted this, bro. Cause like, what are we doing here? What is that? What is that script? I need to see that script they give LA Knight.
Aerial coverage of WrestleMania is brought to you by Goodyear. Legends aren't born, they're proven. And speaking of legends, we got many in the house here tonight at WrestleMania, including my guy, one of my good friends, Chuck Zito, the actor, here tonight in the house. And of course, George Kittle still there, drinking beer.
Oh, he's a lucky man, isn't he?
Give Chuck his beer back.
He's got a Stone Cold t-shirt on. How many beers is that now? At least the ones we've seen
And he
on
hasn't
TV.
shared any with us. Terrence Crawford. He's retired, but he's one of the all-time great boxers. He's here tonight enjoying the show. Funny Marco, the comedian, and well, I don't think they're going to outdrink Kittle. I don't think that's going to happen, guys.
Mission impossible. I'd give it a go, though. I wouldn't mind giving it a try.
How about
yes,
Conor Benn from Zuffa Boxing?
Oh my God, what a legend! His father, Nigel Benn, the Dart Destroyer, my all-time favorite boxer, and Conor Benn now huge win last week.
Hey, and there is no bigger legend than the General, who's giving a break to the Dorfman family. They're going from the upper bowl to ringside, all thanks to the General. They give you a break on your car insurance when you need it most.
Oh boy. Oh boy. That means we have 2 more matches remaining. Stephanie versus Morgan and Cody versus Randy.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Introducing first, from Vienna, Austria, weighing in at 250 pounds, the Ring General, Gunther.
Well, Gunther has a lot to prove tonight. He does not have a great track record when it comes to WrestleMania.
Nope.
2 of the biggest upsets in WrestleMania history happened to him. 666-day reign as Intercontinental Champion ended by Sami Zayn. His reign as World Champion ended last year by main event Jey Uso.
So I saw the kickoff show yesterday, and Gunther very specifically told you, Michael Cole, to shut up. Now that Gunther is in earshot, I suggest you heed his advice.
Okay, so he's the career killer. He's ended the careers of Goldberg and John Cena and AJ Styles. Would love to do that to Rollins tonight. We'll get into that story in a moment.
Seth Rollins, the Shield is nowhere near retirement. No member of the Shield is anywhere close to retirement.
General.
Whoa, what am I seeing here? Whoa! What the frick? What contacts does this man have on? This guy has some freaky ass contacts on, bro. I swear. What the hell? Is he gonna wrestle with that, or is he gonna take it off? There's no way he's wrestling with that. He's definitely taking that off. Of course, I get
Like a
Buffer.
villain out of the Game of Thrones. Seth Rollins entering his 15th WrestleMania.
15 WrestleMania matches, one of which is a WrestleMania main event. 2 of which, actually. He's been in 2 WrestleMania main events. Right? I forgot. Rock and Roman. And I'm getting buffering again in the middle of Seth Rollins' freaking WrestleMania entrance. But why? Why? Why must you do this to me? Why? By the time this thing is done buffering, the match is already underway. This is part of the reason why I try not to do the live reaction.
And the problem in a fight is you cannot dictate the pace, and if you've been out of action for 6 months, it is a dangerous.
I didn't even get to see like the actual starting of the match because this thing was buffering for so long, bro. Are you freaking kidding me?
Completely unglued. But Rollins is not forgetting that Gunther
Forgetting? You mean forgotten?
put himself into WrestleMania by attacking Rollins from behind as Rollins was about to take out Paul Heyman.
Yes, he did. And what does Gunther get for that? He is owed a favor by Paul Heyman, but it better, oh God, it better be a damn good favor considering the beating he's getting from Rollins here.
Wayne, when is the last time you've seen Seth like this, incensed like this, upset like this?
Well, not only has Seth been victim of relentless attacks in the preceding weeks to WrestleMania from Gunther, he's also been diverted out of the way of his major mission. So Gunther, you're going to take the blows for now, and eventually Seth hopes he'll get back to Paul Heyman et al.
Gunther just trying to regroup. Senior official Chad Patton with his hands full.
Double middle fingers is crazy.
And the fight's going to continue.
And finally, we're underway. That's the only reason we did not get a disqualification for those chair shots moments ago.
And there, big chop by Gunther. Seth Rollins with a boot.
Chop to the Adam's apple that just bounced off Seth Rollins, who, as you say, is so incensed, so irate, and so motivated.
Imagine ricocheting off the ropes just to push straight into someone's boot.
That's taken out so many men here. Think about AJ Styles. Think about John Cena. And now, look for the German suplex. Seth able to land. Bit awkwardly, but still landed on his feet. You always worry when you see Seth land like that because of the history of knee injuries.
I mean, you have the kind of career Seth Rollins has had. You're going to have a lot of injuries racking from head to toe. Right now, bouncing past everything Gunther throws at him, and now these stomps just...
Well, speaking of stomp, Rollins going for one, and he ran into a clothesline. Wade, this is not what I expected in this match.
I don't think anyone would have expected this, knowing full well these are two technicians. However, clearly bad blood coming to a boil here, and Gunther's game plan from the off was to make this as fast-paced as possible, test the cardio conditioning of Seth Rollins, who's been out of commission for 6 months. Well, Seth passed the early test, but can he dig deep enough to show some major durability here?
Well, Gunther tried to get the upper hand early, and all it did was enrage Rollins. But now Gunther has slowed the pace to where he likes it. That methodical beatdown of your opponent.
Well, Gunther is just disciplined, and he's a driven traditionalist, and this is more in the wheelhouse of Gunther right now. Gunther thrives on predictability, does his homework, preps like a machine.
It is honestly, it never gets old.
Where
If someone has never been in the ring with Gunther before, just gets the drop for the person's like, jeez, Christ.
You've got to get from beneath the boots of the ring general.
And it's interesting that Gunther brought up the fact that these two men had one match 7 years ago. Nothing was concluded in that matchup, and it's been bothering Gunther ever since. He claims that Rollins has been dodging him.
Oh yes, they did face off in the ring before when he was Walter. That's been so long. I totally forgot.
Seth Rollins over the likes of Brock Lesnar, Triple H. Remember the heist of the century, the cash-in of the Money in the Bank contract at WrestleMania 31.
You can take nothing away from the career of Seth freaking Rollins, one of the best to ever pull on a pair of boots. But when you talk about the best bell to bell, in Gunther's mind, that distinction belongs exclusively to him.
Well, it may be exclusively to Gunther now. One of the things he wants to prove in this match tonight. And Rollins fighting back. Chop right to the back. Now bouncing Rollins off the turnbuckle.
And Rollins all of a sudden looks like somebody who has been on the shelf for the past 6 months and is trying to come back at the very top. No warm-up matches, no easing your way back into this. Simply the brightest of spotlights, the biggest pressure, and against this man mountain, the ring general.
Gunther now has Seth in trouble. Rollins near the top rope.
Is Seth going to counter or
They're looking to hook Rollins.
superplex? Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, careful, careful.
And now Seth Rollins.
Gunther's in big trouble now.
Buckle bomb? Oh, he's going for the buckle bomb.
Oh no. With a buckle bomb. And Gunther just isn't used to being thrown around like that.
Position for a stomp. Gunther, once again out of harm's way, delivers a release German suplex to Rollins, who ends up on his feet. Sends Gunther into the ropes, German suplex of his own. And a clothesline stops Rollins in his tracks, back up to his feet, and one of his own. Rollins is possessed tonight.
Yeah, whatever embers were burning inside Rollins, just enough to throw one big lariat of his own. This was after this impressive buckle bomb from Seth Rollins, dropped with a massive swinging clothesline, but hey, I got some of that too, Gunther. Both men now laid out.
Bro, this just makes me want to see Kenny Omega versus Seth Rollins, bro. You imagine, though. They would tear the house out, bro.
For WrestleMania Saturday. Seth Rollins and Gunther squaring off.
And I'll tell you right now, I thought Seth Rollins was going to be toast by now, especially given the frenetic pace of this one from the off. But the fact that Gunther is the one who's laid out and Seth is the one who looks closest to being recovered is absolutely stunning.
And Gunther with a kick right across the face, and another one by the ring general. Rollins follows it up with a running forearm.
I mean, we talked about this not being a 5-star classic. It's simply been a dogfight from the word go. Not looking to show off their range, not looking to show off their scientific skills, just looking to beat the other man into submission.
Gunther just has a massive chip on his shoulder. Rollins upset with the way that this matchup came about.
And Gunther's done a really nice job of slowing Rollins down.
I might be wondering one of that Gunther was gonna be up against Rey Mysterio and be retiring.
The agility of Seth freaking Rollins.
But then again, Rey Mysterio doesn't seem to be slowing down, so he has some time. What I would love to see is after Obafemi's done with Brock decides to retire at SummerSlam because Brock is Mr. SummerSlam. So what better honor for Gunther to retire Mr. SummerSlam at SummerSlam?
Fiery daredevil spirit. When you push him too far, he's gonna snap, and now we see that.
Well, Gunther may snap too. Hooks Rollins, stacks him up. Kick out by Rollins. See how quick Gunther is? Yeah. Rollins momentarily glanced at the official, and it allowed Gunther to do this.
Yeah, two things: speed of mind, and on top of that, just a sheer power, explosive advantage over Rollins. And Gunther needs to do more of that if he's going to get the win here.
Yeah, Seth Rollins, we've learned over many years, heart of a lion, tremendous resilience.
No doubt about it, but I'm going to give some credit to Gunther here. Look at the names he's retired over the past 12 months, and look at who he targeted for this WrestleMania. Gunther doesn't care about the also-rans in this game. If you're not A+, Gunther doesn't want you. He wants the best every single time.
Well, and Gunther's made a point, set with a list of injuries over his career. He said, maybe you suffer another one tonight. Maybe I end your career.
That is one way to build a terrifying reputation for yourself, and growing by the month is Gunther's rep.
I mean, no matter what you think about the man, I mean, best in the world inside the ring. All I'm going to say now, I've said it on a number of occasions.
Yeah, he's the yardstick for the current era in ring. Unsurpassed in all areas of mat competition. And doesn't he know it?
Looks in the best shape of his life.
He's completely match-up proof. I don't care your style. High flyer, power, technical. I'm going to beat you. And I'll
Seth Rollins, though. Seth able to turn things around. He hooks Gunther. And a backdrop. Went for the pedigree. And Gunther able to counter. And a big super kick by Rollins. Drops Gunther to a knee. Seth looking for the stop. Oh, he caught him with a knee. Seth caught him with a knee.
And this is that pace that's so crucial for Seth Rollins against someone like Gunther. Second bite of the cherry. Denied again.
Oh!
What a unique reversal.
Shoulders are down, and Rollins has got to bridge out. But he's still got Gunther in position for the pedigree, which he finally hits.
Gunther tried his best to get out of it. Didn't get a full pedigree there, but got enough.
Stop the Gunther.
Hold on. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Might be the moment Seth's hopes got a hell in a handbasket. Not only a pedigree, albeit not flush. That stomp was as flush as they get. And Gunther, there's something inside that human being that is simply abnormal. Kicking out from that level of offense.
These two men physically exhausted, physically beaten in a match that went from 0 to 10 immediately.
And is that doubt in the eyes of the architect, Seth Rollins? I give him 2 of my best. It should be over. I should be home and dry. Grabbing that knee I just noticed there. That right knee of Seth Rollins.
Whoa, what are we planning on doing here, Seth? Seth, what are we planning on doing here? You're clutching your knee. Why are you up there? Why are you up there, Seth? Oh.
Big stomp there. And Gunther was able to move out of harm's way. Rollins rolls him up, stacks him up, shoulders down. Gunther kicks out.
Oh, yeah.
Magnificent counter by the ring general.
You don't want to be there, bro.
A million miles from any rope. Way out of reach here for Seth Rollins. And that is a bigger, stronger athlete pinning him in position.
What a spectacular counter by Gunther into the sleeper. Rollins trying to hang on, trying to create space, trying to create separation, trying to make it back to his feet. Rollins now back to a vertical base.
And that is freakish from Seth freaking Rollins with that vice-like grip now being prized away.
And Rollins is out of the sleeper.
Boom!
Big discus punch by Rollins. And another.
And 2 men running on fumes here. Someone's about to drop here, Cole.
Oh, jeez. Oh my gosh.
And it looks like Gunther's ready to take flight, and it might not be of his own volition.
And now Rollins hooking Gunther. Superplex.
Roll. Ah.
Rollins, ladies and gentlemen. Falcon Arrow.
Oh my gosh.
Gunther kicks out.
Oh my god.
Rollins with a sleeper. Rollins with a sleeper.
This is how Jay put him away. This is how Jay put him away last year. Again.
At WrestleMania. It's Gunther gonna tap again at WrestleMania.
Gunther's fading here. Gunther's fading. Whoa,
and he gets his foot on the bottom rope.
Oh my gosh, bro. These two is just tearing the house down, bro. Oh my
Rollins, now
gosh.
he's got to be questioning himself. What does he do at this point?
I mean, he's thrown everything but the kitchen sink at Gunther, and one way or another, Gunther lives on. And Gunther is living dangerously here, but living he is. I don't think Gunther has any clue where he's at right now. Struggling to even maintain a vertical base on the momentum back with Seth Rollins, and the belief is there.
Rollins, suicide dive, takes out Gunther. And I don't think Seth's done yet.
Let's go ahead. If that guy is... I was hoping his knee did not give out.
In a position like
Because I'm seeing that zoom in. I'm like, bro, if this guy's knee only gave out. Whoa! Ah! Oh my god! Oh! It didn't even collapse. That's the thing.
Oh God, this is getting ugly. Referee keeping a very close eye on this as the count goes off. Gunther with Rollins up top, turns it around.
Oh. And the table still has not given out, bro.
And Seth Rollins desperately needs to get the body of Gunther back. What the hell is Seth doing over here? He's not finished yet. He knows Gunther is an absolute freak. Oh, God. Oh, no, he's going to go for a massive stomp. Oh, my God. Rollins looking for a massive stomp. Gunther has no idea what's going on. Stomp by Rollins.
Oh, my God, bro.
Oh, that was horrific. Gunther beaten and busted. Well, the referee really needs to check on Gunther here because Gunther is an absolute mess at ringside. What a match. A pedigree.
Oh my God.
With a spear to Rollins.
Come on from
The Vision's Braun Breaker, the man who kicked Rollins out of the Vision. The man who's been out with a major injury over the past couple of months. Well, he's back to haunt Rollins. Breaker broke Rollins in half. Gunther, meanwhile, dragging himself to his feet. And the referee missed the whole thing, checking under.
Oh my God. Oh, we're getting that match at Backlash, bro. We are so getting that match at Backlash, bro.
He better turn around. Gunther back into play with the sleeper, wrapping the legs around the body of Rollins. Rollins, who could barely breathe after the spear. Well, this is like taking candy from a baby for Gunther here. A severely weakened Rollins after that spear from the
Oh my gosh, his leg, Gunther's leg is over Seth's right hand, bro.
Rollins may be out. I think he's out there, Cole. Rollins is out. Gunther wins.
Oh my gosh, bro. The count just panned to the camera just panned to this guy running, bro. Oh my gosh.
Braun Breaker came from out of nowhere to end Rollins' WrestleMania dream. Well, however you need to get the job done at WrestleMania, you do it. I have no idea if Gunther has any clue that Braun Breaker even came down after he was laid out on this desk. Take another look at this, the closing moments of the match. Gunther taking command.
Oh my gosh, bro. This match freaking ruled.
Powerbomb on our desk, but then it turned around in a hurry. Pedigree head first onto the announce desk with no give, followed up by this stomp. Sickening. Skull first, bouncing off the steel desk, and then with the referee otherwise engaged out of nowhere. The shocking return of Braun Breaker spearing Seth Rollins to hell. And then the inevitable, the squeeze, the sleeper. Rollins is out. Gunther, your victor.
Oh my gosh.
Rollins, the man who formed the Vision, in his vision, only to be kicked out of the group last fall, led by that man, the unpredictable badass, Braun Breaker.
Oh gosh. And he's getting to, oh no.
You should have put me down when you had the chance.
Oh my gosh. Bruh.
inflicted at the
Bro.
midsection of Seth freaking Rollins. That is a warning. Stay well away from the vision, Seth, because there's plenty more where that came from. And look who's looking on approvingly.
We're gonna get Gunther versus Braun at some point.
Paul Heyman. A man who hitches his wagon to the next hottest thing in this industry, and it would be a fool to deny that that man is Braun Breaker.
Things have gone from bad to very worse for Seth Rollins.
The WrestleMania highlight of the night is presented by Aviator. Fly high.
Highlight of the night. You're gonna do this? No, the event isn't done yet. Bruh. Oh my god. Yo, Italian commentators are just
Y primer campeonato en pareja para Brie Bella, el primer campeonato en pareja para Brie después de tanto tiempo fuera de WWE.
I swear, her theme song is such a banger, bro.
All over the world, watching internationally on Netflix, like in Delhi, India. How about Dublin, Ireland? They're having fun tonight in Toronto, Canada, enjoying WrestleMania 42. Rio Grande do Sul, Brazil. In the United Kingdom at Southampton, enjoying WrestleMania tonight. And in the home of AAA, Mexico City.
Oh, there's someone with Danhausen makeup on.
Is brought to you by Chumba Casino. Step into the ring, play hundreds of free casino-style games. It's Smash Boredom. Let's Chumba. We'll remind everybody that immediately following the main event here on WrestleMania Saturday, we're going to head over to the post-show. Of course, Joe Test hosting the festivities. Big E will be there. Corey Graves, along with Jacob Fatu. How about the Bella Twins and the returning Paige? All in the post-show immediately following the main event.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the WWE Hall of Fame Class of 2026. Represented by Nick Hogan, Robin Musinoff, WWE Hall of Famer Jimmy Hart, the Immortal Moment recipients, Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant.
What is that next to him?
Fame inductee, Bad News Brown. The Worm, Dennis Rodman. X in Smash Demolition.
Bro, they look so weird without their makeup.
Legacy Hall of Fame inductee, Sid Vicious. The phenomenal AJ Styles.
Oh my gosh, I haven't heard this theme song in so long.
And please welcome Stephanie McMahon.
Oh my gosh, man. I love that theme so much as a kid. I love that theme so much as a kid, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, your
I
WWE
hated Stephanie when she was feuding with Brie, but I love the theme.
2026.
Imagine if he never showed up.
The phenomenal one is here, AJ Styles.
Imagine if he never stood across from the very best. Imagine if phenomenal was just a word.
AJ Styles is the WWE champion.
Good thing we don't have to. Congratulations to WWE Hall of Famer AJ Styles, brought to you by Xfinity. Make your home feel like the main event with the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi. That's the power of Xfinity. Imagine that.
This was an ad? I didn't even know, bro. I would have muted it if it was.
Jesus rose from the dead?
What are they gonna think when the giant hits the ground?
The people, they were right there with all of it.
He ripped the shirt off the champion as well as the crucifix. 7'5".
It was the first time I've ever been in the ring not knowing what was going to happen.
Look at the size of the giant. What's Hogan saying to him, I wonder? What could Hogan possibly be saying to him?
Oh, man, I love you to death, brother. Let me tell you something. Thank you so much, man, for helping me out all these years. That was the conversation. And he looked pissed. He just looked like a rabid great white shark, like he's going to tear me apart.
Oh, big right hand, blocked by the champion. And the Hulkster unloading, going for a slam. Oh, he almost...
The storyline is no one had body slammed Andre the Giant. It's impossible.
Andre telling the champion, get up, get up.
I said, well, I'm dead because he's going to kill me.
Oh, the bear hug. We could get a submission on this. He's facing a man who has never been beaten in 15 years. He's taking the air away from Hogan. Hogan is not being allowed to get a full breath of oxygen in there.
And when you talk about who's the greatest, you know, the greatest is, was, or ever will be, or greatest in the world, I challenge anybody in this business
Referee checking the arm. Oh, look at him.
to do one move better than mine,
One more time, if that arm drops, it's over.
which has etched in time, will be a piece of history. Do whatever sidekick you want to do, whatever suplex you want to do, whatever twirly, twisty thing off the top rope. What I did will live forever.
It's up there. Listen to these fans.
After that, I told him, you're never going to be Cherry Bollea again, Hulk. When you walk out there with that headband on, it's not a Cherry Bollea, it's Hulk Hogan. And that's the way the people see you.
He became the legend, the myth, Hulk Hogan, the immortal one.
He's thanking the guy upstairs, Jess, as he always does.
The power of Hulkamania made us push everything else aside and escape into this marvelous movie.
Hulk Hogan turned out to be more real than anyone ever thought it would be. It turned out to be who I really am.
So weird seeing a Fortnite ad, knowing that Fortnite is basically like it's close to dying, to be honest. So
Hey, two-day combo tickets for SummerSlam 2026, taking place Saturday, August 1st, Sunday, August 2nd at US Bank Stadium in Minneapolis. Will go on sale Friday, May 1st at
can
10
we
a.m.
please
Central
get a
Time
new
via
logo
Ticketmaster. General
for
pre-sale for
SummerSlam,
two-day
please?
combo tickets will begin
Can we get
Thursday,
like a
April
new
30th
logo
at 10
style for
a.m. Central.
SummerSlam, please?
Additionally, an exclusive pre-sale offer for Chase Freedom card members will begin Wednesday, April 29th at 10 a.m. Central. Fans can register for pre-sale info by visiting WWE.com/SummerSlam 2026-presale-registration. WrestleMania is in Las Vegas tonight. This is WrestleMania Saturday at Allegiant Stadium, but we are not done tonight. This is a two-night event. Tomorrow, WrestleMania Sunday, the first hour will be on ESPN for the first time ever, and will kick off with Brock Lesnar versus Oba Femi. The rest
Are
of the
we
night
opening
will be
tomorrow
on the
with Oba and
ESPN
Brock?
app with the unlimited
Oh,
plan.
hell yeah.
Will be the world champion CM Punk versus Roman Reigns. And it's been a long and winding road for the Second City Saint. His wrestling debut, LWF 1997. His journey through the Indies would continue. Mid-American Wrestling, then off to St. Paul Championship Wrestling. He would find his feet in Ring of Honor 2 decades ago. Then his dream would come true. 20 years ago, his WWE debut in the reborn ECW. Then he would win his first World Championship in 2008. The famous controversial pipe bomb in 2011. 2014, he would leave WWE for nearly a decade before the improbable return in 2023. And now, Reigns as the world champion to face Roman Reigns tomorrow night.
I did not watch the music video for this. All right, bro. We are kids. Shelter your eyes, kids, because I don't think you should be watching this. Come on, bro. Every single entrance have this freaking buffering problem. Why? Oh my gosh, bro. Come on. So this is what we're doing now, bro. I swear, by the time it's done buffering, we're halfway through Stephanie Vacquer's entrance. Every single entrance, just crazy buffer.
The Women's World Champion in a matchup where she faces Liv Morgan for the very first time ever. A match that has become so personal. Just look at the face of Liv Morgan. The bruises still on display after an attack a couple of weeks ago. Morgan winning the Royal Rumble this year after being the bridesmaid a couple of times. Earned this opportunity, chose Stephanie Vacquer, and here we are tonight.
You know what's the funny thing about this match? This match genuinely should have main event just off of the build that Randy and Cody had. The dog shit build they give Randy and Cody. Stephanie and Liv should have main event because of that dog shit build.
She won the title in September.
I wouldn't have been I was saying earlier this year, I was like, there's like no like big money marquee women's match that really warrants like that really felt like a women's main event, like a women's WrestleMania main event. And then the build to WrestleMania starts. TKO infiltrated the freaking creative room and completely nuked the build. Completely nuked the build for Cody and Randy. And then these two completely killed it for their build. So this match should have been the main event.
World Championship! Introducing first the challenger from Elmwood Park, New Jersey, Liv Morgan. And her opponent from San Fernando, Chile. She is the Women's World Champion, Stephanie Vacquer.
You are looking at two of the biggest stars in our industry today. Stephanie Vacquer, Liv Morgan could not have had more opposite upbringing.
You know what make it even worse? If these two have a much better match than Cody and Randy. If Cody and Randy bombs and these two have a much better match, that's just gonna make it so much worse.
Tonight, and I'll tell you right now, what Stephanie Vacquer has done since arriving in WWE has been absolutely incredible. The past 2 years has just been a long victory streak. She's been amazing. How's she done it? By being calm and composed. The masterstroke of Liv Morgan leading into this match is she's turned highly emotional. And can Stephanie Vacquer compete with that, considering Liv Morgan is a woman who thrives in chaos?
And as you can see, the way this matchup starts, no love lost between these two women, Morgan and Vacquer. And Stephanie going to chase Liv outside the ring. Now, here's my question for you. Stephanie's been focused on this match for weeks and weeks and weeks. Liv Morgan has to an extent, but she's off filming music videos, cutting that brand new song, Trouble. You think her head's here or elsewhere?
No, absolutely not. I think her head is right where it should be. She had one of the greatest 2024s.
This is probably my favorite ring gear for Stephanie Vacquer. That ring gear, the composition of it, immaculate.
Did the right thing in January, won the Royal Rumble. Now is the time to finish the job.
Yeah, Morgan, a two-time world champion. Has had great success at Mania over her career, but hopes to change that tonight. Off the ropes, turns it into a powerbomb. Stacks up the champ now, and Stephanie kicks out at 2.
Yeah, Liv Morgan's a woman who's been looked down upon by some quarters through her path of her career. Never quite considered at that top echelon. That changed in a big way over the past couple of years. And even to this day, Vaquer isn't quite giving her the credit I believe Liv Morgan deserves.
Well, Stephanie, extremely confident, and there's a reason. She's not been pinned or submitted since coming to the main roster. Liv Morgan, nice suplex. And again, her boyfriend, Dirty Dominic Mysterio, and they both use this move. The Three Amigos, made famous by the late, great Eddie Guerrero.
It's the only damn move that Eddie used that everyone loves to pay homage to. He has so many other moves in his moveset, but no, the Three Amigos is the only one everyone seems to remember.
Stephanie Vaquer at all times. We know full well that Stephanie Vaquer with a wind in her sails only ever leads to victory. And Liv Morgan has to be acutely aware of getting the upper hand, which she has, finishing the job.
Liv now, from high above the ring, top rope, went for the frog splash.
And there you go. It was that beat on top of the turnbuckle that Liv Morgan doesn't normally pull off. And that one moment was all Vaquer needed. And here's your favorite move, Michael.
Oh, boy.
It's Booker's, by the way.
And
if only Booker T was here.
And now Stephanie going to turn into the Devil's Kiss on Liv Morgan. And you would be wise to stay quiet.
Oh yeah, man. Oh yes, man.
It doesn't seem like the pressure of the first WrestleMania has been getting to Stephanie at all here.
The up on commentary.
Oh, knees right to the jaw.
That was beautiful.
Cover by Stephanie Vaquer. And a kick out by Morgan.
And you're right, the pressure just doesn't get to Vaquer. That has been true of day one since she arrived in NXT a couple of years ago on a crash course all the way to the NXT Championship. And that momentum never slowed. And here we go, Cole. Oh, nice reversal there from Liv Morgan.
And Morgan now with a backstab.
Vaquer might have been looking for that SVB at one point there, but quickly turning it around, acutely aware of the danger of that particular move was Morgan.
And again, Liv Morgan.
Oh, hold on.
Oh. Oh.
Oh. Devil's Kiss. And almost got caught.
And that's the problem. You get a little too cocky in there with a world champ like Stephanie Vaquer, you're going to get into problems.
You know what I noticed? It has not gotten dark yet. Up there in Vegas.
Knee to the small of the back, forcing Morgan to kick out.
Just about kicking out there and living incredibly dangerously here is Liv Morgan, and things are going completely off the rails. Double underhook with the knee blasted into the back of the neck. That has done so much damage to all opponents throughout the career of Vaquer. And somehow Liv Morgan is alive in this one, but only just. Vaquer is also dragging at this point too. If she can pick up the pace here, but no!
Code breaker by Morgan. Dropping Vaquer back toward the rope. Stephanie, though, able to roll through, perhaps playing possum. I don't think Liv got all of it. Oblivion! Stephanie just hit Liv with her own move. Oblivion into the cover. Hooks both legs.
Oh my gosh.
Well, what a major statement it would have been for Vaquer, putting Liv Morgan away with her own special.
What type of makeup does she have, like, on the side of her eye that just, it does not rub off easily at all? Like, she can go through a whole grueling match and that shit is still on.
Mentally, this could screw up Morgan as well, getting hit by her own move, the Oblivion.
Well, Morgan's barely got anything in the past couple of minutes in here, and she's been hit with some major offense from La Primera, who looks like
wait up to the top rope. That's Roxanne Perez.
Well, not a moment too soon.
Vaquer, push perhaps with a Vaquer Inferno is what she calls it. And now Raquel Rodriguez getting involved. The numbers game from the Judgment Day. Morgan, Oblivion.
There's no way that's it.
Stephanie kicks out.
Well, that was the game plan. If things go wrong, hit the ring, help me out. Roxanne with the distract, the damage caused by the massive Raquel, but somehow Vaquer still lives on here, and this is where it looked like it had gone south for La Primera. draped over the top rope, followed up quickly with Oblivion. Referee absolutely clueless to what just went down. And that is a late kick out, but a kick out all the same.
And now if you're Liv, what do? You just hit your finishing move, couldn't put Stephanie McCare away.
Well, it's clearly going for a second bite of the cherry.
Oh, come on, the officials got to do something about this. Judgment Day is just swarming all over the place out here.
Well, that's always been the playbook of the Judgment Day. La Primera was clearly ready for it.
Oh, no. Now. Looked like she was setting up for Oblivion, ended up going through the ropes and taking out her Judgment Day colleague.
It's almost a sixth sense there from Stephanie Vaquero. Wait up!
Big cross body from the top rope. Morgan, though, was able to escape.
Well, took out the two miscreants on the outside. Oh, no.
And Morgan driving Vaquero into the
Ouch.
Little distraction. Sometimes that is all it needs.
Look at the code breaker from the second rope. Stephanie in trouble. Morgan now. Oblivion for a
Again.
time.
There's no way.
Liv Morgan wins the championship.
Here is your winner and new Women's World Champion, Liv Morgan.
And the man who faces the demon tomorrow, Dirty Dominic Mysterio, comes out to celebrate.
Why didn't they go longer?
The story of our time continues. What a celebration it is going to be tonight in Sin City for these two. Don't party too hard, Dom. Don't burn off all your energy this evening. You'll need some of that tomorrow when you take on the Demon Finn Balor. But for now, it is party time in the clubhouse.
But what a champion Stephanie McCare was. And this ended up being a 3-on-1 match, Wade.
I mean, very little chance at this point. It looked like miraculously Stephanie McCare was going to pull it out again. So many distractions on the outside. And this was 1-2 men.
That kind of made it look dumb, not gonna lie.
First reign comes to a close. What Oblivion right here. And Liv Morgan is back where she belongs, right at the very business end of the women's division, your new world champ.
Liv Morgan as world champion.
I guess Stephanie could get her backing out much better.
On Monday Night Raw.
But they've been teasing a Judgment Day split between Liv and Raquel, so like, why they're dragging it?
Hey Dom, don't forget, you got the demon tomorrow.
I told you, I'm the greatest women's world champion of all time.
Well, hey, bring them all the action with all new LJN WWE Superstars vintage style action figures. Wave 2 features some of the all-time greats of WWE, including King Kong Bundy, along with Hall of Famers, The Ultimate Warrior, Stone Cold Steve Austin, and Jesse the Body Ventura. Look for these figures beginning April 26th at Target in the United States. Hey, Wade, now we're talking. WrestleMania.
Yes, please.
So again, ladies and gentlemen, despite what you think about Liv Morgan,
how vital it is to earn opportunities for yourself here in WWE. Liv did that, and she converted tonight. New world champ. Congrats, Liv, and the Judgment.
And you can't take anything away from Stephanie McCare. What an unbelievable champion she was.
And it's always hard when you come into WWE. It's not your native language here. It's not your native culture. She has been absolutely stunningly good for 2 straight years. She will be back to the top eventually. Congrats to you on that reign.
Tonight, and just moments away from this, it is our main event. Cody Rhodes, the American Nightmare, in a match that has been building for 20 years, defends the undisputed WWE Championship against the Viper Randy Orton. What role, if any, will Pat McAfee play in all this? The Viper Rhodes for the undisputed WWE title. We are moments away from WrestleMania Saturday's main event here in Las Vegas.
Night 1 WrestleMania. What an amazing evening it's been so far. As your host, I have the luxury of announcing tonight's attendance. There's been a lot of speculation on what it might be.
I wonder
Vegas
why.
is the perfect city, and I would have bet the over. I look around and there are people everywhere. I am proud to announce tonight's official attendance, 50,816 people. Las Vegas and those around the world, thank you so much.
Whoa! Huh? Yeah, it's been a while since we had pancake with pancake syrup. Bro, come on. You can't do this to me, bro. I was just talking about Bianca coming back.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the EST Bianca
Jeez, man. Every entrance, it buffers like crazy. I don't know what is going on. Why does it happen? I don't know if it's my shit internet. It plays normally for the matches, but as soon as we get to entrance, it's just yeah, it tanks. The performance of this shit tanks horribly. This is why I try not to watch this any live event as it's happening because I always get buffering. Like when I like actually started back watching wrestling, like every night, well, not every night, but every Monday, Tuesdays, and Fridays, I'll try to catch the thing live. I stopped doing it because of the buffering. It was so freaking annoying. I said, okay, for WrestleMania, we'll try and catch it live. I'm not doing this shit again, bro. Tomorrow, I'm definitely waiting for the entire event to be done and then go live and watch it and just do it because this shit's so annoying. The freaking buffering is ridiculous. Oh, she's pregnant. And I can't, bro, come on. She's gonna be out for a while.
Because the EST is having a baby.
I didn't even get to hear the first part of her promo because there was buffering.
Thank you so much for allowing our family to share this moment with yours. I stand corrected. we need to include the youngest WWE superstar in history. For 50,817 in attendance tonight. And you can feel the energy here in Las Vegas. All the noise, everybody's focused on this box right here because next up is your main event.
Congratulations to Bianca Belair. Of course, her husband, Montez Ford. Wow, what a shocker at WrestleMania.
Tell you right now, that kid is going to be an athlete. Great genetics.
Minutes away from Cody and Randy. All right, WrestleMania fans, we got something exciting for you. A special look at one of the most anticipated movies of the year, Street Fighter, coming to theaters this October.
You're not showing me a Street Fighter trailer right now, bro. You are not gonna show me a Street Fighter trailer right now, bro. I saw the trailer already. You don't need to, bro. There is no wrestling fan on earth that will watch wrestling and not know that there's a Street Fighter movie coming out. This shit was all over the place with the advertising, right? There is no way no one saw this trailer, right? This trailer got so many views on YouTube. We know, we saw it already. Why are you're advertising it because Roman and Cody is in the picture? I just realized they're advertising this shit because Roman and Cody is in the freaking movie, of course. Mid-rant, I just realized they're advertising it because Cody and Roman is in the movie. Cody as Guile and Roman as Akuma.
Just show up, they put in the main event everywhere we go. The character didn't really have a persona other than he was big and nasty and mean.
Everybody's been running scared. They've been feeding me this great beef meat every week on TV. I want the best now. All these superstars, they've been hiding in the eye of the storm, brother. I've been whipping everybody out here.
As I was becoming more popular, all the promoters, they said, you're looking as big as you are. You need to be in New York. Madison Square Garden is the epitome of wrestling. And there's a guy named Vince McMahon Sr. who called. And he wants you to come to New York.
Can we have a WrestleMania in Madison Square Garden? Like it's not a big place compared to Allegiant Stadium.
We're nothing but main events. And we draw money all over the world. I said, oh, really? First off, I would change the name.
It is the Incredible Hulk Hogan.
And I said, what is a Hulk Hogan? What does that mean?
Back in the day, my dad gave him his name. He was this big kid, and my dad, of course, being Irish, decided Hogan, that's a great name. So why not Hulk Hogan? It was alliterative, so let's go with that.
But I'm Italiano. Vince said, doesn't matter to me. Yeah, okay. I'll think about it.
His opponent makes his Madison Square Garden debut. The Incredible Hulk Hogan.
The very first match that Hulk Hogan ever had in Madison Square Garden was with yours truly, Ted DiBiase.
Here is the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase. Ted DiBiase.
For some reason, that laugh just makes it,
Vince
bro.
McMahon Sr. came to me and he said, we have really high hopes for this guy. I really want you to get him
Did Ethan Page take inspiration from Ted DiBiase?
And I said, you got it, boss. Oh, he was brand new. He was obviously just still learning. But my job was to make him look really good. When we first locked up, he powers out. up into the corner like, oh my gosh. You know, I'm trying to convey to the people that, you know, what do I have to do to get this guy down?
For this to be the forefront of the wrestling business, the main event in Madison Square Garden, the beginning of a whole new era, I thought I had arrived.
April 22nd, we're gonna get a Hulk Hogan documentary.
Wheatley Vodka, America 250. Much.
Alright, main event time, let's go. Please tell me it's now starting to get dark. Because like throughout the whole event, even up to the last match, I saw it still looked like it was daylight outside. And it's like pitch black outside by me.
How does an event become an experience? This is how. This is why. This is WrestleMania. We know what it means to our country, but what could it mean to a kingdom? WrestleMania. For the first time ever, from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. A phenomenon so incredible, it would need to be experienced to be believed.
Wheatley. Wheatley raises a glass to South Star Generista and all retired.
It's just me on my internet is just freaking acting up. Why am I getting so much buffer throughout this entire stream? Bro. What are we doing here, bro? What are we doing here?
The relationship wasn't as cozy. And I always thought, I don't know if that's how I want to be one day with Randy Orton, my mentor. And in the case of Randy, I don't think it will be that way. I don't think it will be that way.
I'm not your son and I'm not your brother, but I have always been proud to be your boy. And after the main event of WrestleMania, I want you to know, I will always love you.
Don't let that monster in. There is one person outside of my head whose voice I am listening to. Pat McAfee? The business that you're leading is terrible. Randy is gonna save this business. This is what this business is supposed to look like. Pat, you and everyone who represents you can kiss my ass. Tony walks right up onto the stage to ruin our segment. That's what Cody wears. The WrestleMania in Las Vegas. Randy saves the business.
Oh.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pat McAfee.
This hypocrite.
I thought you two were boys.
Yeah, you know what? I've given a lot of thought to this over the past few weeks. That man right there who now is telling the WWE fans what he thinks about them. This is a man who embraced these fans over the past number of years. This is the man who stood next to me when Cody Rhodes finished his story. The night that Cody Rhodes won the championship.
Why is he a part of this? This
tears in his
freaking bro.
He was as emotional as I was for Cody Rhodes and what Rhodes had finally accomplished.
And you know, this is like genuinely the one entrance that is not buffering, so I can't see the whole thing.
He disrespects everyone, struts out here with this massive ego, and claims that he's going to change the way things are done around here. I don't know what's happened to this guy. I don't know what's got in his head, except that this ass has an ego that is blowing completely out of control.
That's from the chicken head
I'm not going to try and add
that she was eating.
reason to the rhyme of some of the things Pat McAfee has said in recent weeks. Like you, there's very little of it that I agree with, but what it has done is created buzz. It's created eyeballs on this matchup now that perhaps might not have been otherwise.
Nope.
I agree. There's no doubt about it. I said it on ESPN.
Put eyeballs on this match, bro. The minute this man was inserted into this storyline, the whole build was completely thrown into the garbage, and people lost all interest of this.
Attitude he has. This larger than thou feeling.
Well, he's somebody, and I'll use a Michael Cole / John Cena.
I never wanted to punch someone so badly, bro. Get this guy off my screen, please.
He has been loved, he has been hated, he's been everything in between, and right now I think it's pretty much 100% on the hated end of that spectrum.
And then there's the next part of this that pisses me off. They're like, oh, 2009 Randy Orton is back. This is so far from 2009 Randy Orton. It's not even close. WWE just loves to pretend that, oh, we're bringing back this version, like we're doing it like, oh, we used to do it like, and it's the most sanitized freaking version of it, bro. That's the part that pisses me off the most. They're gonna hear the boo. They're gonna hear the boos rain down for Cody Rhodes. That's the thing. Cody Rhodes does not even deserve the boos that he's gonna get soon enough. Could you walk any slower down that damn ramp? Like seriously, could you walk any slower down that large freaking long ass ramp? You know what I'm saying? When was the last time you saw Randy Orton in the main event of WrestleMania? You know what's also the next kick in the balls, bro? Pat McAfee is at WrestleMania, and Ilya and Carmelo is not here. I'm telling you, I need to see those two freaking before the bell even rings. I need to see Ilya and Carmelo just coming out and say, "Yeah, we're not doing this as a singles match. Two of us are coming in and making this a fatal four-way match for the U.S. title." Because there's no way I'm getting this. I'm getting this dumbass Pat McAfee here at WrestleMania. I'm not seeing my boy Ilya Dragunov and my boy Carmelo Hayes. There's no way. There is no way. Every night I made sure, well, every Friday at least, on like until like the last 3 or 4 Fridays, I really tried to tune in to freaking SmackDown for like 3 reasons. And number one was to see Carmelo Hayes Open Challenge. The reason why I just missed the last few Fridays is because one, I was very tired, and then two, well, this story blew up so badly that I just didn't want to watch freaking SmackDown. Oh gosh. Oh, really, bro, this guy cannot be serious.
Look at this jock rider.
How does he go from being a commentator, buddy? Yo, Pat McAfee was a decent commentator, right? He wasn't the best, but he was decent. But no, how did we go from them, that, to this? How did we get here? Oh, like to the point where every single time you see this nigga on your screen, like it is pissing me off.
Listen to this place. I don't understand why Orton needs McAfee in his ear.
I'll tell you why he needs McAfee in his ear. There is nothing McAfee can offer Orton when it comes to this business. No advice he can give him that will help Orton. What McAfee has done is divided the attention.
I swear, everything this man is doing is pissing me the hell off, bro.
Have been about McAfee. That's a mistake.
Whoa, what is this? Oh shoot, bro.
The son of the green.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What the frick? Bro had to remind the crow exactly who the hell you're booing, bro. Dog, this is aura. This is aura. Imagine him doing all this just to lose. Imagine him doing all this just to lose.
Wrestling has more than one royal family.
Imagine if his hair was dyed black again. Why are you showing me this guy's dumbass face, bro? Get this guy off my screen! Get Pat McAfee off my freaking screen! I don't want him here! And there is buffering. Great. Great. Perfect, bro. I'm gonna miss half this nigga's freaking entrance because buffering. Nice. But I didn't get it through Pat McAfee's entrance. I didn't get it with Randy Orton's entrance. The one entrance I actually wanted to see. Buffering. You love to see it. You love to see it. Oh my gosh. Genuinely the best entrance of the night. I'm gonna miss part of it because of the buffer. Why? Why? Why, bro? The only thing that is on is OBS to live stream this thing. You mean to tell me my internet cannot handle OBS being on simultaneously with this thing? Cause like, what are we doing
Reason. Well, if that was the game plan, it has worked. Let's be clear. The focus of Cody is split tonight.
It's main event time. Here's Alicia Taylor.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall and is for the undisputed WWE Championship. Introducing first, the challenger.
Yeah, right, Alicia.
Oh my gosh, this man is gonna make me crash
Listen
out,
up, you
bro.
disgusting pigs. Make some noise.
This man is gonna make me
Who
so
stands
mad.
at 6'5", 275 pounds. A depiction of perfection in professional wrestling. When he walks out of here tonight, he's gonna show each and every one of you fat-ass bums what greatness looks like as he becomes a 15-time world champion. The man who's gonna save the business tonight,
Randy, please let the voices win and just RKO this man. Or at least kick him in the nuts and just punt kick him, please. Please.
And his opponent from Atlanta, Georgia, weighing in at 222 pounds.
Oh, that pants is gorgeous.
WWE Champion, the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes.
What an atmosphere. Senior official Charles Robinson will referee this championship match tonight. A match 20 years in the making. The mentor Orton, the student Rhodes. Randy creeping up on history. He wins.
Charles, one last thing.
Oh my God, come on! McAfee assaulting Rhodes with a microphone. And now Randy Orton beating the hell out of the champion.
Dog, this guy is pissing me off so much, bro.
McAfee knows exactly what he's doing. As callous, as cold as you like.
And Cody trying to fight back now. Randy Orton sent into the corner. And now Pat McAfee trying to get into the fray. Sitting duck. Cody Rhodes. Get him! Crossroads!
Well, good night, Pat McAfee.
Take a walk, McAfee.
Thanks for coming.
Like, I genuinely want to see this guy get driven through a table. Or get a concerto, bro.
And you can't blame him. You can't blame Cody Rhodes, Wade.
Oh, God,
you cannot blame Cody Rhodes.
Cody has to
take him out, Cody. Take him out.
Man who threw so many barbs at Cody Rhodes, threw physical shots at Cody Rhodes. Well, welcome to the main
There is no way you're gonna put. Do not put yourself through the table, Cody.
Everything he's done to you, Cody. Beat the hell out of him. Everything he's done to you. Jelly Roll is here.
The man also
McAfee's in trouble. Jelly Roll on the Spanish announce table. Jelly Roll, an elbow, driving Pat McAfee halfway to hell.
give him the one-on-one fight they came to see. Go give him the fight they came to see.
Bring the garbage truck out and take out the trash.
Oh, wow. McAfee completely wiped out. The bell hasn't even rung. On everything now back in the favor of the champ, Cody Rhodes.
Yeah, Cody telling Kittle to take out the trash. McAfee's out.
Well, McAfee needs a stretcher. I think there's one on the way here.
He needs a shrink is what he needs.
And Randy Orton looking on at a flattened Pat McAfee. Whatever game plan was in place for the challenger here has completely gone out the window.
Oh, one other look. Jelly roll with an elbow, driving McAfee through our announce table as Cody Rhodes looks on with a smile. And now, as they get McAfee out of here, Wade, here's the situation. Finally, we're going to get that one-on-one thing I need. That's the match between Orton and Rhodes. Finally, equal playing field. Nobody screwing around. Rhodes and Orton for the title.
Well, the fix was attempted by McAfee. The jump start before the bell even rang. McAfee now has a one-way ticket to hospital.
So wait, I do want to bring this up as they deal with McAfee at ringside. Randy Orton, there's been rumors running rampant online all week long about Randy Orton possibly being injured. From what I understand here, in the locker room today, there was a lot of talk about Randy Orton have a back injury. So will he be 100% tonight?
You know what you call that? You call that a red herring. That's just another thing being thrown at Cody Rhodes to think about. I don't believe it for a second. Randy's been through the wars in his career. We know he's had major back issues. I don't see any sign of that right now. So Randy's fine.
So does this McAfee situation screw Randy up at all?
100%. Clearly, McAfee was here to be on the outside, to be a major issue and a thorn in the side. We take another look at what just went down before our main event even got...
The only way I can see this being a good thing, bro, is if this is WWE's way of getting the booze off of Cody. Get this guy to be hated so much that people will actually start back cheering for Cody. That's the only way I can see this being a genius thing. This man put up a freaking bro.
McAfee is being carted out. Cody Rhodes is ready for a fight. The Viper Randy Orton looks to regroup. What is at stake here? Is Rhodes' undisputed WWE Championship and Randy Orton's march toward history. A win tonight moves him ahead of Triple H into third place all time with 15 world titles. Flair has 16, Cena 17. Orton would love to break the records. He moves a minute closer if he wins tonight. This is the third main event at WrestleMania in Randy Orton's career. 22 years at WrestleMania this year.
And this is really a position that neither man thought they were going to be in at this point of the match. The opening bell, no Pat McAfee here.
They always do this. They always, and specifically with Randy. Specifically with Randy. Call an elbow tie-up. Call an elbow tie-up when the feud should not, when the feud does not call for it.
Starts to outshine that teacher. So now the lock-up, collar and elbow tie-up into a headlock by Randy Orton. Orton and Rhodes here tonight. What does Orton have to do to win the title?
Well, Orton needs to think fast because whatever game plan he had on the outside with Pat McAfee, he needs to lean into 25 years of experience and come up with a new game plan pretty damn quickly.
For Cody Rhodes, a man who's had a mixed bag in WrestleMania over the years, what does Cody need to do to keep the title?
Well, Cody needs to stay calm. He's been popped through the wood chipper by Randy Orton emotionally and physically over the past several weeks. Needs to block that out, realize this is just another man you are competing against. Time and again, Cody has beaten the best of this industry over the past 3 years. Well, he needs to do it again tonight.
Well, Randy Orton and Cody Rhodes, the relationship dates back 20 years. The formation of Legacy with Ted DiBiase Jr., Cody Rhodes, and Randy Orton. Orton really giving Rhodes his start here at this level in WWE, and there's the shoulder tackle by Orton, who seems to be moving crisply so far.
Don't believe a word of the hype you see online, Michael Cole.
Well, it's not
Absolute
just
nonsense.
online. There was a lot of talk in the locker room today about it
Because
as well.
people in the locker room believe the nonsense they read online. Well, this is Randy Orton, who looks absolutely back to a physical peak.
Cody bounced off the top turnbuckle by the Viper.
I swear, if this match
9
bombs,
wins
bro.
at WrestleMania. He's tied 5th all time with a man we saw earlier tonight, Seth Rollins.
What is Randy's primary motivation? He wants to be the greatest of all time in terms of total championships. He gets one step closer tonight with a victory, a number 15.
Rhodes looking to out-quick Orton. There's the drop down with the right hand. Randy misses wildly. Cody Rhodes on a power slam.
And I'll tell you right now, speaking to Cody, I was very close to him during my in-ring career, and Cody would always talk on in rental cars at bars about how much he was inspired and impressed by Randy Orton, how Randy Orton was the perfect wrestler. Nobody has studied Randy Orton as deeply as Cody Rhodes has.
Rhodes now off the second row, went for the Cody cutter, got caught by Orton now, and Randy, and we haven't seen Randy do that in a while. He delivered a backbreaker. Randy came up a bit lame.
Oh.
You saw the way that Randy's back, his body torqued as he delivered that to Cody Rhodes. Now the moment of truth. Remember at the King of the Ring a couple of years back, earlier on, a few months back, Randy Orton now with a thumb to the eye. Cody Rhodes wouldn't pull the trigger on Randy. It almost cost him.
Talk about a back issue, of course. Randy's career almost ended just a couple of years ago by a major back surgery, and that was certainly something tweaked in that lower back, and we'll see if Randy can shrug that off. That sometimes happens early in matches. You're not quite warm. Those were long entrances. A lot of nonsense on the outside before the match even starts. Sometimes your body cools down. Randy may have just tweaked a little something, and once the body temperature gets back up, he'll be running fine.
Oh, Cody Rhodes delivering Randy with the slam. Randy now wildly sending the right hand, and he's hurting, and he's going to roll out of the ring.
It was that back once again, and then I called it a red herring earlier. Maybe this is what the hype was in the locker room.
I told you the rumors started to come out earlier in the week, and then there was a lot of talk about it today, and Randy is really hurting.
Oh, God. Imagine being Randy Orton. You came down here expecting to be 100%. You came down here expecting to have Pat McAfee in your corner. You're the challenger in the main event of WrestleMania, and everything just went to hell in a handbasket. And Randy's even just looking slow. Forget the pain part, just moving slow.
Oh, and now driving Randy into the corner back first. Cody Rhodes being extremely aggressive here tonight. Understanding
There is no way.
a problem, and now with a half crab.
I was about to say, I thought he was going to pull out the FCF.
To the injured back of Orton.
I mean, this is what you have to do when you're as good as these two, that any weakness whatsoever, you have to exploit it. You cannot have a single hesitation. Gold is on the line here. Your career legacy is on the line here. This man wants to take everything from you.
Randy Orton admitting in an interview he did with you, Wade, that Cody's like a brother to him. But this is about his legacy. That is what drives Randy at this point in his career.
Yeah, it was a fascinating interview. I was amazed at how calm and controlled Randy was. There's a certain controlled psychosis about him, which I realize is an oxymoron, but it's true. It's like Randy can flick a switch, and that absolute beast inside him comes out to play.
And I'm impressed with what Cody's doing tonight. No hesitation to attack the weakness of Orton.
Well, not at all, and this is what you have to do at this level. And after everything Orton has done to Cody over the past 4 or so weeks, this is exactly what Orton deserves. Who can forget the blast to the head with that steel chair several weeks ago on SmackDown that left Cody a bloody mess? Well, Orton ended that friendship.
Orton blames
Bro, I'm watching the outside and no looking like it gets in duck.
Released the demons, told him to be who you are, and Randy took it to heart.
I mean, Randy is just a binary personality. It's black and it's white. It's friend or it's foe. And when gold is on the line, you make a choice. Even if you go back to the King of the Ring tournament, the final last year, Randy momentarily hesitated to put Cody away in that match. He's regretted it ever since. And if he gets a chance tonight, he certainly will not make that same mistake again.
And Cody had the same issue in that tournament with Orton, and you saw tonight he wasn't going to allow it to happen when this time around.
All bets are off at this point. You hesitate when it's a friend. These two stopped being friends several weeks ago.
Well, not if you listen to Randy. Elbows to the ear. Cody Rhodes. Reversal. Rhodes sent into the corner. Up over the top. Scoops up Orton. Pinning combination and a kick out at 2. And again, right to the kidney area. And Randy's having trouble just standing. Look at the way his feet are.
Yeah.
He can't even stand right.
Randy is a shadow of the man that has been on the road to WrestleMania, that got himself here. Well, it's all gone awry tonight.
Cody now delivers a suplex. Great strategy by the champ into the cover. And again, these frequent covers also hurting the back of Orton as he has to kick out.
Yeah, absolutely. It applies pressure to the midsection. Constantly having to squeeze your torso when you ride that kick out, just triggering whatever sciatic issue that might be.
Randy just trying to somehow get himself back in the match as Cody Rhodes now looks to climb to the top rope.
I mean, Randy's barely got a shot in for the past 5 minutes. He's been absorbing abuse.
And Randy Orton able to cause Cody to lose his balance, and now Randy has a chance.
Lows. Alright, I would like for them to pick up the pace a little bit in this match.
And now Randy Orton and Cody Rhodes exchanging blows. Orton needs to end this match quickly to have a chance.
I mean, can he block
Imagine
out
if he
the pain
brings
enough
out
to
the punt
deliver
kick.
enough damage?
Something
to Cody
tells
to
me
run
that he
away? That's
might
the
bring out
problem.
the punt kick for this
This
match.
is not
No,
smart
not at
from
all,
Orton.
not at all. Randy letting his instincts kick in, but a superplex to Rhodes won't be good for Orton either.
The Cowboy Bob Orton style. Randy Orton reverting to type and clearly regretting it.
And look at this.
You go big or you go home at WrestleMania, and it may be time for Randy Orton to go home, because going big there was a big mistake.
But at least the superplex from Orton's standpoint has slowed Cody down a bit. And there's a clothesline by Randy. And now Randy looking to build off adrenaline. There's the power slam by Orton.
This is Randy looking back to his superlative best. And that pain, as much as it's hindering Orton's abilities, if he can block it out, if he can focus, if he can just do enough, there is a path to victory, and this is it.
And there's the drapey DDT, that vintage Randy Orton move, but again, torquing the back.
I'll tell you right now, there may not be a move in the entirety of wrestling that does not involve the back somehow. And even going down and dropping to apparently bang the mat was an issue for Orton there. But there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Back to his feet, went for the RKO. Cody able to counter. Randy grabbed his back again. Now sent out to the floor right here in front of us.
Just a beat too slow is Orton to follow up on what he's planning.
And Cody now runs into a right hand by Randy, and Randy needed that.
A nice club right to the temple of Cody Rhodes, and Randy Orton knocking the wind out of Cody at the right time. As we look at the mess and destruction around us, it may be about to get worse here.
Oh, Randy Orton loves delivering those blows on the announce table, which he's doing to Cody Rhodes here. Cody does have the advantage.
Something tells me that Randy might be looking to like freaking hang up the booth.
To win the title.
A brave referee who does a double count out here, and talking about brave, I'm keeping well back from Randy Orton.
Saw that smile across the face of the Viper.
Suddenly you see that belief might be back in the eyes of Randy Orton.
Oh no, Orton driven into the post by Cody, and Cody looking to rally.
Cody's been softened up, but he's got a die-hard spirit.
This has been a physical match, and Cody, of course, he was attacked before the match even began by McAfee and Orton.
Which might have been the best thing that could have happened to Cody Rhodes based on how things turned out in the aftermath of said attack.
And now, Randy Orton. Orton's been busted open, and now Cody Rhodes with the right hand. And Cody now going to focus on that wound on the forehead of Randy.
Should head first into that steel ring post, and the effects are apparent to the entire world now. And Randy Orton's problems continue to spiral in this main event with the WWE title hanging in the balance.
And now an irate Cody Rhodes, an angry Rhodes, taking advantage of everything he can against Randy Orton.
You imagine Cody Rhodes 4 weeks ago perhaps would have had some sympathy, some empathy from his former mentor, from his former friend. He can't show that tonight, Cody.
Yeah, but a lot has changed in the last 4 weeks. Complexion of the industry, the business has changed so quickly because of what has happened in this rivalry.
My goodness.
Cody, as Randy Orton is begging for mercy here.
Cody never thought he would be in this position tonight. He didn't think he'd get a Viper so softened up by injury.
And Cody showing no mercy at all.
But nor should he.
Oh, and there it is, the disaster kick by Rhodes. Randy Orton drops in the ring. Cody's got a chance into the cover to retain the championship. Orton just gets the shoulder up.
Well, Orton is a shell of a competitor right now, and you're in there with one of the greatest in Cody Rhodes. Not where you want to be. We're going Rambo style tonight.
Did he just
a methodical beat down by Cody, almost enjoying what he's doing to Orton?
Well, it's catharsis, isn't it? Everything Orton has put Cody through over the past month or so. Well, here's your reward, Viper.
Well, I mentioned at the top of the match, Wade, at some point everybody reaches that breaking point, and we wondered if Cody was going to reach it tonight.
Well, Cody beating the hell out of Randy Orton here, and Randy Orton just looking limp.
Cody's been through so much mentally. And now dragging Randy Orton up to the second rope, and Cody Rhodes may be about to deliver some of Randy's own medicine. Drapey DDT by Cody.
Well, this will be an emphatic way to put down the Viper for good.
This is a different Cody Rhodes tonight. Randy talked about his legacy. It's about Cody's legacy as well. A three-time world champion.
And you feel if Cody can put something on Orton here, it really is game over. And Cody wants to do it in style, my God.
And now just mocking Randy. Randy slowly to his feet. And Cody sent it to the corner. Randy Orton. Randy! Crossroads to Cody. Cody kicked.
There was no, I was about to say, there was no way.
Well, a burst of energy and a burst of ideas at exactly the right time there from Randy Orton, simply transcendent from the Viper, connecting just when it looked like it was over with that crossroads and spinning momentum back in his favor. But how quickly can Orton get back to being the Viper? How quickly can he put a stranglehold on this match? Now he has the advantage because Cody has been rocked.
And now Orton slithers into position, coiled and ready to strike. Randy Orton measuring Rhodes, went for the RKO, backslide by Cody, shoulders down, Orton kicks out. Got it!
Oh my gosh, bro.
And Randy kicks out.
The most dangerous 3 letters in all of wrestling, but only when applied by the Viper. One backslide immediately pounced upon with an RKO, delivered with panache, but not delivered with enough to get the 3 count.
It is crunch time in the undisputed WWE Championship match. Cody Rhodes, the champion. Randy Orton, the busted open challenger, who just collapsed on the floor in front of us.
Cody, the man who has this industry pumping through his veins, the man who has defended us against all the insults from McAfee, from all the attacks by Randy Orton, now looking to finish the job. Randy Orton took the low road while Cody Rhodes happy to meet him there.
And now delivering. Orton slammed to him as well. And this is a completely different Cody Rhodes. The breaking point has been reached for the champion.
It's WrestleMania. It's the main event. The gold is on the line against your current most hated nemesis, a man who tried to take from you everything you hold dear.
Oh my gosh, imagine if Cody did the punt kick.
Randy knows where he's at, Wade.
Imagine if Cody did the punt kick.
From that position before, though, Cole.
No doubt.
You can never write off the Viper, although that moment is looking near.
Cody measuring Orton. RKO out of nowhere. Randy for a 15th world title. Rhodes kicks
Oh my gosh. I thought that was it.
Ready to strike, written off by the entire planet, but still venomous as ever. But somehow it wasn't enough. This is where it's game over for Orton until it wasn't. RKO connecting, and astoundingly a kick out from a broken Cody Rhodes. And 2 men who look completely spent in this main event, but someone has to win this thing.
Orton spent, Rhodes is spent. The main event of WrestleMania Saturday. Everything on the line. The prestigious WWE Championship.
This man is on noodle legs right now, bro. Randy's on some spaghetti legs right now, bro.
Maybe getting to the upper hand here. Randy Orton, though, turns it around.
Who'd you back in a slugfest? The bigger man, unless that bigger man is partially injured, or his opponent pokes you in the eye.
Rhodes to the eye.
What the
the official, Charles Robinson.
Well, Randy was blinded. I don't know if he even was aware that that was the official.
Cody poked Orton in the eyes. The official didn't see it. And now Randy Orton stalking Rhodes as he goes to his longtime friend, Charles Robinson.
Even not here. No punch.
And Randy went to, he was going to go low, wasn't he? And Cody went low on his own. Poke to the eyes, low blow by Rhodes.
We'll take this fight wherever you want to, Randy. That's the message from Cody Rhodes.
Do what you gotta
Bro,
do.
Charles
The way
is
this man has been
dead.
treated, you can't blame him. RKO by Orton. Cody went for the Cody cutter. Randy Orton with an RKO out of nowhere, and there's no official.
Charles is completely dead. Who the frick? Oh my gosh.
Who there gave him a referee shirt? Who made him a damn official? Is this legal? No. And Cody had to kick out.
Are we for real? Is this guy really back in my wrestling ring? He's back on my screen. He's back in my wrestling ring. I'm back on my screen. We are not serious.
There's no way this is legal.
Well, Pat McAfee apparently protected by higher-ups in TKO, as has been alluded to on SmackDown the past couple of weeks. Who knows at this point, Cole?
Referee Charles Robinson starting to come through. Randy Orton now. RKO on the back.
Yeah, about time, bro.
Put out another death brace. Crossroads. Cover. Cody retains.
The undisputed WWE Champion, the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes.
I mean, the match is fine, I guess, but
Became the teacher tonight.
the match was fine, I guess. It's just that, you know, no.
And that stupid Pat McAfee may have cost Orton an opportunity to win his 15th world title.
These fickle ass fans, bro, I swear.
Nothing like any of us anticipated.
Just moments ago, y'all were booing the hell out of this guy.
Missed it. Ref then ate an RKO. Randy attempted the low blow. Cody was wise to it. Low blow of his own. Well, this is where things really took a crazy, crazy turn. An attempt from Cody turned into an RKO. And before Randy could make the cover, Pat McAfee had turned up, made the pinfall, didn't make it. Randy throwing RKOs out with abandon, but Cody ready to capitalize. One crossroads later, still QB1 and still the champ, Cody Rhodes.
We talked about all this man has been through over the past few months, hell, the last 3 years. But Cody Rhodes stands victorious tonight. And Orton with the title off an already bloody Cody.
I mean, yeah, there's no way they're not done. There's no way they ain't done yet. Don't do the dumbass gimmick where he steals the title, bro. Don't do the dumbass gimmick, bro. I am so tired of WWE doing that. What are you gonna do?
Oh no, no, Randy.
No! Oh my god! He put it back! He put it back!
The Viper showing his true colors.
No way they're chanting one more time for this man to punt Cody Rhodes again.
So much for his brother, Cody.
So, we have the, let me just pull up the match card here just to review the actual pay-per-view, right? So the opener was the six-man tag between the Vision and Aisha Speed and the Usos and LA Knight. I think this match should have went a little bit longer for it to actually be like, yeah, it was a good match. But for now, it's fairly mediocre. I find it should have went a lot longer. Um, I give this like a 4 out of 10. Jacob Fatu versus Drew I was just I was about to say Captain America for some reason. Um, Jacob Fatu versus Drew McIntyre. I would give this a solid 8 out of 10. This was a really fun match. This was a really fun match, and the right person won. Um, oh yeah, Elena and Usos winning. It's an outcome that everyone saw coming. It's just that this match should have been longer. This match was actually really fun. 8.8. I saw it 8 or probably a 7.5 out of 10. And Fatu definitely deserved that win. The Bella Twins, I knew was gonna come out of this. At the beginning of the stream, I mistake this for like the Irresistible Forces being together with Charlotte and Bailey and Lyra Valkyria with the Bella Twins. Like I said, I didn't pay attention to the build, but it's a thing. I was not expecting. I didn't even know Nikki was injured, to be honest, because like I said, I didn't catch up. Really, I didn't really catch up on this feud. The only feuds I caught up on for the Raws and SmackDowns I missed was Morgan Vaquer, Lynch Lee, Fatu McIntyre, and Gunther and Seth. Those are the only feuds on night one that I caught up with. This fatal four way wasn't really that bad. I'll give it a 6.5 out of 10, maybe just a 6 out of 10, maybe a 5.5 out of 10. It really wasn't that bad. I think the main thing was Paige coming back as a shock return and winning the championship. This basically mirroring when she debuted on, I think it was Raw. She debuted and just beat AJ Lee for the Divas Championship, which I, as a kid I was an AJ Lee fan through and through. So I absolutely hated Paige on her debut because I was like, who is this bitch coming up and beating my favorite female wrestler of all time? Who is this bitch? Anyways, let me just put this here. Oh, let's take that off a little bit. So we have AJ Lee versus Becky Lynch. The match was fine, to be honest. I think it could have been a little bit longer. It could have been just like a few minutes longer. Like I said, Lynch was definitely going to win because she lost to AJ Lee 3 times already. The only part of Lynch winning that I don't like is the fact that, it is AJ's first WrestleMania since WrestleMania 31. So the fact that she lost her first WrestleMania back since 31 kind of, rubs me the wrong way a little bit. But it is what it is. Um, I will give it a solid 6.5 out of 10. Then we have Rollins and Gunther. This match, 8.5 out of 10. Without a doubt, this match is just, they freaking tore the house down, man. This match was phenomenal. And I was not expecting Braun Breaker to come back and completely screw over Seth Rollins. Morgan Vaquer, not the outcome I wanted, but the match was fine. The match was fine. I'll give it a 6.5 out of 10. The match was fine. I actually wanted Vaquer to win and for WWE to kind of course correct and make her and just improve her reign. But since we're going with Morgan getting the championship back, all right. But we need to fast track the Judgment Day breakup between Liv and Raquel. I just put Raquel on her own, bro. I am so freaking tired of Raquel being in the situation she was in. Like out of the big three women that came out of NXT being Bianca Belair, Rhea Ripley and Raquel Rodriguez. Well, at that point, she was Raquel Gonzalez. Raquel was my favorite one. I mean, I liked Rhea and I liked Bianca, but Raquel was my favorite one. Um, well, I really hope that now that Lu's the champion, they do something between her and Raquel or something, please. But back to this match, it was fine. I'll give it a 6.5 out of 10. Then the main event that I was dreading, mainly because of this asshole, egotistical idiot, Pat McAfee, being inserted into this shit, and I'm sure it's because of TKO and their freaking and those freaking sponsors and shit like that. They want Pat McAfee inserted into this. If you wanted Pat McAfee into this, you could have just said, "Oh, just we're gonna make Pat McAfee a special guest referee," like so, and just not have him in the story, and then you completely nuked the build for this match. Completely nuked it. It's only in the last minute in this match it was actually saved. Kind of. The match itself was a little bit too slow paced, which is why I'm giving it only a 7 or 6.5 out of 10. I'll actually give this match a 7. Vakia Morgan, I'll give it a 7. While this match, I'm giving it a 6.5 out of 10. We saw a side of Cody that we didn't think we were going to see. We didn't expect to see. He was mainly playing, I can see he was just mainly playing up to the crowd. They were booing him and he was playing up to the booze. Randy bringing back the punt kick. I thought Randy was gonna win and get his 15th world title and he was gonna do that by bringing out the punt kick unexpectedly. That's how I thought this finish was gonna go, but no. Cody wins his second WrestleMania main event. So that means he lost at 30. He lost at 39. Lost at 41 night one. Won at 41 night two, and then he lost at four. No, he lost 40 night one, won 40 night two, and then lost 41 night two. And then so he has three WrestleMania main event losses, while he only has two WrestleMania main event wins. Um, I really hope next year, if he's in the main event again, one, I hope that WWE doesn't blow up the build like they did with him and Randy Orton. And two, they don't put him in a situation where it's like, I really think that you would think that the guy who he's facing should win. Like obviously John Cena was beating Cody last year. I just wish the match was better. And this year, I actually thought Randy was gonna win, but again, the match was a little bit too slow paced for my liking. If let's say Randy Orton actually does have some back problems, I could understand that. But yeah, I would give this match a 6.5. Again, too slow, a little bit too slow paced for my liking, and then on top of that, you have Pat McAfee doing the bullshit that he was doing. I just hope that the SmackDown after WrestleMania they do something to get this guy off this freaking story. I really need this guy off the story, bro. Course correct and get him off of this story. If it's because he was only included in this because it's WrestleMania season and we always had to do the bullshit circle jerking shit with celebrities for WrestleMania, then fine. Fine. If you insist that you need to just completely nuke and just throw away your WrestleMania main event, sure. WWE, go ahead. You're just gonna get less people coming up to watch your shows. But please, for the love of God, get this guy off. Get get Pac off of this goddamn show. Get Pac off of this goddamn thing, please. So my overall rating for night one for WrestleMania 42, I would give it a solid 7.5 out of 10. Opening match should have went a little bit longer. Fatu and McIntyre did not disappoint. It was fun from beginning to end. Fatal four-way match was decent, not too bad, but not really anything to write home about, really and truly. But the return of Paige and then those actually winning the tag team championships was actually a really good surprise. Made me feel good. So it made me feel like a kid again, bro. It made me feel like it's 2015 again. And then there is Lynch Lee, decent match. Could have been a little bit longer, just a little bit more fast paced. I think these two could have a really good fast paced match. Um, Rollins and Gunther, the match of the night, without a doubt, match of the night, match of the night, and Gunther definitely deserved that WrestleMania win. Morgan Vaquer could have been a little bit better, um, but it was all right. And then the main event, I was not looking forward to it because of Pat McAfee, and the match isn't really that great. A little bit too slow paced. I don't see myself rewatching the match. They could have a better match, and I'm sure they will at Backlash because I know they're gonna run it back again. Um, Match could have been better, but honestly, I would give this either a 7 or a 6.5 out of 10. Not the greatest night ones out there, definitely better than last year's. Actually, no, I have to rewatch last year's night one as a quick comparison. But other than that, yeah. Um, this has been my stream for WrestleMania Vegas 2026. Also, oh, there's also WrestleMania Vegas. Also is WrestleMania 42. Right, WrestleMania Vegas 2026 or WrestleMania 42. Let me just find this other image that I got. There we go. Put that back there and just put that back there. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Not at 2:30. Not doing that shit again. But anyways, I'll see you guys tomorrow for WrestleMania 42 Night 2, Electric Boogaloo. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Please God, always remember that Jesus is Lord, Christ is King, and He loves you all, and He will return one day. So until next time, guys, I will see you guys tomorrow. God bless you all. Peace.